Set on 2. Set on 2. No drawback. Right, free surfers, 20 past 7, so we'll start clearing the lineup now. Do you see our wooded safety team in position? Our jet ski assist is in position. So we are set to start 7:33 sharp. Enjoy looking at a coffee line. People waiting for their coffee. They're not normally smiling. Then once they get their coffee and they walk off, there's a big smile on their face. I know the feeling, don't worry. Not a bad idea to get a bit of coffee inside us, because we want lots of energy when the surfing starts at 7:33. I think today we'll say it's a good day for a great day. 10 minutes to the start of the first heat. So 10 minutes to start, let's clear the lineup. We will see Dora taking the red jersey. Chianka will take the blue. Those surfers will be heading down to the water. So those last couple of free surfers, we'll start clearing the lineup now. So remember, that by the 5-minute call we want a clear lineup. And at 3 minutes we'll ask for no surfing as we set for the countdown of that first heat. There we go, Dora, surfer in the first heat, having a warm-up here. In the water already, set to go. That's Gordon Smith testing out his equipment on the racetrack. So we've got around 6 minutes to the start. Free surfers, let's clear the lineup now, please. All right, 5-minute call. We got 5 minutes to the start of the first heat. 5 minutes to start. If I can just ask those last free surfers if you can make your way in. You also want to get that ski out of the lineup as soon as possible. We want no pre-surfers and a no weight zone for the start. To start. So both our athletes in the first heat, Dora in red and Chianka are in the lineup. Competitors for heat number 1 are out there ready to get going.
Another stunning African sunrise greets the world's best surfers on the eastern cape of South Africa. It's the Corona Cero Open J-Bay. Absolutely beautiful scenes here this morning. And as we look out to the ocean, we're greeted by the best of news lines filling in for surfers like Jack Robinson getting ready, waxing up a rugged up Toledo. Master of all he surveys, the big brew. Had a great day yesterday. Hot tub available for surfers like Ferreira in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, taking it all in. Dora is getting the Apple Watch on and he's getting ready to get down to business. Slated in that first heat. This is who he'll take on, Chianka. We're looking forward to a really fun morning of competition here. The swell that increased and came 2 days ago, provided a big day of competition yesterday. It's still there as we get a first look on corduroy lines at the iconic Jeffreys Bay Super Tubes, the section. Good morning from myself, Paul Evans. Good morning, Jesse Mendez, mate. How are we doing?
I'm doing great, but I'm kind of jealous where Ethel is sitting right now. It's pretty cold this morning, so I would like to be in the hot tub as well.
Yeah, it's a fresh morning, mate. What, 10 degrees? That's 50 in Fahrenheit. So, yeah, a little bit of cold. The water's maybe a little warmer than sometimes it's this time of year. But, yeah, it's fresh.
To tell you the truth, that's what I've been hearing from the surfers. They've been saying the water hasn't been that bad, which for them it's a big blessing because you get frozen pretty easy in those waters here, mostly waking up early mornings with barely any sunrise, still popping, so.
Best possible way to get yourself excited on a fresh morning is looking at absolutely dreamy looking point break waves as they just pulse down the point here. And that's sunrise every morning. I mean, it doesn't matter how many times you wake up and see it. 7:30 just pops above the mountains there. And the light, absolutely incredible. The energy of this place, everything about it, all of those natural elements. This guy, he's probably more used to it than most here. He's got a house right here.
He's on a JS.
Just feeling out the different equipment. It's all looking pretty good for him. His performance yesterday got that massive number, the 943. He'll be coming in with plenty of confidence in that yellow jersey. Let's set up our first heat, the round of 16 for the men. As we'll get underway here, we'll check out world number 2, Dora, who brought pure fire with a massive full rotation on the back end. Yesterday's taken on Chianka. So this matchup featuring a couple of surfers that will know a bit about each other. pretty well evenly poised. I think one apiece in terms of head-to-head matchups on the CT for them, but they've been surfing together a long time.
Yeah, they have, definitely, and obviously sponsored by the same main sponsor, so there's a little bit of friction there as well. You want to make sure you're the guy on top coming out of that one. And conditions actually suits both of them pretty well. Obviously, with this wind that we have on offer this morning, we have winds coming from the north, a little bit of a northwest. A bit better than we predicted. We were supposed to have a little bit of stronger wind, so I hope I'm not jinxing anyone. But it looks like we're going to have a fun morning. The waves are actually pretty consistent still. There's been quite a lot of sets since we pulled up at dawn here. And this wind's going to help Iago, obviously, with this type of surfing that we see him do yesterday with even bigger waves. So with a little bit smaller waves, he's probably going to be looking to go for the air. And João just kind of putting good, very solid combo turns together, and probably could mix it up with some airs as well. It's going to be an interesting match.
Semi-final finish for Dora back in 2022 here. That was also an event where, particularly that impossible section of the wave, he was so radical in his approach to that, and it earned him a semi-final spot. He'd love to get there or better this year. Crucial year for him, coming in number 2. Best result 9th for Chianka, who's seasoned this year on the comeback from that injury. Hasn't really busted through the finals days, just in many ways surfing himself back into form, and just in terms of where he is in the season as well and what's at stake, a lot more on the line in this heat for Iago. But obviously at a prestige wave, you want to go deep. Both surfers obviously, but Chianka as well. I mean a lot for him to go deep into this event, particularly with his type of surfing as well. It's a wave that will challenge him.
Yeah, definitely. He has less to lose, let's put it this way, but the personal pressure that every surfer puts in themselves, it's pretty big, doesn't matter what. And I think Griffin was mentioning that on his post-heat interview yesterday. He just want another opportunity to surf this wave. So for him, it's just, you know, that's the pressure that it's kind of going to build inside of him, and he's going to have to deal with, and a lot to gain. Obviously, winning an event, you could jump a lot of spots and maybe, you know, be in the top 10 or even the top 5 by the end of the year. Mostly so speaking that next event coming up is a very good event for João Chianka.
Double repositioned, slightly wider from the pair at the moment. 35-minute heats this morning. And they'll be patient through the beginning of this heat, just with where we are with that tide, which is ebbing out. Also, light winds, but just a slight rib going up the face. Yesterday we saw a few surfers struggling to connect with sections. We saw quite a few incomplete maneuvers go down. That changed dramatically as that wind shifted. Also when the tide bottomed out as well. It's amazing to see just how dynamic this point break is. We talk about how perfect it is. I mean, perfect's open to various interpretations. There's a lot that goes on in terms of the mechanics of the wave. And there's a lot to appreciate about the surfing of Iago Dora this year on tour. But right there, maybe just feeling a little stiff in the crisp morning, he'll go down.
Yeah, and just what you mentioned, I think what happened right there, obviously the first wave trying to warm things up and filling the wax, but also I felt like he went through a little lump, and that's what this wind is going to provide. Like that northwest wind comes up the face of the wave and creates little ribs that sometimes it's hard to traction and you lose your rail, lose your fins. And it felt like that's what happened for Iago, but it looks like he's going to clean it up right here.
Dora just looking to wash that off. And they'll just slice with a cruisy flow. A little bit more venom in that turn. Just kind of swinging through, looking very lithe and limber this morning. And he'll go to the air again, awkward landing. One of those ones that looked like he got the board kind of on the bum, the small of the back, but seems fine. But serving a bit of notice about the sort of maneuvers that he can go to at the drop of a hat here. He went huge yesterday for that big 9.
Bird looks good though. Feels like it's perfect size for the waves that we have on offer today. Beautiful bottom turns, getting up in vertical, very dynamic. And right here the problem was just an air that he didn't angle it properly with the wind that we have right now. So he needed to aim a little bit more towards the beach, and that's what he did yesterday. If you guys were watching yesterday and saw the massive punt that he did. But it's not really lack of his approach. It's more the lack of the opportunity he had in front of him. That wave wasn't really projecting and giving him enough pop to project towards the beach. So he has to go up and high, and then the wind just keeps the foot away from the board, from the front foot first, and then kind of an awkward landing right there.
Chianka driving around a section, and he'll flare up on the roof of the lip. Nice incisive work for him. And once again, just driving with a lot of impetus off the bottom turn and down the line. And this wave will continue to run. He'll snap out and release, getting a little drift. And he'll recover that as well. So energetic surfing from him. Critical maneuvers in a tight pocket. Let's go down and say good morning to Rosie Hodge. She's with Caroline Marks.
Yeah, Caroline paddling out on dog out here at J-Bay. It's freezing. Your feet feel like frozen ham. So give us a conditions update.
Yeah, waves are really fun. A bit smaller than yesterday. A little bit of wind, but I think it's supposed to get cleaner throughout the day. So should see some good performances.
Women's quarterfinals are on standby. What do you do between now and the next call?
Stay warm. Yeah.
We won't take any more of your time. Caroline, thank you so much. But we got the round of 16 in the water at the moment. And like I said, quarterfinals are on standby, you guys.
Let's go, Rosie. Thanks so much. Caroline feeling the chill this morning, getting a couple of valuable practice waves in as well. Hot tub available for surfers in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Just to warm up again. Action out in the water thus far. Seen a couple of waves come through.
Iago had another check at his fins, which is interesting. That's the second time since that first wave, that the 0.57, that he went for the first kind of carve snap. And this is João's wave. I actually really like what I see from João. He's looking very sharp, fast, cutting the water nicely with all the wobble that we have on offer right now. It's very tricky, but that third turn, very tight. Aggressive surfing, energetic as we expected, and good timing for him. This layback here put in a lot of engaged very well for how tricky that section was. We had a lot of whitewash from the previous wave, so hard to engage, and this is a beautiful carve, super tight. Drove through the fins a little bit more to get very inverted in such a small transition. So good technique for him. Made sure never wiped off the speed too much and kept running down the line, because this wave runs very fast. The smaller it is, the faster we'll go. So good read for him.
A lot of content in that surfing from Chianka. Judges reward him, the 5-5. Little subtle nuances, the grab rail on the float. And then a surprising moment as well, a little unpredictable with the slide. Decent number for him. Here goes Dora on his backhand, swooping. First couple of turns super critical in that tight pocket. This one a little further out on the shoulder. He'll just wind through the motions here, doing setup work. A tight pocket, just a touch repetitive. And then a section on the inside that will get small and run real quick, or go pretty dry. So he'll go a couple of front crawl strokes just to get off the rocks there. But these two from the get-go here identifying it is not the morning just to sit there. They're going to stay in motion here and activate on these slightly smaller. Maybe we've lost a foot or so of height in this swell overnight, something like that.
But pretty consistent. There's been plenty of waves ridden so far, so that's good.
Good energy here. Chianka, big turn to open up with. Covered a lot of ground. He's getting a lot done. Here's another nice turn. And he'll streak through a section. Won't get to unload right there, but again, into the lip. Big amplitude to his surfing, using the whole face of the wave. Then a nice dynamic moment as well. Just something different. As he'll just hang up, get the air drop down. He looks very dialed in with his surfing.
Yeah, and just great timing as well. Started off that smaller wave that ran down the line, had a good pace, and then once again, very good pace wave for João in this occasion. Takes off. Nice opening carve. The second one, even better. A little bit more on the lip, cuts through very nicely, and the wave starts just tipping up, and he's always gaining speed and projecting down the line, making sure he keeps himself just a little bit in front of the wave. The lip is going to be very sticky on a day like today, on a morning like today, with all this wobbles in the wave created by the wind. So smart surfing for him right there. You notice right there, he redirected that board before the wave starts to get steep, but didn't redirect too much close to the whitewash. And here's Iago's wave. I like the second turn here, super tight, and combo it up with the third one. My bad, this was the turn that I really liked it. It's hard to get that carve to be that expressive on your backhand, but unfortunately for Iago, this wave just kind of never really given him the steepness that you're hoping for, mostly on your backhand. You can see the difference in between him. See, that's why I was like, I was kind of wondering what was going on, because he was complaining so much. He was looking back so much to his fins since the first wave he rode it this morning. So complaining about the fins, something went wrong. Maybe the fin boxes sometimes, you know, crack. Sometimes the fins itself. And that's kind of a bummer for him, because it looks like there's a peeling set coming out the back. And he's going to have to surf with what he has in offer under his foot right now.
Yeah, smaller days with Sunrise Sea surfers just come straight in from wherever they are, depending, or they might have to go down the keyhole and then do the full run of the point here at Supers and go back up to the top keyhole. He'll keep surfing there right now. Iago Dora in full flow here on a face that will line up for him, and he'll go with a big, huge backhand rotation again, which he get about 90% done. He'll go down and he'll go incomplete. There's the backup equipment on the beach. It looked like he was calling for a change of fin. And as you mentioned, Jesse, he's been unhappy with that fin since his very first wave here. And obviously, if he does come in, this is going to take him time.
Man, that was impressive, that air he did, the rotation, how he delays himself in the air. He has so much notion and awareness of being free in the air to make sure he does the right move, but just getting unbuckled right there in the end.
Meanwhile, Chianka will just keep laying into sections here. Doing plenty in the pocket, using the rail, and then just losing grip as that bottoms out, pretty much gargling on dry rocks. But he'll keep surfing and keep in motion. He's got good numbers on the scoreboard. So first two waves for him, 5.5, 6.17. A bit of a lead at the moment over Dora, who will look like he's going to have to come in and change while he's back on the beach.
This last wave for João, sorry, in my personal opinion, this last wave from João, it was a little bit of a mistake. He doesn't need to be putting himself in another 5.5. He made his settlement already. Has a 6.17, a 5.5, which is very solid for the first two waves of the heat. And we still got 21 minutes and 30 seconds left. So he now needs to wait and approach for a big set to better that 6.17 and really put pressure in Iago Dora, because you can see that wave he was reading already, taking off down the line. He had a good shape in the beginning, but had the traction from the previous set and a lot of whitewash through, and he kept pushing. Just wasted energy, and sometimes, you know, Iago could be quick enough and maybe get out the back before him, which I doubt it's going to happen, but he needs to save energy and make sure he pulls the trigger in the right one to better that 6.17 and create a bigger gap, because Iago's so dangerous. Any closeout, he could turn into an 8-point right and X-end right. So keep yourself a little bit calm. You already did a very good settlement to start the heat.
And the 3.17, the requirement, a 6.67.
So interesting. The box seems fine. Just changing the fin itself, which maybe a crack on it or something. That's kind of baffling.
That's extremely baffling in my eyes. Like I don't really know what to comment about it, because usually happens, maybe you can break the top of the fins because you run over rocks, but that's not the case for him. He didn't come that close to the shore yet. Maybe paddling now, something happened.
Dora's back on the beach here, just over 20 minutes to go. He's trotting up the point. He'll get to the keyhole up the top, and he'll get back into the lineup. He will require numbers here. Let's see how much of a lead João Chianka will have over him by the time he gets back. But at the moment, Iago Dora chasing a number, a high 6. Let's get an update on that fin with Kaipo. Morning, Kaipo.
Yeah, morning, Paul. So this is how sensitive these surfers are. It's just the very tip of this fin right here, and Iago was able to feel that, and that made a difference to him. So it's just the very tip that's been cracked on this fin, but these guys, you know, they're so in tune with their equipment that makes a difference. So FCS2, it's a screwless system, so they popped out this fin, put in a new fin, and he's back on his way. Pretty nice pit stop.
All right, thanks, Kaipo. Wow, well, we speculated on what it could be, and just that tip there, amazing sensitivity from our surfers at this level to identify that for a start. Let's see how he goes now, how much time it takes him. Meanwhile, Chianka will keep surfing here. He's got some speed and some impetus on this wave to tag it hard, trying to lose 5-5 as the low score, 6-1-7 the high. What do we think of that choice?
Interesting. I don't know, like it felt like that wave had a little bit more energy, more down the line. I personally like the 617 better. It felt like there's a few tighter turns. The wave was a little bit taller in size, but the surfing is great. He's doing some good damage as far as we've seen it.
There's an element of staying in motion and flow. It is a cold morning as well. Your opponent's on the beach, not where he wanted to be. Just keeping surfing here, Zhao.
Yeah, this is a nice opening turn. Kind of loses it a little bit right there. You can see that nose of the board going up high. And then this third turn, I really like. That's the turn that I've been enjoying watching João. The projection that he's getting, acceleration, and making sure he's in the right spot of the wave. But I personally think that even if he betters, it's not going to be by much. Personal opinion, I could be wrong. Finishing turn was very critical. It's all going to be up to this first turn. It was very aggressive, but he did lose it a little bit, regained it very quickly. Second setup, and then that third one and fourth one. So there's a combination of a few major maneuvers. My better by a large margin of that 5.5, in my opinion. But I don't think it's enough of a gap against Iago, because look, Iago pedaled back out and has priority now, so he has the right of way.
Dora back in the lineup where he wants to be. And he'll be hunting numbers. Little update on the scoreboard. It is that marginal improvement for Chianka. 5.8, his last wave. So just nudging slightly that requirement up. Nothing crazy, but it's a decent high 6. We are over halfway through, got 16, under 17 minutes to go here. And Dora with that priority now, but have to make a decision about the wave is going to offer him the number. And also just pick up a bit of momentum, because this heat's not really kicked off as he would have hoped. Equipment trouble didn't really hurt the likes of Igarashi. Houseman had a mishaps yesterday. Got through their heats at the moment. It's Chianka in the lead. In our first heat of the day, more live action from J-Bay right after the break.
First priority red, second priority blue. Fifteen minutes to go. 15 on the clock.
Getting into our Surfline forecast here for J-Bay. This pulse as swell, Jess. You can see it propagating from west to east. Got a bit of ground to cover, but great angle to get in here for J-Bay and offering us really prime conditions.
Yeah, I did not expect it was going to be as good as we've seen it right now. And also, maybe the size could be towards what I was expecting, but not the consistency. And we've seen it plenty of sets. And hopefully, we keep seeing it because we're going to see the wind improve a little bit as the day goes on as well. So, and down the line, looks like we might have a few other days. That looks interesting for us. Swell coming a little bit more from the south, so it helps reach this area, this bay that is very tucked in a little bit better, because we do have a swell on the smaller side in the middle of the week, and then maybe something approaching that looks very interesting towards the end of the waiting period. So just keep an eye on it.
Couple of pulses for the coming week here at Jeffreys Bay right now. Still, as you mentioned, pretty consistent lines out on the water. 13.5 on the clock here. And it is Chianka with that lead. Scores remain as they were. Priority still with Iago, so not identifying anything that's tempted him in the last few minutes since he got back in the line. He has had to do the run around. He's changed the fin. Just in terms of momentum that you want to take into a heat, thinking about getting your scores early on. He's got that 5, but obviously didn't want to end up back on the beach. He's going to have to just get past that. Yesterday, highlights, reels, big 9s. I mean, he went real close to a similar rotation this morning, but we're back in with 13 minutes to find something here.
And one problem for Iago, like the ocean, for people that are not used to, mostly in very tucked in point breaks like this, the ocean goes through moods. And this first half of the heat has been a flurry of waves. So it most likely might slow down a little bit in the second half, and he had that problem with the fin, so maybe a little bit of a bad luck there for a start for Iago Dora.
Yeah, the ocean was pulsing, wasn't it? He wasn't really able to make the most of it, particularly, of course, when he was back on land, and Zhao just kept surfing. And now a little moment of quiet, a time for reflection. Zhao will also be able to think in terms of his task of what he needs to get to improve. He'll paddle for a wave under the priority of Iago Dora.
That was a very fast wave running down the line. I'm looking over my shoulders right here, so good move for Iago to not pull the trigger.
Yeah, a little splash of the water there for Chianka as well. So, a little energy from him as he'll just look to maintain that intensity. And he'll want to keep just piling on scoreboard pressure here from much deeper with a stretched out tight wall. Chianka. Fizzing opening turn off his rail.
That board looks great.
Yeah, it looks very lively this morning, doesn't he? Everything about it looks really dialed in.
And it feels like I haven't seen it yet. With this texture in the water, with how much speed this wave generates under your foot, it's very easy for you to not control it. And I haven't seen it yet, him go through wobbles. Like, it's been cut into the water very nicely. Not so much, using the fins a little bit more to be more stable, which is very smart of him. He's stomping on that back foot, not trying to draw out too much because it's tighter with those ribs going up the face. So very smart of him, but that board looks fire. Keep it on ice.
Under 11 minutes to go here. Iago Dora, world number 2, a really significant event for him in terms of his run. Trying to lock in place for the final 5. This is stop number 10 on the championship tour. Head over to the South Pacific, to Tahiti, the stop 11. And then, of course, surfers that do make finals in Fiji, and you think about Iago, without meaning to get too far ahead, his particular skill set, that could be something really, really special for him. But in order to lock in, I want to go deep into the event here and use that backhand weaponry. He was one of the outstanding surfers yesterday, second highest score with that 9.33, but it's a different ocean this morning. And I thought you made a great point just about when we were pulsing and who was able to make the most of that. Just that opening, if you kind of split the heat up almost into thirds, you think the opening 10, 12 minutes, it was Zhao Chianka was really connecting
I'm not saying there's not going to be another set. Most likely will, but when you sit on ice like this, it's tricky on your head. You start, you know, a lot of noise starts coming in. Everything's kind of going against you, you can think of, and, you know, just I'm out of rhythm, so he needs to keep composure.
And you're thinking that the sort of classic way to get a score at J-Bay, multiple turns, a long wave, and you're hitting sections, or you can go huge with that one Hail Mary, that something really special at the end of the wave. But obviously it's a really fine line between making that and getting a huge number and going incomplete. We saw him get really close this morning to a completion, but if you don't ride out, obviously it's not going to be a helpful number.
Interesting set approaching right now. It's kind of going really up the top of the point towards Boneyards. Looks like João's going to have a look. Letting that first one go. Second one kind of going wider. This looks like a good set. And the wind kind of just mellowed out, so it's going to help the performance of the surfers.
So Chianka paddling much deeper, unable to go, and even if he did, it is priority with Dora. And look at this, a wave he's been waiting for, and he'll get involved. First section steep, then a little softer. Check this. He's just building speed and momentum. There's a little crumble or just go around that. He's looking down the line. He's looking to go really big. There's a big backhand rotation.
What
exactly
did he do right now?
We were just speculating. Unbelievable scenes, Yago Dora.
And that's why I mentioned João should not be going on another 5.5 or a 5-point weight, whatever he got, because Yago's going to do something like that. You going against the second place in the world right now with so much momentum. He pulls stuff that are miracles.
The confidence to identify, I mean, you saw how early he was looking at that section, backing his technique and his make rate.
He knows exactly he's not going to get anywhere. This is a beautiful first turn, but the wave kind of just dies out, dissipates, and all the energy goes into impossible section. So as he's going over, he knows he has to launch, and that's the only option for him. But the problem here, the wave has a lot of energy, it's doubling up. He has only one option, into the flats. And that's what he did. Perfect rotation. Look how much amplitude and how much ground he actually gained in that air. He probably flew about, not too high, but about 3 or 4 feet down the line as he approaches from the third top of the wave into the flats. Perfect rotation. Lands on the back foot a little bit. Look how he tucks in his head, whips it around, not knowing what he's seen until that point. Identifies the landing, puts the pressure on the back foot. You can see the nose of the board and the foot almost coming off, but regroups it perfectly. It's just the ability that this guy has on the backhand in the air. It really is the best in the world right now.
Stunning technique from Yago Dora. And he had to be patient, maybe even a touch of frustration creeping in as he had to wait a while after.
You cannot give an opportunity to these guys.
Just incredible to see that section and to activate. And what we're watching really is the very cutting edge of what's possible, what's conceivable. Backhand surfing at a right-hand point break to take off. Go into the lip with a hit and then just build up the speed. This is Chianka on replay.
Running down the line, that wave's growing. Looks pretty nice, actually. Beautiful floater for João. Gaining a lot of ground. Open face, massive. Down the line layback. A lot of amplitude on the turns. Beautiful carve. Bringing himself back around and finish it up very strong. What an answer for João Chianka. That's some very good surfing compared to what he's done already in the 6.17. This is gonna probably put that away. Is it gonna be enough though? He does have a big gap on the backup scores if you think about it. The 6.17, his best wave compared to Yago's 5-point ride. This third turn here opens up right on the pocket. Beautiful carve, lots of spray. And finish it off with the size. Very nice connection with the lip. Air drops off the sky. Beautiful surfing from João.
What a heat we're watching here. Scores are in. Dora, he'll get a 9-point ride. There's the number for what we just saw. A solid 7.5. Chianka, at the moment in second place. Chasing a number, 6.51 the requirement. There's the spread from the panel. Pretty much in chorus in terms of that number for Dora. And again, one absolute weapon that backhand rotation is for him. And we can't really overstate just how technically difficult, particularly the landing, because you're going so fast down the line at a point break and not a lot of cushioning at the bottom of the wave there.
With the angle that the wave provided him and how much doubled up it was, he had only one option. He had to stay very high on the wave to make sure he had enough speed to protect that turn down the line instead of upwards. So you can notice he's on the top third of the wave. He bottom turns just a little bit, barely gets to the bottom, and doesn't get too much height as far as on top of the lip, but look how much height he has of where he's landing. That's a 6-foot face wave, and he lands it straight into the flat. So the way he approached to that air was flawless. Beautiful rotation from him, and just, I mean, a great way to read what he needed to do. Amazing surfing from Iago, just very progressive, and you can never count the guy out.
State-of-the-art surfing and competing for our opening heat of the round of 16. And we're really looking forward to a fun morning of competition here. And already excellence being delivered from the world number 2 from Iago Dora once again. Chianka surfed really well. His numbers pretty healthy. His requirement's not a massive one, 6.51. But at the moment he'll play second fiddle in terms of priority in this heat. 3 minutes on the clock here. And that requirement, the 6.51 for him. A couple of things need to happen though as well. Whether it's a set with multiple opportunities.
Yeah, and also Joan's looking very good. Like, this is one of the best heats I've seen him surf. Maybe not scoring-wise, because it's still like a 7.5 and a 6.17. He obviously had better heat totals this year, but just the way he's surfing, the way he's approaching the wave has been really good. Maybe that little one mistake of pulling the trigger on the 5.8 put him in a tough situation in the heat right now.
Yeah, I mean, you identified the fact that rather than hang on to priority when Iago did paddle out at the top keyhole, that's exactly what happened, really. He had to wait a while, but when that good set came through in prime position to go and activate and get that big number, another minute will drain from the clock here. This will be racing by for Chianka. So under 2 to go here. And Iago Dora once again just showing us without a lot of momentum really as well. I mean, that 9, it's not like he surfed his way towards it with multiple attempts or was able to build up much in terms of energy. Think about, let's get down for a quick update with Kaipo on the point.
Yeah, thanks. What a great start for today. Great matchup. We got another great matchup coming. Leo Fioravanti, Jack Robinson. They just came through here. This area right here is really hard to see. It's the keyhole. It's the upper keyhole, and it's kind of the path to start off your heats. And you can just see these swells sweeping through right now. But this is the entry point. There's another keyhole at the bottom as the exit point. But it's a bit of a jigsaw puzzle getting in and out of the water here. Tide dropping. So that's going to be more obvious. And looks like we got some action right here, guys, with Iago.
Thanks, Kaipo. Dora uses that priority. Under a minute to go. Flowing down the line. Just feeling this wave out right now. He'll swing. Throw a bit of spray. Just kind of cruising through the opening section of the wave. Stands on the tail. Patient surfing from Dora. His low number of 5. All right, he's loading up here. And he'll go into a float. Doesn't try to do too much. We'll get a completion as well.
But do you notice how the approach for the air, he was probably looking for that once again in that last closeout. It's always on the top third of the wave because you need to really project down the point. So you don't want to get too much height like the previous air that he came unglued, which was, I think, his 4th wave. And then he just kind of wants to project and use that wind to help him out. So this case, just a little bit late.
And Chianka won't quite be able to get there in terms of sets coming through up the top in the lineup. And again, We look at Yago Dora, his number will actually get a slight improvement there. So he nudged up that requirement. It was all academic anyway. Chianka unable to find a way, but Yago Dora just showing us his quality once again. And we talk about the technique and the technical aspect, the surfing. I think the mental strength as well to be able to produce that kind of surfing from a pretty difficult position. Yago Dora is #2 in the world for a reason. He's having an unbelievable season. More live action, a great looking heat coming up right after the break.
The Corona Cero Open J-Bay is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Kuha Municipality, good governance through service. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
Excellent surfing, kicking off the round of 16 for the men here this morning. Heat 2 brings in a couple of surfers know a lot about each other. Having a look at Jack Robinson taking on his mate Leo Fioravanti. Leo himself having a great season this year, posting really high numbers. He's been top quality throughout. Jack getting the win over in Australia, ringing the bell. And back at J-Bay here, love the way this matchup sets two surfers know a lot about each other. Once again, mates since they were Groms. Big story between these two, and right now, towards the peak of their powers in terms of where they are on the championship tour. What are we expecting from this matchup, Jesse?
I mean, I expect exactly what I see. They're probably 100 yards compared to where Iago and João were sitting in the previous heat, out the back, up the point, because those both surfers are two surfers that like to dominate the inside in the beginning. I think Leo always wins. He always going to be the one that's going to take it. If we need to go to Cape St. Francis, he would go all the way up there. And that's just the type of surfer he is and the type of strategy that he likes to take in the beginning of the heat. But also Jack is one of those guys, and he doesn't want to give him a little bit of freedom of staying in the perfect spot of the takeoff. So he's pushing him a little deep. Right now, you kind of see them paddling out the back into an angle to the left because there are sets approaching and stacking up, and they're way up the point. First one goes by. They don't go. This is the second one. They're way, you can see it like how Jack is kind of trying to approach towards the left, down the point a little bit more, so they can get those waves that are running on the screen right now. Not on the screen, but on my vision, because I'm looking over my shoulder. So
little adjust here as they'll just head down a touch. So we just saw Kaipo in the previous heat showing us the keyhole. Couple of options when you get through the keyhole there. You can kind of go diagonal just to your left as you look out to the ocean, or even make a turn right and head a little deeper. And that's where we kick things off initially.
And you can see Jack Robbo, like the set was approaching, so he started pedaling to his left down the point. And then as soon as that finishes, he's going to push Leo a little bit deeper again, because he doesn't want Leo to be sitting in the right spot and give him the right of way with the perfect position and get the head start. So if we have a kind of a slow start, which doesn't look like, I feel like there's a few sets approaching a little bit from us too, kind of way far out the back, but we might be seeing something in the next minute. But they're going to be playing that cat and mouse to start things off. They know the importance here of the head start with a good score, so they don't want to give it up. And other surfers, like a guy like Iago, will never do that. You notice, like, he was in the spot that he wanted to sit. He left Juan with a deeper priority and caught a wave right away to determine, like, hey, the pressure's on you, like, I'm free to do whatever I want. So it's just different strategy. There's no right or wrong. It's just how you like to start.
So many subtle intricacies in competitive surfing at this level, aside from what these athletes are actually doing, performing on the wave itself, the positioning, the tactical side, the interaction with your opponent as well. How can I affect them? How can I make them less comfortable? Thus far, it's a lot of looking around. Now we'll get some surfing. Robinson, little tight, pockety type wave, as he'll sting one, and then he'll go really, really fast. Look at him driving down the line, just going top speed, but not quite fast enough for that wave. So a smaller, tighter one that just ran.
Right now, he just, after going down probably 100 yards on that wave, he's right where Iago was seating on the previous heat. So that just shows how deep they were up the point. But looks like there might be a deep set, and Leo's approaching to it.
From takeoff, committed, pointing straight down the line. First section will drop, and then it'll flare up, and it'll go above the lip and reverse around and get straight back on the gas, driving down the line. Fioravanti off the bottom, power turn at full speed, super tricky to do and come out and maintain the momentum. This one will keep running. A great choice of a wave. He'll use that rail in a tight pocket, high in the lip, and still carving. Fioravanti getting by far the better of the opening exchange. He's not done yet. A tricky section. He'll do really well just to snap into the lip and come out. Great start for Leo.
I mean, putting it all on the line right off the bat, and that wave was peeling down the line. He had to gain so much ground after that reverse that he did, the air reverse on first or second turn. I can't recall it right now because that was a very long wave, but amazing way to read and start off the heat for Leo Fioravanti.
We're talking about that positioning. Multiple places along the point here where the sets can actually break, and the optimum position really sort of depends on exactly where the wave pans out, but this one panned out beautifully for Leo.
Yeah, so this was the first kind of setup. It wasn't even turned, so this is the first reverse. He starts right off the bat, uses that wind to the advantage, and right here the wave starts to stack down the line. He gives a good 5 pump, sixth one, and then still has to go down the line. This just shows how deep he was, and then the wave starts to slow down in front of him. Beautiful connection with the lip, still projecting. Now the wave slows down, nice layback carve. Gets up in vertical. The wave dies out, dissipates the energy a bit, but he's gonna finish it off strong on his foot. And definitely starting. That was very, very critical, very hard to do. The lip kind of pushed him a little bit away on an awkward landing angle on that last turn. That was a clutch turn to set him up for this layback carve right here when the wave slowed itself down. Then this is where he's just trying to add some points to it to finish it off on a good note. And then this is, look at that angle. Lands it in an awkward kind of side angle on top of the rocks, but still. Nice air, good rotation for Leo, very clean. Notice how his front foot is way on the top of the board. Tight laid back. This is the clearest water that he got in that wave. The wave was kind of cranky, hard to read. He did so well What a great start for Leo.
Yeah, solid number for Fioravanti, 7-6-7. So in this matchup, he'll get the advantage from the opening exchange by being a little deeper than Jack. They were both pretty deep, as you pointed out, Jesse. And that decision absolutely vindicated with that number right there and the surfing that we saw, and it was relentless all the way down the line. Even just that last maneuver on the inside, you just think about how committed you have to be in there. It's so shallow and pretty technical to be able to do that and just get every tiny increment, extra pressure, extra points.
Oh, Jack Robinson just lost priority by paddling on a wave and didn't catch it.
So Jack surrendering priority straight back to Leo, as we'll go from above and behold the absolutely majestic scene of a set coming down the point. Jack unable to get in there.
And that was a very good wave. You can see how it's shaping up, doubling up. It had a good pace shoot. It wasn't running too fast. It had a nice pocket. Unfortunately for Jack, that wave just kind of going a little bit underneath him. And we're talking about one of the best paddlers on tour.
So we talked about momentum, didn't we, in that last heat? At the moment, it is the Italian Fioravanti. He's with it, got the lead, he's got priority back as well. Just a gimme, really. Bit of a freebie. He will absolutely gobble that up. And we talked about how well these two have known each other since Gromhood. And there's a little extra on the line with certain competitors, isn't there? Your mates, but they're also your rivals. Quite a lot of stories to be told about these two, really. You think back even here to Jeffreys Bay, the paddle battle that we saw back in 2022. And Jack Robinson, I mean, wasn't even close, actually. He really just left Leo kind of standing. And there's a lot that goes in, places to draw fire. Obviously, you want to go keep making heats, but coming up against someone, different ways to draw extra momentum. Really interesting to see how this all plays out. So a little speculation from Robinson and Leo says, no, buddy, that's me. And he'll go here. Leo opens up and then gets going real fast. Deals with a couple of speed wobbles, really, from the wave. The whitewater will just slightly catch him, and he'll get up and open and clean carve. And he'll release that tail again in the pocket, and he'll keep carving here. Whippy motion to that surfboard as he'll go for a finish into the lip. Just add a little extra by getting the release, pushing hard on that back foot. So far, so good for Leo.
And that's what I like to say, when you're 2 steps in front of your opponent, and this is what Leo's doing right now. 7-6-7 to start, backing it up with another great score. Series of very big maneuvers for Leo in the beginning of that wave, and this is what happened on the wave out the back. After the wave, after Leo's wave, he kind of notices he has to go big because the wave didn't have too much on offer afterwards, but Jack pulling the trigger, sorry, Leo pulling the trigger in the right moment right here. Open and turn with a lot of freedom on that foot. He almost disengaged, went as big as he could on that first turn for how much the wave was running down the line, and right here the wave slows itself down. Nice layback snap. This carve here is very tight. And I like to mention once again, I'm going to keep saying that because that's just how hard it is to look that clean and that on rail on this early morning conditions here at Jeffreys Bay with the wind blowing from the northwest up the face. You can see from the drone angle even better how much noise and a lot of ribs there are on the wave, so it's just not favorable for the traction of your fins and rail. And he kept it clean throughout the whole time. Not overcooking it, but just the perfect amount of pressure that you need to be doing to keep the speed and flow throughout the wave. And he's gonna get a good backup.
Maximizing opportunities. Fioravanti, bit of a gimme with the priority as well. And he snaffled the opportunity, and he's put some major points on the board in terms of the lead. At the moment, Jack, bit of work to do. Time still on his side. 20 minutes, 30-odd seconds. So plenty of time left to go to get a couple of numbers, but definitely the early momentum has been with Leo, who has brought the confidence from the high-scoring season into this matchup, which, well, we talked about some of the stories that have unfolded thus far, and really one-way traffic. I mean, if you look at that record, pretty surprising, really. 6-0, so it's all gone Jack's way so far.
And this is a very mental block for someone like Leo that has to go up against him and know that he doesn't know the way how to beat Jack Robinson. So it's going to be new if he does it, but so far starting off with the right foot forward.
Looking to settle scores here at J-Bay is Leo. I mean, all of those numbers really, really favouring Jack Robinson. But you know what? That's history. Right now, we're dealing with the present. And we're looking at Leo with a strong, strong start to this matchup against Jack. Priority is with the Australian Robinson right now. We'll need to make good use of it, because a couple of missteps from him in various different ways so far already in this heat. We know all about his mental resilience, though, and his overall quality. Speaking of quality, Dora once again has been excellent here at J-Bay. Let's go and hear from him. He's with Rosie.
What a way to start the morning, Dora, but let's talk about the beginning stages of that heat. It seemed a little bit stressful with the equipment change. Talk us through that.
Yeah, so I broke like the very tip of one of my fins. That's like my magic board, so I didn't want to change boards. I was not sure if I was gonna be able to surf with just the tip broken, but then on my first few waves, I felt it was kind of like skipping out of the water, and I was like, I'm just gonna switch, and then I actually had priority, so I was like, I'm actually gonna wait for a wave, and then on the way in, I'll change the board and run back. So yeah, and then I just changed the fin actually, because it was just the tip, and then went back out there, got priority, and like a long low, stayed for like 10 minutes without waves pretty much, and I was just like trying to stay patient and like, okay, my opportunity is gonna come. And I know things didn't work out the way I wanted in the beginning, but I still believed, and that wave came, was a weird wave, so I knew I had to go big again, and just stuck that one. I felt so good.
On the topic of magic, I gave about an 11, but you know, you're such a small percentage of people that can do that type of maneuver. Can you talk us through the feeling of doing that?
Yeah, it's so good. I think the best feeling surfing is getting a crazy barrel, but the second best is that for sure. Just flying, like floating in the air, and like landing on the flats like that is just like so scary. That adrenaline rush, you know, you're gonna go for a sketchy landing, and when you're able to pull it out, feels so good.
And into the quarterfinals, that's awesome.
Yeah, for sure. It's really important for me, and each hit is very important at this stage, especially at the position I am, so I'm really happy to make that one.
Well done, Iago. Impressive stuff.
Thanks, Rosie. As we'll check out Jack, giving it some. And a solid answer back from him, trying to get into the heat here, surfing his way in with authority. He's ripping with some big rail gouges right now. Getting loads of power. And he'll go for combo and up the end as well. So after a bit of a stumbling start from Jack Robinson, he's right back in the heat here.
He's right back in the heat, and I personally think this is probably going to be something around the excellent range, because the damage he's done after all those high lines that he had to get so up high, almost into a floater, generated so much speed, but the control he had afterwards was impressive. This wave is just peeling, doubling up, starts off a bit slow, and right here he notices the wave's going to run down the line. Look how high he gets on those pumps. Generates enough speed to unload right here when the wave gets clean. Massive layback for Jack. Combos it up with a nice carve. Very smooth. Now just trying to keep the rails clean to wait for the right time when the wave steeps up again. This third one, right? I mean, this whatever 8th turn that he did, gets it up and vertical and finish it off with a nice slip line turn. This is going to be a big score for Jack Robinson. Way to answer it. Look how much pressure on that back foot, how tight that turn was. Very compressed to finish it off, but also springed it out with a lot of speed. Combos it up. Back-to-back maneuvers, which the judges love to see that. and just to finish it off. He knew it at that moment. He didn't need to do much more. Just get critical, lip line, down the line, and come out clean because the damage was done previously.
Robinson had his cage rattled slightly in the opening portion of this heat. What a way to reply. Bit of venom in those turns, plenty of it, a lot of power, leg strength. We saw him go progressive opening round multiple times, went to the air, got the double barrel as well. Just how well-rounded Jack is. You're watching really elite rail surfing right there as he just tears into sections.
I mean, at first half of the heat, you gotta say everything was going Leo's way, but I felt like there's a little bit of momentum shift right here. This wave itself is probably going to give a lot of confidence to Jack Robbo going into the second half of this heat.
Comboed when he took off on that wave. He won't be when the number comes through. Let's see exactly where it puts him, but it'll set us up for an exciting 14.5 minutes in our second heat. The round of 16 for the men. We've already seen Dora advance to quarterfinals, 7th time this season that he's been able to do that. Part of the reason why he's currently #2 in the world.
So you did have everything going to your corner, right? Like you started off with an amazing start with the 7.67, backs it up right away, and then Jack most likely is going to get the best score of the heat. And then what do you do now? Like you just kind of got to focus on what you've done good. And you know, with this level of surfing, the conditions we have on offer, he needs to get another excellent wave to back himself up. Doesn't need to get rid of what's coming ahead of Jack.
Another great chapter being written in the clashes between these two. Robinson 7.93, so really close to excellent. It is the high number, pretty close to Leo's top score as well. So that number, don't really think too much about that. 5.41. The requirement for Jack, because ultimately expect Leo also to be surfing for excellence himself. He knows if he's going to get a first CT win, I mean, those numbers really skewed heavily in Jack's favor. 6 wins, the championship tour level. Leo at the moment, thus far, hasn't been able to notch one up. When we talk about rivalries and where you draw some of that, and whether it's a mental block as well, but that, I mean, Leo is always competitive, but I mean, he won't need reminding about those statistics, and this will mean a lot to him.
You know why? Because he's so used to having those heats. We've seen it this year itself in this event with Griffin Colapinto and Margaret River with Griffin, with Baron Mamiya at Pipeline. So he's used to those high-scoring heats, and he knows exactly what he needs to do, and he's not going to get rattled with the situation. You're going out, you're paddling out against Jack Robinson and Jeffreys Bay with very good conditions. You expect high-scoring heat totals, and he's just ready for that. He just can't get rattled with what happened and move forward, wait for the next set.
J-Bay providing a beautiful canvas this morning for elite performance surfing at the moment. Leo Fioravanti in the lead against Jack Robinson. More live action from our second heat of the round of 16 for the men right after the break.
At the entrance of competition in Pepper Street, you can get your free J-Bay Surf Fest magazine. It's really cool. There's a lot of information in here. We've also got a nice photograph page for the kids.
Valley is about an hour and a half's drive from J-Bay. This is a route that my family and I have driven for many years along the garden route of South Africa. Always wanted to take that road down, a little bit of road less traveled. This is actually where the Kruit River meets the ocean. Those are like Titicaca mountain range in the background. I think places like this really put things into perspective for you. They make us feel small. This is actually one of Corona's 100 beaches too. It's got a massive cliff. And this is also where the Otter Trail, which is a very famous hike in South Africa, starts. Super stoked to be here and show you guys around.
The stunning coastline of South Africa, very much the star of the show. The action in the water from Jeffreys Bay thus far this morning has been pretty scintillating as well. And a heat that's offered us plenty of quality already in it. It's poised at the moment, just over 9 minutes to go in a clash between Fioravanti and Robinson. We talked about just how much this has gone in Jack's favor in the past. Not so much at the moment. He does have the high score, but he's pretty close to Leo's number. And also just coughed up priority as well. It's back with Leo at the moment. Jack unable to add anything significant, so a minor misstep just in terms of that management of priority once again in this heat. And I wonder how many times you can get away with those kind of mistakes. Well, we'll find out. Right now, we'll watch him from under Leo's priority on a smaller, more rapid, tighter wave. He'll just go through the gears there.
And just talk about the importance of this heat itself. Both of the surfers on the top 10, but outside of the top 5 finals. So just put it in perspective how important this heat is. Obviously, Leo a little bit further away, but one event win and going into Te Ahupu, which is a great venue for both of the surfers, you put you in a very different perspective moving forward. So it's a do or die situation. They need to make this heat, but only one will do it.
So much on the line here. And really, just to watch it, it's been a privilege so far. Let's hope for more sets as well and more of this high caliber surfing between two ultra competitive mates, really. As we mentioned, they've been doing trips together, been buddies since they were pretty tiny with bowl cuts, kind of cruising around the world. And right now, they're very much occupying the main stage. A little bit of positional work out here in the lineup. Leo Fioravanti with that priority. It's up to him to make a decision in terms of quality as well and think about, all right, where I am with my numbers and my backup, and go, well, am I just looking to improve on that slightly? Am I just really surfing through the scale, trying to go excellent and expecting a major reply? Probably be the latter of those two in terms of what Jack is capable and probably likely to do given the opportunity.
And one thing that I like to mention here, the heat IQ for Leonardo Fioravanti. We're in a point break, obviously there's only going to be rights. And even though Jack Robbo caught a little wave and went wider than him, Leo made sure he was seating wider, just to give himself a little bit of extra time to look on the wave and to see if actually Jack Robinson is going to approach to the wave. So in this situation, he didn't like how the wave looked and let this one go.
Here goes Jack loading up, looking for a section. We saw him go multiple times to the air yesterday. I think first 3, possibly 4 waves. And he was loading up with speed there, but nothing really significant in terms of sections available for him. You know what? He'll stay in motion here and he'll go again, and he'll go up and over and down. And Leo will have a committed paddle and unable to get involved. So 6 minutes on the clock here, and Jack by far the busier, and that's just to do with where priority has been. He's sort of surrendered a couple of times, so he has just been speculating and buzzing around. Leo just 2 ways ridden in the lineup on the prowl. He's got the lead as well. I'll just check the Apple Watch, see exactly how he manages this time. You talked about heat IQ. Both of these two got plenty of it. But Leo, the way he's competed this year, looks like really is at the top of his game. the surfing from him. Surfing better than ever, but also just as smart as his heat craft. He's going to need it here to get what will be a significant first CT win over Jack. And once again, he'll make that positioning adjustment with that priority.
And they're way down the point because Jack didn't paddle up too much, but he just wants to make sure he's below him to give himself a little bit more of a forgiveness in order to what to choose. Give him more time to decide if Jack is even interested on the wave or if the wave has potential for scoring. So just very smart of him right there, and he's going to keep doing that every time Jack pulls the trigger in a wave and goes around him. So smart guy.
Dog Marsh watching on with a bit of a grimace. That's his kind of typical heat watching face. And then he'll scrawl furiously in his notebook as well. Depending on waves that are ridden or sometimes not ridden. That'll be all part of the debrief after the heat. But right now, so far so good for Leo in terms of that lead. 4 minutes on the clock, so not a significant set now for maybe 10 minutes, maybe a touch more. Jack Robinson still on the prowl here, still hunting.
And they're basically tied, obviously, on the best scoring wave. There's a very small gap in between those scores. So basically, Leo now just needs to pull the trigger on the best wave that comes in the next 3 minutes and 40 seconds. So obviously an easier job for Leo Fioravanti than the stack that it's in front of Jack Robbo. But with the nerves, both of their works pretty hard, but a little bit easier to contain it on Leo's side.
Let's check the recap here. Fioravanti in full flow early on, and progressive, not easy to do out here, particularly the top of the wave.
Yeah, just so much to lose. That wave was great too to start off the heat. Just a lot of downtime, and that he had to carry through this section of the wave because he was so up the point. You can see he's had a few pumps and still had to do 2 or 3 turns to gain speed for when the wave slowed down right there. Beautiful surfing from Leo. It's kind of an awkward finish right there. Very technical for him to pull it off. This angle is going to give that perspective of how the tail lands first in an awkward angle. Then this is the second wave for Leo Fioravanti. A lot of texture on it, a lot of noise. It just kept the rails very clean. Nice layback.
Picking up live action here. Robinson still in the hunt. 5-4-1 the number. Then he'll punt above and out the back. He'll land on the roof to a kick out and won't be getting the number with that. He'll pop back into the lineup, maybe wider, and he'll try possibly find a bit of room. He won't have bags of time. He's still chasing this number. 5-4-1 is the requirement for him. As we'll look to the line, we'll see Leo
not giving him an inch.
He is heading down the point here to keep a beady eye on his mate Jack Robinson.
And let me tell you, he's right. Like, he has to use every part of the rule book to his advantage at this moment. Jack could get any wave and turn into a good score. So yeah, might as well be right by the guy.
Statistics, 10 waves for Jack, just 2 for Leo.
Looks like there's a set approaching.
Yeah, so let's see this energy. Significant priority hold with Leo at the moment. There's a reason he's just ridden those 2 waves. He's played this perfectly in terms of where he wants to be and what scoring opportunities available on waves. He'll identify right now, this is something that's going to offer me a chance. And he'll sting a first hit in the pocket. Again, real speed. He just punches it and then drives down the line. And he'll go, try and go above the lip and get the reverse done. He'll just kick it away as an incompletion.
Won't pull the trigger on the right wave, what it seemed like, because the wave behind was just dissipating. Jack Robbo took off and kicked out right away.
So decision making here for Leo to go on that wave, partly because of a block, but Jack at the moment feeling the pressure here as we see.
There might be one opportunity maybe. might be too deep of way up the point.
Under 20 seconds to go in this heat. Jack Robinson is still chasing the number 541 is where it is. Just a throwaway will come in for Leo with that incompletion, but it'll be about the clock as we'll count down here. Will a wave come to Jack Robinson? Doesn't look like it will, and this will be a significant moment for Leo Fioravanti. Dog Marsh having a little cuddle with Carlos Ferrari and his crew there.
That's a big win for Leo.
And look how stoked he is. It means so much to him. He's been brilliant all season, really. He's been posting big numbers, even losing heats with significant scores. He's in career best form. And the passion from Leo. He's through to quarterfinals here. Jack Robinson will feel a bit miffed. A couple of things didn't quite go his way in that heat. But well done to Leo Fioravanti. Really good value for a quarterfinal finish, at least here at Jeffreys Bay. We'll keep rolling with the action here. Igarashi taking on Colapinto in the next heat. We'll say morning to Joe Turpel and Jess Starling as well. Stay tuned.
Thanks, Greg. Taking us through the first couple of heats. We are excited to get underway with heat number 3. So it's 35-minute heats this morning. This one in the red. We've got surfer representing Japan. That's Kanoa Igarashi. He's taking on Crosby Colapinto in the blue. So day number 3 of the waiting period. The contest gets called on. So we had a beautiful day yesterday, a long day of competition, as you see blue underway, Crosby Colapinto. Of course, we got down there bright and early before 7 a.m. The contest got called on. We got some lines after that. And the 4-foot range, I've already seen some fireworks this morning. 9.0, dropped in by Yago Dora. No one's going too much, and these suckers are always taking time, so really nice and busy. Great, Kanoa Igarashi now up and riding, here he goes. Blue, Crosby down the point at
The Corona Cero Open J-Bay is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Kuha Municipality, good governance through service. And by Yeti, built for the wild. Good morning, everybody. Round of 16 continues as Kanoa Igarashi takes on Crosby Colapinto. We've seen this a couple of times already this year. Last time they met was at lower trestles. Crosby's home break. Kanoa got the jump on Cros, went all the way to a final. But Crosby got Kanoa earlier in the year at El Salvador. So this will settle the score here at nice clean lines here at Jeffreys Bay. Two natural footers going head-to-head. And we're setting up quarterfinal heats. We just had Leo Fioravanti break a streak of losses that he's had against Jack Robinson. His first win in 7 meetings. Leo feeling that in a deep way, because that's a long rivalry that's just been on the wrong side for Leo Fioravanti. That was fun to watch.
That was really fun to watch. You could see how much it meant to him as well. It was splashing the water at the end. Usually we see, you know, splashes as not a positive thing, but Leo, he felt that one. He really wanted it too, and you can see he's still celebrating on the beach. It's got to feel good. I mean, to finally get one back, yeah, good on him.
And it should be this way, as Leo now will prepare for a quarterfinal. Joe Turpel, Jesse Starling here first thing in the morning, as we already have some action to cover here. Kanoa getting a wave during the break.
Yeah, love the zero downtime in this heat. Just that one big turn there for Kanoa, and that wave really did start to fizzle out down the point here. And Crosby, he got underway as well. Such a strong power surfer. Really nice slash off the top there. Floats the second section, so continuing his speed down the line here. Wow, really lovely flow. Nice tempo with this wave. 4 big turns there for Crosby, but the thing I love most is just how well paced he was on this one. He just didn't oversurf it, didn't push as hard as he needed to. This was just so well surfed here from Crosby this turn. You can see how much he's pushing off that back leg there, comes back around and just timed that wave beautifully from start to finish.
Very busy commercial break for the Cross. That was his third wave ridden. Didn't miss much before that. 167, 0.37 up and out, and then right into the 5.5. So surfing his way into rhythm into his second year on tour. Last year's Rookie of the Year, had that tough start to the season, busting his elbow, which sidelined him for the first 2 stops of the year. And I think in his headspace, he's like, yeah, even though they extended the season to 7 events before the midseason cut, he was like, well, I did it in 5 last year. Let's do that again.
And to have that headspace as well so early on in his career, that's such a accolade to him. I mean, so many people on their second year on tour can get caught up in the, oh no, I don't have the same advantage as everyone else. I wasn't able to compete in those first 2 events, but Crosby just took it in his stride and made it happen for himself. And that is really respectable from Crosby. And I was chatting to him as well, you know, thinking back to Kanoa's post-heat interview yesterday, saying that he really struggled here the first couple of years of his career. And I feel like Crosby had heard that from a few people, with his older brother being on tour that couple of years before him. So Crosby's been coming here the last few years, really trying to dial in his tempo with this wave, the lineups, and it does look like it's really paying off for Crosby.
Certainly is. Kanoa Igarashi has turned this into a happy place. Semi-finals, he's done that now 3 times in his career, including the last time he was here in 2023. It really changed his profile, and we mentioned that with it was board changes at the time. His first semi-final when he switched to Sharp Eye, that was a magic connection. And now onto surfboards from Jason Stevenson, and turning in one of the most consistent years of his career. And it stings when you get to the final and you don't close it out. You know, you're left off the banners the following years. But he said he's still happy that he's just doing his type of surfing. It's paying off. He's back with Jake the Snake Patterson, and it's a great time of the year for Kanoa to be number 3 in the world at J-Bay, where he's found a lot of success.
Yeah, it's definitely looking good for Kanoa. And I love that combo. I love the Snake and Kanoa combo. They seem to have this really open and raw relationship with each other, where it's almost like family. It's almost like brothers between the two, where they can be really brutally honest. And sometimes an athlete needs that. And I think Snake has this ability to connect with his athletes and, you know, hold these pieces of information, and then every heat just give them a little bit more. It's another thing to lean on. It's another thing to add to, you know, their game plan. So I love that these two are back working together, and it's working for Kanoa this year.
Kanoa Igarashi highlining to start. Now coming off the bottom, lays it into a perfect top turn section. Redirects again in the pocket. And still finding that flow, reaching down the stretch. He'll slap it right there in transition. Whitewater section to drift. And now Igarashi will play with that end section, showing that he's got total control. Nice composure for the current world number 3. Knowing he's trying to keep tabs with the current final 5. Dora went bananas this morning as he's 1 spot ahead of Kanoa. As we take another look at wave number 3 for Igarashi.
Such a dreamy wave, isn't it? You just love to mind surf it while these guys are doing their best surfing in the world. Really nice layback to kick that one off. He's just engaging his rails so beautifully, maintaining his speed, not overcooking it, not overdoing it. You don't have to do that here. You watch the best in the world, just pace with the wave, time it perfectly, and that's exactly what Kanoa did here. Just surfed exactly to the speed he needed to, and got a really nice combination of turns in the big critical parts of the wave. Love the way he managed his speed on this one. Didn't just try and fit 3 turns into that section, came up and found himself 2 really nice at finishing turns here to finish off a really great ride there from Kanoa.
Just a classic performance from Kanoa Igarashi. Every turn is so precise, isn't it?
It is. He's got such great technique. He spoke about in his first couple of years here being scared of this wave because it can show your flaws because it is so perfect. But I feel like this wave is actually working very much in his favor. He's got great technique when it comes to bottom turns, executing on the top turns. You can see where he shifts his weight between turn to turn as well, always over that front hit there. So Kanoa definitely has a pretty special connection with this wave now.
When you make a few semifinals out here, you've taken down some big names over the years, from point break specialists like Liam O'Brien and Joao Chianka. He's gotten Iago Dora out here at J-Bay. Kai Wabeli, he's taken out Italo finalists in the past. Federico Moraes, who's been around these parts the last few days, beat him as well. Pedersen, Crisanto, William Cardoso, Seabass are all big names that have fallen to Kanoa Igarashi over the years at Jeffreys Bay. And he's had a tough time with Felipe, but most people do because Toledo is one of the best ever. Kanoa's in a heat where Felipe had a 10 and a high 9 against him in a round 2 battle that felt like a final. He's also fell to Felipe in a semifinal in the past. But he's putting this year as the time that he could make the podium and take this win out for the first time. Numbers are in from the last wave for Kanoa. It's a 6.33. So a bit of separation, Jesse, over Crosby's 5.5.
Yeah, definitely. There's a good point between those two, which means Crosby probably has to push a little bit harder on this next one. He's going to want to be relying on that 5.5 as at least a backup, or maybe even dropping it in the next 25 minutes. And you know, it's these game plans. These guys know the little intricacies between having a 5.5 and hearing that your competitor has a 6.33, knowing that you probably need to lift and maybe even scratch that 5.5 to start again. So Crosby, he knows this. He's watched his brother compete out here time and time again. He's watched best in the world compete out here time and time again. And the thing I love for Kanoa is he's had his highest heat score ever in his career here at J-Bay. Back in 2018, he had 18.04 points. So he's got confidence that he can get excellent scores here. So when you're Crosby, this is your first time competing here. Excellence is what you're chasing to try and take down someone like Kanoa.
Jesse Starling, you know what it's like to have rivalries, you know, especially on the northern beaches. And you know, the North Narrabeen Pirates, right? That's a force to be reckoned with in the board riders world. What would you say your biggest rivalry would be on the northern beaches?
As in club?
Everybody?
Yeah. As in like board riders club? Or
yeah,
personally?
kind of regionally.
You know what? It's regionally, I would say our biggest rivalry is probably North Shelley board riders, which is the board riders of Molly, Picklam, Joel Vaughan, and we have this big club round back at home, the Australian Board Riders Battle, and I'd say North Narrabeen and North Shelley, they lock horns.
It feels similar in a way to what, you know, Kanoa and Crosby would have grown up with. Huntington Beach for Kanoa Igarashi, San Clemente for Cros. Huntington Beach US Open, Lower Trestles, the big CT. It's a great rivalry. It's really close together in Orange County, Southern California. And Kanoa spoke about that a bit with his rivalry with Cros, his big brother Griff, over the years. And when it comes to like high school state titles, oh my gosh, the parents are vocal. Things have been so serious over the years. It's a fun one. They push each other quite a bit. And obviously those two places have provided world-class surfers that have made the tour, from guys like Brett Simpson for HB, as here comes Kanoa. Just small wave that he's just feeling out. Crosby's got first priority and chasing a 3.17. But both these guys had to get used to surfing each other's home breaks for big moments in their careers, for the US Open and also at the CT level where Kanoa beat Cros 2 stops ago. Let's catch up with Leo Fioravanti on the glass with Rosie Hodge.
Leo, your first head-to-head heat win against Jack. We know you're super competitive with each other. What does this one mean to you?
Yeah, it was a special one, and we've had some amazing battles against Jack, and I've been able to get him in the 3-man, but never in the man-on-man, and it's always in your head, those things. You know, you can put it behind whatever you want, but it's in your head, and I just tried to go out, do the surfing that I've been doing, I think the whole year, not only the first round, and be competitive. And that's, I think, how you beat these guys like Griffin, Jack. They're so gnarly, and I knew that after my 2 good scores, even if I started good, I didn't feel like it was going to be enough, and he did come back with a great score. So it's always going to be a battle against Jack, and I'm happy to take this one out.
You were so clinical in your performance. What were some of the key moments in that heat for you?
The start was very important, and also just kind of, you know, putting my foot down straight with a big air at the start, kind of like what Jack usually does. Finished it off really well and back out, and Jack actually made a mistake by paddling for a wave and missed priority. And I got the second wave, so that put me in a better roll with 2 scores already. Those were really critical, and then he came back and I think surfed his wave really well. But the ocean went a bit flat, not many waves, and a little bit of, you know, sometimes you need a little bit of a couple things go your way, and I think the last end of that heat kind of went my way.
Coming up against Yaga in the quarterfinals, what do you make of that?
I feel like it's going to be on the 18th when the waves are going to be pumping. Unless it's back on later, I'm not too sure, but I think they'll probably wait till there's a big swell coming. Maybe if it's over 6 feet, it'll take his huge, gigantic airs out of the scheme, but I doubt it because he does airs on any section. So I'm just not really going to worry about what he does. I'm going to worry about what I can do. I can get excellent scores out here, so I'll focus on that, and let's keep it going.
Appreciate the insights. Thanks, Leo.
Love it, Rosie. That was a great chat with Leo Fioravanti. Watching Crosby now ditch the fins. Small inside runner with some ribs in the face with that cross-shore breeze, and he'll step off. Crosby was chasing a 3.17 to get the lead change at the 20-minute mark. But Leo is just such a great surf mind. And, you know, especially as a competitor, he's really thoughtful of how he looks at his competitors and what their strengths are. And he knew there was a lot going in to that heat with Jack Robinson. I was actually in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, Jesse, right before that heat. I thought the whole building was falling, but there was a medicine ball back there. Leo stood right behind Jack. Jack's doing his Zen kind of yoga stretch, and just boom, he dropped the medicine ball like a foot behind Jack. Jack didn't even flinch, and it was a similar type of start with Leo and Griff the day before. Tons of respect for each other, two completely different ways to prepare. And that's when you're reminded that the heat starts well before they're in the ocean sometimes.
Oh, absolutely. But the thing I love about all the competitors on tour is they have so much respect for each other, but they're all so competitive. The fire runs so deep. And you know what? I was chatting to Leo after his heat yesterday, and one of the pioneers of Italian surfing unfortunately passed away, and he mentioned that he's surfing with him in mind for this event, and it always gives you that kind of extra, just surf with your heart a little bit more, and I think that really helped him get over Jack in what has been a really great battle between those two over the years. So Leo, he's definitely putting his best foot forward with Italian surfing in mind.
Well done, Leo. Into a quarterfinal, first quarterfinal for him since the Margaret River heartbreak, where he lost to Griff when Colapinto did that big full road at main break. Had a quarterfinal at Pipe where he advanced on to the final tiebreak decision. Didn't go his way against Baron Mamiya. As we look at 18:30 on the clock, we saw Crosby take that last wave. It is enough for a lead change, 3.83. So now Kanoa with priority still just needs a 3.0. This heat is wide open.
Oh, absolutely. It is so close between these two surfers. I feel like we haven't seen one of those big bomb sets really roll through and one of these two guys capitalize on it. But we are looking at a pretty good swell direction today. We know it's about ideal southwest. Around that 220 degrees is what's perfect for J-Bay. Today it's sitting around 217. So it's still getting in and wrapping around the point. We're dealing with some devil winds this morning. Although they are light, they do offer a little bit of chatter on the board, but they also offer great air wind, which we saw Iago take advantage of earlier today. And if there's anything we know about these two guys, is that they both have incredible air games. So could see them go above the lip in this heat.
That punt, well, Iago's done a couple of them. The one he did this morning almost brought fear into you watching it. It was so big, it was so aggressive, it's so shallow in there, and it actually had the sound of like Pedro Barros flying out of a half pipe and hitting, you know, the coping and just going kapah, you know, that real loud skateboard type landing. It's what it sounded like for Dora this morning. My first reaction was like, well, that's a 10. You know, judges were thoughtful in their comparisons and threw a 9, but it had that kind of impact this morning. Going, that guy is not scared of anything. When the bottom's dropping out, he's going for it. Leo's aware of that, so he's hoping that swell on Friday is so big it might take those big ramps out of the equation for Dora.
You know, it's something special when an air makes you go, oh my gosh, knees and ankles, please, please be careful.
Kraz getting started here. Last year's Rookie of the Year from San Clemente. He's got speed to burn. He might be ramping up. An aggressive whip in that rotation. Tried to really force it and ends up going down.
Wow, how's the technique he had in the air on that one to be able to say to himself, I want to make this a full row. I'm not spinning fast enough in the air. And just that whip of his hips through the air that got that tail right wrap around him. So quick and so technical. You have to be really reactive for something like that. Look at that twist through the air. He just pushed so hard off that hip. You can see that head look over his shoulder and just whipping that to the beach. Unfortunately, just landing in what looked to be a bit of a softer part of the wave, and it was just getting the better of Crosby there. But wow, such technical movements, those tiny little increments in the air. It takes a very special type of surfer to be able to know exactly when to be able to push as hard as he did on that air.
Crosby still feels the magic of coming to all these Dream Tour events. And you can tell, you know, he was a rookie last year. That was an Olympic season. So he's got the jersey on for the first time at J-Bay. And when he paddles out and he comes in, he's just going, oh my gosh, I'm here. You could still, he's still that Grom going, watching this event his whole childhood at home. And now going, I'm in this thing. So I think Crosby's got the perfect balance of remembering how incredible this is, where you are on the Dream Tour, enjoy it, and then let's bring out your best and remember the comp side of it. And gosh, so well prepared for a stage like this.
And Crosby has this great golden retriever energy where he just gets excited about everything. So I could see that would almost be a challenge for Crosby to be like, oh my gosh, I'm surfing J-Bay, and then to switch it off and be like, I'm surfing J-Bay, I need to lock in and just find this balance. But Crosby, he's looking really sharp. I mean, yesterday, he probably had one of the hardest opening round heats. He had Geordie Smith, who is one of, if not the greatest of all time here. I mean, Felipe, he's got the wins and he's got the excellent scores, but that was such a massive heat between those three. See how he goes against Kanoa.
Rematch of the final in Brazil. We've got Griff and Cole Houseman coming up next. Just past midnight back in San Clemente. All their friends and family up watching this one. We'll be right back.
Surfing the red, Igarashi. Nice float. Looking for something down the line. So Igarashi going to work. He's going to find a couple sections to hit. He's going to look for something down the line. Right in the glare. Picks off the back and he's going to knock another number on the ball. He's surfing in the red. 14-minute surfers. 14 minutes remaining. Scored a lock in for surfer in the red, Igarashi. So someone do a few turns to the inside. Left line close as well. Score to come in. 13 minutes remaining, so 13.
The WSL is proud to have participated in a special community-led dune restoration project with the JBSA, Kuha Municipality, and the WESA under the Green Coast Initiative. The activation featured surfers planting seed tags made from recycled growing paper. The planting symbolizes the community and the WSL's commitment to the J-Bay coastal environment. Beautiful participation there. Growing paper. Really cool. It's biodegradable paper with seeds embedded in it, so it just makes this place look so much better. The Kroc family always involved in the dune restoration along with WSL as we roll in with 12:20 on the clock. Crosby Colapinto down the stretch. Nice clean sweep through that cross-shore wind. Going for that full rotation on the roof. Is he going to ride out? Still fighting for it, and he'll get caught. But man, he did hard work. He certainly deserved that one. He had that first try on the closeout before we went to break, so he felt the rhythm of the motion. He felt the air wind that is not quite cooperating, probably fully on a rotation like that, but got very close to riding out of it, Jesse.
Yeah, he just landed on that top edge of that wave there and just didn't have that power to push him back down that he was looking for. But I mean, he's going for it. And I think this is what we love about Crosby is he keeps us on the edge of our seats here. You can see races down this first section, a lot of bump to work with here. That devil wind wreaking a little bit of havoc, but offers sections like that. You can see a little bit of wind got under his board as he was coming back around. You can see his board wobbled a little bit under his feet, and then landing on the roof of that wave didn't give him that force, that power to get back down. But Crosby, I feel like that's a great approach to come into this. That wind is really starting to pick up now. And if you can show control in sections like that, the judges are going to lick their lips and eat that up.
Crosby enjoyed his time, just learning so much from his big brother Griff, but he's ready to make his own accomplishments happen at the same time. Talk about sibling combos on tour. And even just focusing on San Clemente, we've had a great one in the past. Pat Gudauskas and Tanner Gudauskas got to be on tour together at the same time as we look at Kanoa's wave that he rode during the break.
Yeah, a lot of ridges on this one, but he's navigating it beautifully. Nice floater, a lot of speed down the line here for Kanoa. And Jen just keeps pushing it through these sections. This is exactly that timing and tempo that he took a while to figure out through his junior years. But look at this dry reef through the inside section. I mean, there wouldn't have been no end section on that. It was straight rocks there.
Kanoa up again, throwing down the wrapping turn. The multiple-time semi-finalist at J-Bay, current world number 3, punting into the morning light, and another tough one to find the landing gear. Kanoa is one of those guys that doesn't release a ton of airs every single heat. He'll kind of save them for specific moments. Back-to-back US Open titles on his home break. Mark some of the best moments of his career as we take another look at this one.
Yeah, love the energy he brought on this wave here for Kanoa. Really just staying lively, staying really active in this heat. He's not sitting for too long, which I really love the amount of waves he's caught. Went big here. He had to go for that. Goes for the grab as well, and just that was an indie grab on the front side there, and unfortunately just trying to keep that board towards his feet. I think it's smart when it does come to the wind and chattering under that, but just not getting the rotation he needed with it.
Kanoa Igarashi 6.33 and a 4.17 out in front. Crosby to second, needing a 5.01 to make it into the quarterfinals. And Kanoa in the world title race, something he's felt in the past. The year he got the silver medal in the Olympic Games in Japan, he was able to finish in the final 5 as well and got to feel the energy of that rapid fire world title day. And then kind of had to find his rhythm again the following season. It's interesting. Once you accomplish a lot, the expectations grow, not just for fans, viewers, coaches, support crews, but for yourself as well. Like, okay, next step, if you finish in the top 5, is to be there again. And I think for Kanoa, he actually needed a year to kind of come off one of the most intense seasons of his career.
It's crazy sometimes when things don't go your way and you can't figure out why you're stuck in a rut, or just feels like you're kind of just confused, and then the next year and you go, oh, that's why that happened. So I feel like Kanoa probably had that moment this year to be like, I needed a year to reset after, I mean, the Olympic year, it's huge. Not only are you competing on the championship tour, trying to fight for a world title, but then you're also training and having to qualify for the Olympics as well. It's a big process. So I could imagine you'd be quite tired after the 2 tours in one.
And now he's in incredible form. Igarashi, a household name, especially in Japan. He's been on a reality TV show since he was about 11 years of age. Following his young amateur career, turning pro, he's getting used to that. He got used to the spotlight very early. If you go to Japan, you'll see him on billboards all over the place. An absolute hero. First to represent Japan full-time on the championship tour, getting some backup now with Connor O'Leary, which is great to see.
His little brother rips too, Keanu. I mean, he's a talented brother duo that we have in this sport as well. So he would know that Griff would be watching on. There's always a little hometown rivalry, but then there's also brother rivalries between these guys. But at the end of the day, this is what I was talking about earlier. I love how competitive they all are, but how much they all respect each other when it does come to being on land too.
Yeah, I think we've gotten to a great place in the sport where they're allowed to push each other to the end and then come out, shake hands, and let's try again. With 6:55 to go, Crosby's got priority. He will take this wave, chasing a 5.01. First turn into the breeze, going for a big first turn section, ends up falling. And that wind has been pretty hard to rip through in this matchup specifically. Crosby now doesn't have priority, and Kanoa is gonna kind of paddle towards him.
You can tell that devil wind, it's definitely wreaking a little bit of havoc. It still keeps the faces clean. It's not an onshore wind, it's a cross shore, so it's coming down from the side. It's got about a northwest, maybe a little bit more west in it than north, and it's really starting to pick up. This was forecasted, no, we knew it was going to get stronger throughout the day. Good news is it swings back to the southwest this afternoon. However, with that is also a dying swell, so we're looking to capitalize on these bigger lines, these bigger waves coming through this morning, and this is where experience is really going to come in here. Have you surfed this wave with the devil wind before, or is this your first time trying to navigate it? And you don't want it to be your first time trying to navigate it, especially in a heat.
Good call, Jesse. And just a little update on that surfline forecast that we watched this morning. Surf is fading throughout the day. It'll be smaller tomorrow and the day after, but that swell that Leo was talking about would be for Friday the 18th, a pretty significant swell coming through, which would be a potential finals day. We'll stand by and wait for those calls, but everyone wanted to take advantage of this leftover swell from yesterday's action, and seeing some great battles already this morning. Dora and Leo Fioravanti will be in quarter one. Yeah, and you're seeing a rematch from the final in Brazil, paddling out early. This time it's around a 16 clash. Griffin Colapinto with a late charge to put himself closer to the final five. Cole Houseman with the win, just outside the top 10. A big one coming up next.
This is a rivalry I didn't really see coming between Griffin and Cole. I mean, think about the two finals they've had. Cole's got his number twice, and Cole's really the rookie in comparison to Griffin. So I feel like Griff probably with a point to prove, to be like, no, I want to get you, kid.
Exactly. Big one coming up next. Igarashi using priority on a bigger wall. Already a nice draw off the top. Committing to that bottom turn, hits it off the roof again. World number 3 back into the pocket. Super clean rails. Pushing out in front. Nice clean little lean back frame on that arc. Draws it off the top again and gets there in time for a rooftop finish. An absolute specialist on this right-hand point break, bringing himself a lot of success over the years in South Africa. Crosby used priority, fell on his first turn, and a veteran type of approach for Kanoa to make him pay for that mistake.
Oh, definitely. That was just classy surfing, really classy decision making as well. So Kanoa showing his skill set and his experience here. A lot of wind, but you can see from that last wave, he's adjusted his line. Still surfing with such nice tempo on this wave. 2 really great floaters to kick us off, keeping a lot of speed and a lot of momentum down the line, which is what you need to do with this devil wind. Lovely layback there from Kanoa. Comes through this inside section and gets a little 2-for-1 here. Squeezes one last turn in there. Just showing his ability to surf this wave in all of its different faces and all of her different moods here. Comes through this section. Love how he pushed so hard on that one and got that squeezed in that last turn there. Got a couple extra points on the board. You can tell that he liked that one. Really nice tempo, really nice flow. He got a lot of variety in there as well. And I just love the way that he carried his speed and his tempo every single wave in this heat so far. Just showing that he knows this wave and he means business here.
Love how he's able to change it up, so precise. And he can make like little adjustments on the fly, even sometimes through the lip line. He'll even draw it a little bit further, just based on the curve of the wave. Kanoa Igarashi in an absolute roll right now. 7-1-7. Remember, Kraz fell with priority on the wave before, then Kanoa just turned in the best number of the heat so far. Kraz now needs an 8-point ride. When you focus in on just how deadly Kanoa is on his forehand attack, he can typically be pretty reliable, getting great scores on his frontside attack. The 7-1-7, brilliant way to really put his name all over this heat.
I think as well, just adjusting everything in regards to this heat and the conditions and how they've slightly changed. That wind has really ramped up in this heat, more than what we've seen in the heats prior. And I feel like from the first wave where we saw him, you know, get that 6-3-3, he surfed it beautifully, had this really nice, graceful tempo that went with the wave, and then changed his line. Started to go, just carry his speed down the line that little bit more to be that step ahead of the wind, to not try and get a little bit of wind under his board so that he fumbles. Just surfing with such clean lines no matter what the conditions are doing out there, and that shows someone who's really done his time out here and spent a lot of time studying this wave and in all of the different phases it goes through as well.
Yeah, when Kanoa's going right, he's pretty reliable, getting a solid keeper score, pretty high on the list compared to his rivals on tour, averaging a 7.22 keeper score when he's going frontside, just behind Toledo with the full-timers on tour this year. Showing brilliant consistency, 2 final appearances, world number 3, looking to shut this down with a minute to go. Crosby having a great experience here at J-Bay. His plan was to go deeper in this event, so he's going to try to find some space. Even though Kanoa doesn't have priority, just that energy. He's just going to follow Crosby all the way to Boneyards if he has to.
He's a competitor. He's the type of guy who will compete until the very end, even if his competitor's comboed. And look, he's asking for a situation as well. Sometimes, you know, actually don't know and it's windy and you can't hear the scores. Other times it's tactical to be like, what was that last score again that I just got? Just try and rub it in a little bit more. So Kanoa, he surfed a really smart heat here. Crosby, just the way he surfs his wave and his tempo with it as well, I think it's really beautiful, the way he attacks this wave, but just couldn't find those waves and those sections or execute those high-risk turns. If he did, maybe we'll be looking at a different heat, but we'll never know.
It's always a little extra these days when they're asking for score, when it's on their Apple Watch as well, with that new wearable technology. They're going, oh, we know what you're doing. 2 seconds to go. Cross is going to call it a matchup in his first experience here at this event at Jeffreys Bay, and Kanoa is still showing that he's one of the guys to beat out here on the best right-hand point break on the planet. 3-time semi-finalist, now into the quarters once again, making it into another finals day at the Corona Cero Open J-Bay, and keeping a good spot as a high seed into the next round. Yago Dora, world number 2, already in the quarterfinals. Kanoa's heading that direction as well. Jordy Smith, world number 1, will be surfing against Marco Mignot in this round. And the next matchup is a epic clash. 2 finals for these guys. Cole's won both of them. Bells and more recently, just at Brazil. Looking forward to Houseman versus Colapinto coming up next.
Colapinto, and he's taking on the surfer in the blue, that's Houseman. So it's the smooth, regular foot surfer in the red, taking on the powerful, goofy footer in the blue. And guys, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Reason being, next up, we're going to be seeing world number 1, Jordy Smith. He'll be taking on Marco Mignot. So that's the next heat. So this is what I'm going to recommend. Go and get some breakfast from the retail area up at the top. The food trucks at the park. Otherwise go down to In-Food, get some nice brekkie. Settle down with a cup of coffee. And find a spot to watch some of the world's best surfers and light up the points of Super Tubes in Jeffreys Bay. So the round of 16, heat number 4, currently out in the lineup. And it looks like they're going to get started. It's called
Cole Houseman recently picking up his 2nd championship tour win, the 2nd time he's met one of his best friends in the world in the final in front of thousands of Brazilian fans.
I mean, this was just clutch performance from Cole. Just how powerful he was surfing, and just look at the amount of water he was displacing. In 2 finals, he's got the win over Griffin. So in these clutch, high-pressure situations, Cole, he's got him.
He just embraced it all, even when he wasn't favored for the crowd in certain heats against locals. He just embraced it all. He felt like he was in a stadium. He felt like a superhero, like a top athlete that he is, and throwing down a 9.4 on a running left. You could just tell he was elevated by the rush of surfing in front of so many fans that care. And for Griff and Cole, they had some cool moments together. They even went on a walk the day before that final in Brazil. and did a walking meditation that Griff led Cole on, and they fully manifested them being in the final together. I think so when they looked at each other on stage, they're like, oh my gosh, it came true. Here we go. Who knows what they did yesterday afternoon if they wanted this matchup early.
Yeah, maybe Griff might be like, I'm not doing that walk again next time. No, Griffin acts like a big brother to Cole. I love their relationship.
Griff getting going here. Throws down a little rail hook in the pocket. Nice, easy tempo. Has to reset on this one. Might have a little wedge, though. Inside bowl, clean roundhouse. And a couple little turbulent lines, like speed bumps that he's going to punch through and just try to force the crazy tail throw reverse and pulls it off.
Wow.
What an angle that he took on that one. He's feeling it. What a great start for Griff. Cole took a 1-5 during the break, so Griff had priority there. We've been just celebrating this crazy run from Griff, almost worried about falling off at the cut. Next thing you know, he's number 6 in the world.
It's crazy, the comeback story that Griff's had this year, and I was asking him about it yesterday. He was like, I'm just rolling with it. I'm just trying not to overthink it. I almost thought this was a mistake, taking this way, because it looked like it had a little ridge in it, but gosh, did he prove me wrong. The thing I love about Griffin here is how clean his lines are. He just holds the most smoothest rail all the way back to the power source, and then he knows exactly when he needs to push hard. He really puts emphasis on his power turns in the most critical part of the wave, which is here. Big oncoming section, huge tail throw reverse there from Griffin, and gets out just in time before that reef decides that he's going to eat its fins. So Griffin comes through this inside. It kind of felt like he knew he needed to go big and put just a bit of an exclamation mark on the end of that wave. If we're going across first waves, of course Griffin's going to get the better score in this. I mean, that was a crazy tail high inverted reverse there from Griffin. So he's just got such an incredible repertoire, whether it comes to airs, barrel riding, rail game. He kind of has it all. So when you think about J-Bay, a lot of people would think about Griffin doing well at this wave, and that was a great start to the heat for Griff.
Just the angle on body positioning on those airs are really unique, especially where Griffin hit that section. The air reverse has evolved so much over the last 2 decades, and Griffin's at the forefront of identifying sections and where he could put his body. He could go grab, no grab. He could be a gutless section where he could even just push off whitewater and really surf that section up. That was incredible.
Yeah, I always scratch my head about how tail inverted he gets his airs, especially right at the end of those waves, and then also executing in high risk big sections like he did in Margs for that massive full rotation we saw, which just set the entire WA on fire pretty much. Everyone was screaming for it. So he's a big threat when it comes to just being consistent, especially through these rounds as well. He's always just on the money when it comes to getting these big power turns done and getting everyone excited about as well, because you never really know what he's going to bring out, because he's just got such a big variety of maneuvers in his back pocket.
Cole Houseman 1.5, Griff a 5.5 for the last wave. Under priority, Griffin's going to check this one out. Set up turn, kind of flowing. Looks like he's still interested. Now a deep bottom turn. Nice snap off the lip line. Now an absolute racetrack going for a huge slob. Griffin rides away clean, making it look easy. In the heat before, his younger brother and Kanoa struggled with their airs, and he's already landed 2 of them in the first few minutes of this clash.
It just makes you shake your head and shrug your shoulders and just say, what? What do you mean? You're just going to do a huge straight air at the end of that? This is what we're talking about, Griffin. He's just so unpredictable. He has so many different maneuvers, so much variety that he can lean on, which makes him such a huge threat. When we saw him at the start of the year struggling, the world was confused. And now he's come onto this incredible roll, and it's for pulling off massive moves like this. Surf this wave to a gorgeous, graceful tempo as well. Really nice snap in the pocket, a lot of speed, and just absolutely launches into the sky there for a massive straight air. Went to go for the grab. Looks like he last minute decided not to, maybe just touching the side of his rail there for the slob. But yeah, Griffin, just super impressive. The technique that he's able to do, yeah, he does just slightly touch the rail there for the slob grab. So Griff, just right on the coping as well, had the energy and the speed to project out. We saw Crosby really struggling with that in the last heat, so Griff adapting to the conditions, using the wind to his advantage, projecting out, and that was a really exciting finish to that wave.
Maybe we'll call it a slob tap.
Slob tap.
As it was
It's a new move.
It's great. Just, you know, reaching slob, kept him over his board. That was a smart move there, and got a lot of height above the lip to force the judges to give him more points. Had the 5-5 on that kind of lean back reverse punt finish. That one, a 6.67 for a lofty straight air, and under priority as well.
Yeah, 12 points as well in 10 minutes. It's a great foundation. And to think, he kind of still looks like he's sitting in second or third gear. He's definitely not overdoing anything or just having to fight for a score. He just looks like he's having fun. It's such a playful wave. It's like a skate park, really.
It certainly is. Cole Houseman now just going, okay, focus. He's got priority. Plenty of time in this heat. And when Cole came on tour last year, and really before that, when he steamrolled the Challenger Series with back-to-back wins, everyone was just couldn't wait for his debut on tour. Just built differently. Obviously, I think the first thing comes out is his size. You know, we've had big guys on tour like Jordy, who's still around, but he's thicker, he's stronger. He looks like he'd be playing a different sport like rugby or something, but he's so graceful at the same time. And I was asking Damien Hobgood yesterday, the guy who's had a lot of success out here at J-Bay, what do you think about Cole? And he's like, gosh, Cole brings something so different to the tour that nobody else has. It's not like you're comparing him to a lot of people that have been here before. He really is unique in his own way.
He is, and I mean, he's using that to his advantage. He's powerful yet light-footed, and when it comes to these two, he's got the advantage, and he's kind of the little brother in this situation. These guys have Griffin's almost acted like a mentor over the years, but when it's come to those high pressure situations in finals at Bells and Rio, Cole, he's found this extra edge and really leaned into that special something that he has that we're talking about. And Griffin, he'd want that back. You know, this is what we talk about. There's a really cool underlying rivalry between these two guys, which I'm sure they probably don't talk about. They are really good friends, but there is no way that Griffin would likes the scenario of Cole having two over Griffin's one.
Well, it's nothing like losing a final, right? You know, it's like you're about to put your name on the legacy of a contest forever, you know, especially a Bells trophy.
Yeah.
You know, for Griff, he still needs one of those. You know, winning in Brazil, Griff still needs one of those. The one win Griff did have over Cole was earlier this season in the early rounds at Margaret River, which was a crucial win for Griff because he needed to bump up that ranking as he headed into Australia in the 20s position. We saw him do well at Bells. We saw him make finals. Since then, runner-up to his good friend Cole, and they had a couple of real deep social media posts that you can find. When Griffin posted it, then Cole did. Cole said it took him a while to even find the words, but just becoming best friends with someone at 9 and going, yeah, we're going to be pro surfers one day, and then being in finals together, it was just a dream come true for both of them. Well, Cole's got priority, but Griff might just keep on rolling. Having fun on these insiders, throwing down a nice clean arc. His rails are so precise this morning. Now another time to show off his air game, and it's a full row that he stomped, ended up laying back, and he'll throw that one away. Enjoying this air show from Griffin this morning.
The thing I liked the most about that wave that I noticed is that the wind looked like it had died down. There's a lot cleaner wall to work with here, and Griff, you can see that drone angle, just how hard he's pushing it on rail. That rail's really deep in the water, which is what the judges love. Goes for the full rotation and landed it, but just maybe looked like he checked out a little bit too early. I mean, his technique in the air is flawless. He gets that nose to the beach and then just looks like maybe he got a little bit hung up in that water there, but the show continues. Griffin's up again.
So speedy through the carve, redirects again, has a nice tempo on this track and then steps off. Griffin came on the scene with so much success so early, almost without even setting goals. He was just being so present with it all, kind of almost accidentally won the Triple Crown, which is kind of funny to say, but he was meant to be shadowing a mentor in Kolohe Andino and then won the thing. First California to accomplish that, being the best in that Hawaiian winter. And we saw how great he was at piping back door, getting so many waves at the toughest lineup on the planet. Then he started off in his rookie debut, got a 10 at Kira. As we watch this last wave again.
Yeah, a lot of speed, a lot of energy here for Griff, just laying that rail, really just bringing it all the way back to that power source too. He's just surfing really sparky. There's a lot of energy about Griff out there today. The thing I find a little nerve-wracking is Cole has been really patient, which I actually think is more nerve-wracking for Griff, because how many times at this event alone have we seen someone sit and wait and then capitalize, maybe only surf 2 waves, but end up winning the heat? Crosby, he did it in his opening round heat against Geordie and Luke Thompson, where Geordie kind of had that heat on lock. He was catching a lot of waves, he was surfing, had 6s, where we've seen that patience game really do pay off. So I wonder if that's going to keep transitioning as we go into these deeper rounds. Cole will be crossing his fingers saying, please, let's keep that thing going.
And you might think for a goofy foot out here, and you know, for his size as well, he's going, I'm waiting for sets. Cole might not be seeing the same amount of points there that Griffin's getting on smaller, faster waves close to the bricks and doing those big full roads, whereas the tempo changes on those bigger sets. For backsiders, it's a better pace. We saw Iago go for a Hail Mary punt in his win over a regular footer in Joao. But that's just a different game that I think only Iago has. Watching this, there's Cole, is very selective and now ready to strike. Sets up that first turn. Throws down another one off the top, trying to find that smoother flow. Fourth maneuver, a big one there, his best down the stretch. Now belting the lip again. Cole Houseman packing in the maneuvers, now getting into that frothy inside, snap to slide, and lays down in basically 4 inches of water over the bricks. Nice patience, good composure after sitting a long time. And Jess, remember, he broke his magic board yesterday on the wave that turned the heat. And he was pretty sad about that. He really liked the feel of that other board. This one worked through some good points and then really built down the line.
I spent a bit of time chatting to Hoggy about what it's like to be a goofy footer out here, and he said you want to find those waves that have that slightly slower tempo so you can just go up and down. And that's exactly what Cole's found here, especially through this turn, through this inside section. This is where he really starts to unleash. He's on his 6th turn there, comes through this inside, and he gives it a little bit more. That tail really comes back around, gets a drift, and this wave, it just had that perfect tempo where he could just unleash time and time again. There was no double pump bottom turn. It was just straight into another one after the other. So much power. This is what we're talking about. He's one of the strongest guys on tour, but has almost this light foot cat-like reflex where he can just go between turn to turn, keep that energy light, even though he's one of the heaviest guys on tour as far as build and size goes. So Cole, being patient but unleashed on a couple of really nice traditional backhand hooks.
Great tempo there from Cole Houseman, putting himself in this heat. Nice patience as well. The man is in his 2nd year on tour, first start at J-Bay. And scores are coming in at a 6.17 for Cole Houseman. Right behind Griffin, 6.67. Very tight heat. The Hog, Nathan Hedge, runner-up in 2004 out here, made the final, not just for himself, but for all the backhanders at J-Bay. And that was a final against the great Andy Irons. Andy in 2004 was just unbeatable, really, for 3 straight seasons. Just demoed the field, got on one of the craziest rolls we've ever seen in pro surfing history. Well, this one's heating up. Griffin now is trying to think heat strategy. He's kind of roaming free under priority, doing airs and punts, and we'll see if he starts playing more of a selective game now.
Yeah, I think especially that Cole's trying to find his flow, and definitely did with a bit of grace on that last one. I mean, 6.17, he's definitely right back in this heat. And, you know, didn't just rely on Hog. I spoke to a little bit to Damien Harmon, to Duma. He was saying the best goofies surf this wave with patience, and I think Cole really did that as well. Also, a little inside tip, he said that best goofies might have a little bit more foam under their front foot at this wave here. So I'm going to go check out a couple boards, see if they're leaning into Duma Hardman's old board knowledge.
The Iceman.
The Iceman.
Damien Hardman, 2-time world champ, great contest director over the years as well, as we now see Griff throwing down a little S turn, now dropping down to the bottom. Nice patience there, throws a vertical slide. Beautiful section to go off the top, tail dropping, controls it. What a tough landing that was.
Wow, Griff just free fell from the sky there basically on that last turn and landed so hard on his tail too. Just fell through the air, stomped on that tail and landed it. Interested to see if maybe Kanoa's watching this heat just looking on to think, who am I going to get? Because both of these guys are looking really good. I mean, look at the shape of this wave too. It's so clean. It's so beautiful. That wind has really died down. Starts off with a really nice hard carve here. Unleashes through that second section though. And here chooses his timing, comes up, stays on the top of the coping there, air drops down. And you can see he was dealing with a lot of water. Almost fell over his toe side rail, but reacted beautifully. He's got such quick reaction times here, Griff. And getting himself a really critical turn on the edge of this wave. Look at that. That's a sick, almost rock fakey at the top of the wave. And just free falls down, has to recover really quick there for Griff. And did it with confidence and style.
Let's catch up with Kanoa Igarashi on the glass with Rosie Hodge.
Another great heat win for Kanoa. Kanoa, I mean, for us armchair specialists, just give us an honest account of what the conditions are like and what it's like to compete at Supers today.
I felt like an armchair specialist out there. I was like, whoa, I think I forgot how to do a cutback, but I swear, that was like those days out here at J-Bay when it has that bit of wind, whatever direction that is, it's, man, it's pretty humbling. I remember bounding back out on one of my waves and going, like, I'm just happy to get to the end of the wave. And everything in the middle just felt like I was just trying to like create little scores, but man, those are the sessions that you probably would normally never paddle out at, but you probably should, just in case you have a heat when it's like that. But man, I'm super happy with that one. I don't know, like that one felt like it was a super important heat. When I woke up this morning, I just had a feeling. I'm like, okay, like this is gonna be like a pretty crucial heat in terms of points and everything. And you know, I was like, okay, like let's really lock in. And I felt like I never locked in because I was so on my toes the whole time. But I think that's, in a way, that's sort of how you have to compete when it's like this.
So interesting to hear that from you. And talking about the importance of that heat when making it to the quarters with the rankings at the moment, how much pressure are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, there's a big difference. You know, being able to go to bed tonight knowing that you're in finals day. You know, whether, you know, instead of running home right now to book the first flight out of here, there's a big difference. So I don't know. I just, I mean, nowadays, like when you're in the back end of the year, each heat's so important. I feel like people are you know, moving up and down the rankings, and it's you know, so many guys that made a huge jump in the last couple events. And yeah, for me, well, I just it's exciting. Like sometimes I'll be kind of like excited and not have a hard time sleeping at night, knowing that it's such a good battle, more so than, you know, being scared to lose the spot. I'm just, you know, happy to be like in a position where, you know, it's like, you know, obviously you have the Italos and those the older guys, Iago and stuff, that, you know, have consistently made top 5, but then you have, you know, like me, Jack, and Leo, and Griffin and stuff. We're a bit younger, and we're kind of fighting for our position in the top 5. So no, it's fun. I love it. You know, and this was a crucial event, and I just want to, you know, keep going.
Well, you're surfing insane. Thank you so much for the insights, Kanoa.
Thank you very much, Rosie Hodge, world number 3, feeling the flow, and he had a great breakdown of those tough wind conditions that he had in that previous heat with Crosby Colapinto. So Kanoa Igarashi has successfully made it into his 5th quarterfinal this season. He's 3 for 4 in converting those into semifinals in 2025, as he is trying to beat it Cloudbreak to compete for a world title this year. It could be a matchup with Griff. He might have to deal with both Colapinto brothers in the same event. As we see Cole, he's got different plans. Houseman playing the patience game, throwing some water off the rails. Snap in the pocket there. Well timed off the lip with so much power. Great speed management. And he'll continue to find a nice, comfortable pace. Goes vertical when it shows up. Keeps his rails powerful on the top turn carves. Got one of the coolest rhythms on tour with backside selection, as we See the number he needs. He needs a 7.37. His last of Griff was a 6.87.
How great is his read on this wave? I mean, finding another one of those that just has that little bit of extra time on it for him to really just push hard. I mean, that was a really nice second turn straight into a big combo there for the third. I thought he might have lost it on that one, but regained beautifully. Almost had so much speed coming out and then just used that to really transition into a lot of nice maneuvers there. I mean, that was just big turn after big turn. There was absolutely no downtime, which we all know the judges absolutely love. Just how much power he has. This is one of those smaller waves as well, but just making it look like it's bigger than what it is because he's just unleashing with so much grace. Look at this, just puts it up vertically there on that. This is where he comes out with a lot of speed. I thought maybe his nose might go under, but stumped on that back foot there. So really quick reflexes there for Cole. He's looking really in tune with his equipment.
So Cole on the Red Bull ski taking advantage of the laps that he gets from the water patrol. He'll hear the sound of the score coming through from the tower, read out by South African legend Greg Emsley, a 6.4. So for that, it was a miss for Cole. Didn't get the lead change. That is his best score so far, but now needs a 7.14 to take out Griff. Speaking of Griff, he's right behind Ethan Ewing on the live rankings. As you saw Dora win this morning with that crazy air on the bricks. Got a 9-point ride for it. Jordy hasn't surfed in this round yet. That's why Jordy's dropped to 2 on the live rankings. He is coming up next against Marco Mignot, but that's how close it is between Yago and Jordy at the top.
Well, even looking at Leo down the bottom, I mean, big opening for him. If he gets a good result in this, that top 5, it's not out of the question here. So with only Jack out of the draw, it is really open for this top 10. And you got to think, Felipe, he's going to be dangerous here.
And you're seeing how big that knockout was for Jack. He would have been a favorite at Cloudbreak. Now pressure on him coming to Chopu Tahiti. Griff still out in front and priority with 10 minutes to go. We'll be right back.
In the lead, Blue in second position, looking for a 7.14. So Blue, you're looking for a 7.14. Surfer in the blue, Houseman. So it's currently red in the lead. So I just want to hear you guys down in the decks here. So are there any fans of Griffin Colapinto down here on the boardwalk? Make some noise. Any fans for Griffin? There we go. Any fans for Cole Houseman in the blue? Make some noise. There we go. We want to hear you guys making some noise throughout the course of the morning, especially for the next heats. We are looking at Jordy Smith taking on Marco Mignot. So that one coming up next. Just under 9 minutes remaining, surfers, just under 9 to go. Red in priority, second priority blue. Blue's chasing down a 7.14. Requirement for blue is...
Leo with the lead and priority. He looks at this wave and he's like, take it, you can have it. Griffin's gone, yep, this is my chance. Starts racing down the line, does a speed check. His stance starts widening and you're going, oh my gosh. Is he really going for what we think he's going for here? Looking for something big, spring loaded, full rotation, and a perfect landing for Griff.
Wow, wow, wow.
That's a 10. That was psycho. What the just happened?
In body, out of body, locked in, just dropped the 10.
I wasn't quite sure I've seen Griff levels like that before.
Griff just did the biggest of his life against me.
Is that the biggest air ever done, maybe, in a comp?
Yeah.
It's just years and years of taking beatings, trying stuff like that. It felt like the biggest air I've ever done in my life.
Griffin Colapinto earning a Yeti 110 Tundra filled with Yeti products for a 10-point ride that we'll never forget. At main break, one of the biggest full rotations I think ever completed in competition when he needed it the most. Under priority of Leo Fioravanti, he was on a roll and was able to go all the way to the final with Jordy Smith in that event. That's a great rivalry we have on tour. They had a 3-man heat to kick things off in the opening round of this event. Came down to the final exchange. They got 2 big bombs out the back, and it was really close. Leo got the win there, and he celebrated in a similar way that he did when he beat Jack. You know, those fun new school rivalries are incredible, and Fioravanti's had so many close decisions not go his way as he's off and running into that first quarterfinal against Dora in this event.
Just that moment on the stairs from Leo where he says, I can't believe Griff just did the biggest error of his life against me. Just that feeling of, are you serious? Did that really just happen? But Griff, I mean, I could watch that air over and over and over again and never get sick of it. Just where he was on the wave, the size of the swell that day, and how in control he was. It was incredible.
Cole's got to step off without priority. Griff controlling the lead as well. Throws that high line wrapping cutback, now down to the bottom, extended that bottom turn. Nice tight jam off the lip line. Whips it off the lip again. Now flowing back into the pocket with the carve. Griff lights it up with the sliding snap and just jumps off. Cross with the towel right there. Their father, Mitch Colapinto, making the trek over, and also one of their best friends, Malik Schilling. You guys have all seen Jet Schilling rip. That's Jet's big brother. Throwing support to, well, all the San Clemente. They're probably split in this one. Cole had to step off, and Griffin took advantage of it, Jesse.
Yeah, this was a really nice inside track through this one, and Griffin just didn't hold back. Started off with a really nice carve and bowled out section, just pushed hard, laid through a really nice turn here, and then there, just connected really great, just capitalized on all the most critical parts of the way, especially coming through this last turn. Almost looked like he was floating through that last section there for Griff, just identifying one of those waves that had a really nice push back towards him, and you could just see he was just having fun, this really playful yet ferocious attack towards this wave here for Griff. Just love how he gave us a lot of variety as well. Came through here and look at him glide over the coping there, straight out to a finish. Griff, he's trying to apply more pressure here, and I think he's found himself a wave where he's just been able to unleash from turn to turn. A lot of just almost gliding between his turns as well.
Yeah, there's something really connected about Griffin right now, just with how deep he's going off the bottom, how high he could go off the top. And the best do that here. They use so much of the wave, and they make everything look purposeful. Never looks lost down the stretch. Colapinto continues to improve. A 7.5 for wave number 6 for Griffin Colapinto, using priority well and putting his good friend Cole in a tougher position. Houseman now needs basically an 8-point ride.
Yeah, it's a big score. He's looking for a 7.97. But the thing I like about that score for Cole is he's kind of got his scores on those smaller waves. So if he can find himself one of those bigger cupped out walls, similar wave to what we just saw, Griffin 7.5, and then unleash the way he has been. I mean, that 7.97 is nowhere near out of question for Cole. So you can see the conditions, they've really turned in the favor of these two. That wind has completely dropped down. We've got these clean balls coming their way, so Cole just needs to go big off one of those sets.
Houseman coming off the feeling of victory. Had a little bit of time to go home and celebrate, had a dinner where speeches were delivered. He had 1 million people to thank. He's well aware in a short period of time it's about who you keep company with and your support crew. Thanking his team manager, Gian, at Lost Surfboards in Brazil. Incredibly helpful, since that's where Gian's from, with just even the language barrier and making sure he had everything he needed to succeed. Breaking his board in his last round here at J-Bay. He's having so much depth in his quiver. He was well prepared for this matchup and being more selective than Griff. Griff started off swinging under priority, giving us a big slop tap straight air, doing different types of reverses that he's not even counting in his top 2 now. Griff, just a rhythmic performance, keeping his 5th and 6th rides as his top 2 scores. 2:23 on the clock. Griff has not missed a quarterfinal. Going back to Margaret River, where he was runner-up in the event. Third on his home break at Lower Trestles, where he had the phenomenal back and forth with Felipe Toledo in the early rounds. And then runner-up in Rio de Janeiro. So not just making quarters, but winning all of them in his last 3 stops.
He's also never got out of this round here at J-Bay, which is pretty surprising when you think about Griffin and the type of surfer he is and just that repertoire that we are pretty obsessed with. So for him to never have got past that 9th place finish here, you do scratch your head and think, why? You know, because he surfs so good. He's got such a good read on this wave. So he's really looking to go deep in this event. You know, I was talking to him yesterday saying, what's it going to take to get you in those deeper rounds? Because he does belong there.
It's a funny conversation with Griff. I'd also add pipeline to that one with Griff, how good he is out there, and he just can't get a result fast enough. I'd even throw in Tahiti, where he hasn't made the final series there. He charges. He's so talented in the barrel. He's really brave. So there's certain events like that, those world-class waves where he's the standout in free surfs. But that might all be changing. He's got a minute to officially make his first quarter final of his career at Jeffreys Bay. Cole is the one with priority. And he knows how to be clutch. He's done that so many times in the last few years, watching him compete through crazy clutch moments on the CS. Going back-to-back with his titles there. Already a 2-time event winner on the CT. 40 seconds, ocean looking pretty flat. That is the thing about J-Bay. It's kind of like a Bells as well. You look out to sea and you kind of know if they're going to get an opportunity or not.
Yeah, it has its moments of slowness in between its glory there for J-Bay. And looking out to sea around the corner, those indicators aren't showing that there's anything coming really. So with that, looks to be that Griffin, he's got to find himself in the quarters for the first time in his career here at J-Bay, and he does belong there, especially with the surfing that he's put on display, and he's going to come up against Kanoa. That's going to be a great quarterfinal between those two, and he's evened up the rivalry between these two. It's 2 for 2 now between these two guys.
Well done. What a great clash. 2 best friends from San Clemente. Griffin getting payback from the final in Brazil. Both smiles. Cole's going to shake that one off with a splash towards Griff. I can't wait for the next time these two are in the ocean together. Griff into the quarterfinals for the first time at J-Bay. Cole will call it an event and prepare for the last event of the regular season at Tehupo at the end of the road. 7.5 for Griff was his high mark. Remember, he had to go through the elimination round as well when he didn't get the score against Leo on the final exchange. So a busy couple of days for world number 6 as he's getting closer to a spot in the final 5. Coming up next, world number 1, Jordy Smith takes on Marco Mignot. We'll bring in Paul Evans, Rosie Hodge, and Kaipo Guerrero for the call.
Good morning, Tasha Mentasti. Yeah, very good. Very good morning to everyone down here. How's it? Savona, Gomora. Another language I can speak, but that's about it. We are into the action here. Round of 16, already heat 5 of the day. It's been a good morning. The surf fans along the shoreline here, making their way to see some of their favorite surfers exit the water. Really has been a great weekend. Today, connecting us for Corona Cero Open J-Bay. This is Marco Mignot. Creative French surfer.
Big year on the championship tour, kicked off at the pipeline. Local hero Mamiya, another win for him. Over to the base, and Ferreira, too good for the competition in the pool. We were sharing the spoils beginning of the season. Iago in Portugal.
Yeah, Iago. To get a win this early in the season for Iago was super impressive. And then Jordi, his return to form with I think an 8-year hiatus between wins for him.
Yeah, Jack rang the bell and added his name to the stairs. Felipe Toledo in overdrive at Burley Heads. That was a great final there. And again, the big brute, Paul, with a second win on the CT this year.
Yeah, he wanted more, didn't he? Iago Dora also a second win for him at the Trestle. Impressive over there, razor shot. We just saw Cole get the win in Sakurima. We just saw him go down here in a rematch of that final against his mate, Griff. Now we're having a look at the yellow jersey of Jordi Smith. What a year he's had. He wears that yellow well on those broad shoulders. Marco Mignot, the rookie. We talk about the challenges for the rookies. He's shown plenty of spark early on in this event so far. He's going to have a tough heat on his hands here. Then here to talk you through it, joining myself, Paul Evans, Rosie Hodge, Kaipo Guerrero. First of all, before we get into this matchup itself, just overall in terms of Jordi and where he is, his energy, we know he's super comfortable here, but in his position, where he is in his career with all of that experience in yellow, penultimate event of the year, life's pretty good for Jordi at the moment.
And he's handling it so well, as we see the first wave that was ridden this morning in this matchup. Marco Mignot taking off on the smaller inside wave, maybe a positioning wave right there.
It's a priority error to me at the beginning of the heat. You don't want to hand over priority right at the beginning to the lion. Don't poke the lion. This is Africa. Jordi Smith, I mean, now he's got priority, and you know he's just going to sit out there for a gem. And now Marco Paul's going to have to take these insiders.
Here goes Mignot. He'll load up with speed here. He might see a ramp that he likes the look of. We know the air game from him and the spark he has, the progression, and he will go and try and reverse, just flinging that tail, not quite getting the rotation done. Expect to see him probe away from under that priority. Just kick that one away. But by far the busier so far in this. Meanwhile, let's have a look. Smith belting a turn with loads of authority. The power from him, those big, long levers. Pretty much textbook surfing from him, as he'll wrap one back all the way into the white water, snapping out the tail, and a finish as well. And he doesn't mind a little bit of flair right onto the bricks as they'll gargle underneath him. The crowd don't mind it.
Oh, I love the energy from the crowd, and what a showman. I mean, did he have to do that on the bricks? Probably not, but he did. Wow, he's just checking his hands.
Checking his hand, yeah.
The muscles on there are so sharp.
I mean, if you think that Jordi's not all in, this is an illustration of that. Like you said, Rosie, it was not necessary. I think he got caught up in the moment right there as a performer. But yeah, he's on.
Yeah, he's definitely having a look at that hand, assessing the damage on his equipment, but also the body. Like I said, the rocks are so razor sharp. It's you touch those muscles and you instantly are dinged.
Now, the crowd love the showmanship. Jordi maybe just a touch annoyed of himself there because he did look like he'd hurt the hand. He's had a couple of looks at it. He seems fine. We'll get another look at this ride.
Yeah, it's just, again, just the biomechanics, the body positioning of Jordi, how he's able to really swoop off those single bottom turns and all that power, Rosie, that he's able to apply. And like, the guy, 18 years on tour, has not lost any flexibility at all. He's able to swing through these turns.
The ligaments are still looking fully intact. But every single maneuver is so intentional, you know, really setting himself up with that first speed line, high line there. I mean, I think yesterday we saw Jordi go through the opening round, relegated into the elimination round, and we really only saw him going at about 25% for Jordi, even though he was dropping nines. It feels like today he's trying to gear up a little bit. Wow, just loses connection completely with that back foot and regathers himself. A lot of the surfers today touching on how difficult it is to surf. Super Tubes this morning with the wind, he found such a groomed inside wave.
Yeah, that's rad. Rad's like short for radical, and that's radical surfing by Jordi Smith. And a radical end too. Straight onto just zero water. Watch the face. Watch the hands.
Yeah, he didn't even get the hands up to protect the...
Yeah. Well, there you go. Just inches of water for the finish. Here's Marco.
Decent looking section here for Mignot as he'll rip into it. Wraps that carve back. Nice positioning on the way from behind the whitewater. Gives him a full swing on that rail. Good rhythm to this surfing. Snap out a release and then into the lips. So a bit of variety, mixing it up. A light touch, but with powerful moments as well. And it's a wave. And he doesn't mind a bit of energy. I tell you what, he surfs himself into momentum in heat and maybe just signaling in there to the crowd, hey guys, settle down.
It's quiet, shush. I do feel though, I mean, we watched Marco surf opening round, elimination round, much like Jordy. This to me was his best wave so far. He's figured it out. He told me that he's really trying to learn this wave. And another guy to mention just how hard it is to surf J-Bay.
Well, it's quick surfing here and a really nice answer back from Marco. Committed to these turns. And I think, you know, Rosie, that's kind of the puzzle, right? To go down the line, but at the same time to commit to big swoops and continue with that projection.
Yeah, his positioning was so impeccable. And it's not so much, you know, to surf J-Bay, but it's to surf J-Bay well and to have that flawlessness in between those.
Yeah, he did shush the crowd. One more angle here and really picked off a gem of a wave because of the pace of this wave allows him to swing all the way back on the heels, variety of maneuvers with that layback, snap there. So being very aware to not do the same turn over and over again. And yeah, get some applause from the rocks. Oh, that's his dad on the rocks.
The loudest in the crowd, but yeah, just you can tell, like, he went to bed last night contemplating this matchup against Jordy Smith and recognizing that he was going to have to up the ante. It's almost reminiscent of, I think it was Julian at Burley Heads getting a little bit annoyed with the crowd that was
a little bit
backing Felipe Toledo. So
Julian was extremely, I think it fired him up. That was, that was a good one. Yeah, so I guess we'll wait for that score, but that puts Marco right back in the game.
Yeah, rookie on tour this season. I tell you what, he's no shrinking violet at all. He will love this matchup. He won't mind all of the energy being with Jordy Smith. There's the number, decent for Jordy. 6.67. He's already gone huge, right up the scale with multiple maneuvers. 9.43. He hammered out yesterday. And a good way to kick things off, but I love the overall swag of Marco Mignot. Rookie on tour. He's not here to make up the numbers, to doff his cap, and he'll be drawing on that energy of his own. He's a confident performer, and there's his crew younger brother, Dad Toto Aparicio, his coach, and they will be down there sending him vibrations. He's ultra competitive, and in terms of that exchange, the nod will go with the Frenchman. 7.07. He's got a small number to add to that as well, a 2-point right, but just getting the nod there, and similar kind of waves, and the judge is saying Marco did it better.
Yeah, what an exchange, and what a little confidence boost for Marco there. And I think when you think about being a rookie on tour, these are the moments that really you have to rise to. You're surfing against world #1 in his home nation with the crowd support, and just to see this rookie do that, it's cool. And that support from the dad and the coach, you need that at this point in time.
Yeah. Well, talked about poking the lion. That's exactly what Marco just did. Found the stick in the bush and poked the lion, and we'll see how Jordy responds.
Yeah, he took it back to the hornet's nest. We'll see how Jordy handles himself.
But, you know, given yesterday's performance from Jordy, holding on to that 6.6, I think that's a meager number for him. So he's already proven that he can go excellent, obviously with his track record over here. And when you look at the context of all of his performances over here at J-Bay, he's always had in the upper range of the entire field. You know, whether he's won or not, he's always put on big heat scores. So this is just the beginning, and I think it's just an appetizer on that first wave. We'll see how he responds.
Nobody more comfortable in this lineup than Jordy Smith. He's been pretty public about how good he feels being here representing South Africa, but basically he's been doing this ever since he can remember, coming here to compete. Right now, of course, has a house here as well and knows the wave absolutely inside out, which it puts you in a good place when you paddle out during your heat as well. But ultimately, it's just about finding the 2 best waves. And let's see how he'll go about putting something else on the board here. A decent way to open up for him, but he'll want a lot more as well. He's already sort of set the scale for himself really high with that high score that he got yesterday. And we talk about the yellow jersey and how different surfers respond to it. Jordy's always been someone who seems pretty casual overall. He doesn't give loads of emotion across when you hear him between events talking about how he's feeling, wins or losses. Keeps things very much on an even keel in terms of publicly. Privately, Rosie, is that sort of accurate to how he's really feeling, or is he maybe being, you know, a little bit poker faced in terms of his emotions?
I think, you know, Jordy does a good job of absorbing things and really taking what he needs out of it, and whether it's to fire him up or to kind of simmer down, he kind of utilizes those emotions to his advantage, and I think that's come with his veteran knowledge. His 18 years on tour. He's really enjoying this point of his career.
Mignot on a wave with a couple of bumps. It loses a bit of energy from the opening bowl, and he'll go a little soft here. He'll just race it, and he'll go and flare up, and he'll reverse out the blowtail straight into a snap. So just maximizing an opportunity and staying in motion, redirect the nose, but make it dynamic. And once again, he'll go another blowtail reverse above the lip. They'll waft the fins and the morning sunshine energy on the rocks from his squad. They're loving it.
Wow, I mean, Marco, I know that he's got a quarterfinal finish as his best result this season, but it really feels like he's clicked into something special here against Jordy.
The momentum right now is with Marco Mignot, and that under priority, you saw Jordy take a look at it. He didn't want to utilize his priority. He let Marco kind of do a late roll in there, and Marco with those quick feet that we've seen him use in beach break conditions to a lot of success, kind of applying those quick feet and, you know, kind of the flair that we're going to see here at a point break. So I like what I'm seeing right now from Marco Mignot. He's bringing a great game, but especially doing this on the outside section. Sure, there was some downtime in between to build up enough speed, but just that blowtail reverse nose picks out of it, and then to continue down the line, so impressive. And I think there's a little bit of a separation between the surfing of Marco and Jordy Smith right now.
And I do think, looking over my shoulder as he just completes that last maneuver, that northerly wind has started to kind of lay slack. It's really smoothed out the conditions so nicely for this matchup.
Just textbook, just fakey, fins grab, gets on the nose there, spins around, but seamlessly gets back into another maneuver, projecting down the line. Dad Christoph, he's stoked.
Something that Marco mentioned in his interview yesterday is, you know, one of the motivating factors. He's brought his younger brother, he's brought his dad all the way to South Africa. He didn't want to bow out of the event so early and just like disappoint himself, disappoint his family. Obviously, he's not going to do that. He's always making them proud, but just to keep the run alive, keep that making it through the heats and make it worthwhile.
Mignot on the prowl here, under the priority is Smith, staying busy. Both kind of sticking to strategies that you feel suit them. Jordy will look for quality, he'll be patient, he'll back himself on his own judgment here. Marco, meanwhile, you think coming in with less experience, Ahmed the rookie, maybe doesn't want to sit there and kind of let the mind starts to wander, just wants to keep surfing and stay natural. It's what he's doing. We'll get a number for him here.
Yeah, I think we saw that in the last heat with Griffin and Cole Houseman, is it's really just what rhythm you're in. And Cole didn't have that rhythm. Right now with this tide going out, and we're on the backside of a swell, these lulls are going to be apparent. And so sometimes you get in the rhythm and you're on the good ones. That's going to be hard to beat because there's going to be limited opportunity.
Going to be a useful number for the Frenchman, Marco Mignot. 6.33 for him, and on a wave which, particularly when he stood up, looked a little soft. We're obviously looking at a fairly tight shot of the opening section, but maximizing with progression, with flair, with creativity, variety, and a lot of energy, precision as well.
Surprises me, actually. Maybe it's because it was a smaller wave and not a set wave. you know, that the judges kind of suppressed that score a little bit.
And also, I mean, you're thinking about the scale and the context, a notch lower than Geordie's 6.67, and I thought that wave was pretty impressive. So really drawing comparisons maybe from those two rides, and then maybe a bit of downtime as Marco was just going through the motions and getting into that critical part of the wave.
Yeah, that was probably the setup for that reverse, right? Some of that downtime.
Marco Mignot building up a bit of a lead here in this heat against the yellow jersey of Geordie Smith. Time to get down and hear from Griff Colapinto with Jess Starling.
Griff, before that heat, Cole had your number. It was 2 for 1 when it came to matchups between you guys. Now it's 2 for 2 thanks to that last win. How's it feel to be even with someone who's kind of been like a little brother to you?
Yeah, it feels good. That's what he said right at the end. He's like, you always get me when it matters. And I guess, I mean, he beat me in 2 finals, so I think that matters a lot. But I think because the last one I beat him in Margaret's, and that was like to make the cut, and then right now it's important for me, like chasing down the final 5 and stuff. So, you know, I think he's stoked for me after winning Brazil, and yeah, it's I'm in that position where every heat's really important. So, but yeah, Cole's like a little brother or a big brother now. He's freaking huge, so he'll smash me.
It was big smiles at the end, though, and congratulations, first ever quarters here at J-Bay for you. You've always been stuck around that 9th, but you're into the quarters, which is pretty big coming into the final 5. How much more are you going to push to try and get to Fiji?
Yeah, I mean, just same as always, just the same thing. I'm just going to stay in where I'm at right now, like keep my intentions high, and yeah, just having a lot of fun got a really good crew around me. And it was actually funny, Krause was in that heat before, right? And he lost to Kanoa, and I was really hoping we'd be able to match up in the quarters. And it was really hard for me because I get so invested in Krause, and when he lost, I just like could feel for him, you know. But I had to like let it go like as soon as I could and just focus on my heat. And that was kind of a challenging part, but yeah, I guess it's a good thing in the long run.
How do you switch off in those moments? Because I would find it so hard if that was my sister.
Yeah, it's I just think about like the good, like, oh, Krause's on tour, you know, he could have almost fell off tour in West Oz, so, you know, just looking at the positives, and yeah, he lost, but he's still doing what he loves, and that's all that matters.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to seeing you in the quarters. Thanks, Griff.
All right, thanks.
Griffin Colapinto's season really just heading in one direction. He's in the ascendancy. He's lurking just outside the top 5 in the live rankings, and 6th at the moment. Ahead of him, Ethan Ewing in 5th, yet to surf in this round. That'll be another matchup between the surfer and the wave, really. A lot of the fans will be looking forward to. We've been anticipating Geordie in this matchup as well. Who's put together one pretty solid wave. Other than that, not a lot of activity from him. Time for a break here. It's the active Marco Mignot in the lead at the moment. More live action from Jeffreys Bay real soon.
Time check surfers, 14 minutes on the clock. So we're halfway through heat number 5. This is the men's row.
Jordy Smith's relationship with the wave here at Jeffreys Bay, it's a pretty special one. Doesn't really matter how you look at it in terms of crunching those numbers. They're unbelievable, really, the way they stack up. So many excellent heats. Pretty solid on the heat scores as well, and he's been doing it since time. This is a long relationship, Rosie.
Yeah, and a perfect heat, 2 10s in a heat for Jordy. He's got so many special memories. Said that one of his most memorable is seeing Jeffreys Bay for the first time as an 8-year-old, 7 or 8-year-old, and now this relationship, like you said, over decades long with 2 event wins back to back.
2 event wins in his backyard, literally. His backyard.
We'll just temper that, though. It was quite a while ago, right?
Yeah, 2010, 2011. So it's been a while.
In terms of where he is right now, he's obviously in unbelievable form this season, but dealing with an opponent is offering a bit of a different challenge here, and he'll once again flare out that tail and waft it in this morning sunshine. And once again going above the lip, and he'll stomp the make as well. He's got plenty to say in terms of gesticulating. Big energy from Marco Mignot. He's super active. That was wave number 8. He's got pretty decent lead over Jordy in terms of the numbers and the fact that Jordy's not been tempted into much, just been one wave.
Yeah, he's dropped anchor out the back. He knows the wave that he's looking for, like much like Yago in that heat against Chianka. They're such just even keel people that even though Marco's getting lots of waves underneath his priority, he knows exactly, Jordy knows exactly what he's looking for, but Marco's definitely playing that role of trying to ruffle his feathers.
We'll see if he betters that 6-3-3. There was a lot of flair in that wave for Marco Mignot, but again, it was kind of an insider, and so that suppressed the last score. Take a look here and see what the kind of work that Marco Mignot got done. Straight off the back, though, with a nice tail waft semi-air. And just the quickness you can see again, but just that was kind of a short check turn. We know he's got the full row, and then we know he's got the MM claim, too.
And I feel like, you know, you're watching the takeoff there. Jordy clearly out of position for that wave. Marco really capitalizes on it. I think Jordy, in this position of the heat, would have liked to have had this wave.
Marco Mignot on the Red Bull ski, speeding back to the peak. It's with the panel in terms of the number for him. Let's see where it puts him.
That's cool. You know, you have, with the judges, you have a variety of maneuvers throughout the wave, but I think also Marco's scoring really high on variety of claims. He's had 2 separate, completely different claims on completely different waves.
Well, in terms of the statistic that counts here, it is the scoreboard, and guess what? It gets a lot better for Frenchman Marco Mignot, 7-5 for him, and Jordy had a look at that wave, was a little deep in terms of being in the optimum position to take it, and he had to just watch. And right now we'll be listening to our beach announcer relaying that score, and some serious scoreboard pressure now built up on this guy. 7-9 the requirement, and Rosie, a few holes in this swell. It's dissipating a little bit in terms of size and energy. Pretty consistent in the morning, but a couple of gaps in it. This tactic to sit and wait, is it making you nervous?
Yeah, I feel like Jordy really would have loved to have seen himself on that last wave. We're also thinking about less than an hour before the low tide with that dropping swell. I think Jordy would have liked to have been more active.
It's a pressure cooker right now for Jordy. I mean, you can hear the steam coming off the top of the pot right now. I feel there's definitely pressure boiling for the guy. I mean, he didn't have that much of a requirement, but that 7.5 changed the whole game for Jordy.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, Jordy's high school crush is giving more attention to Marco at this moment. So,
well, good. Some lines coming through here, so maybe opportunity for the big brew.
So nearly 20 minutes of priority hold for Jordy Smith, and in that time, the rookie on tour has been pretty exuberant in the way he's gone about garnering points. He'll keep swinging the arms here, he'll go wide, and he'll keep probing. Mignot will speculate down the line, and he'll just load up with speed here, covering sections, and then waiting for a ramp. He'll go inverted, and he'll kick it away. But he'll just keep buzzing. All right, Smith having a look. The crowd are just desperate for him to get going. They're all roaring him to his feet on that wave. Just identifying not what he wanted. Let's have a look and see again in position, decides not to go. So a very different tactic in terms of what he's employing compared to Marco.
Yeah, well, he needs a wave that's an 8, right? And so I think Jordy knows what an 8-point wave looks like, this being his home break. And so he had to turn his nose up at a couple of those, but I don't know how much more opportunity he's going to get.
And just looking over my shoulder, those were a couple really nice shaped waves, and just the section that they're sitting on this morning, it has shifted even more down the point. So it's kind of unusual territory. We're really used to seeing the surfers capitalizing on that takeoff zone right in front of the keyhole, the key point off mark. So it's been kind of a funky heat for Jordy.
Yeah, I think we talked about it, you know, in the beginning of this heat, and comparing it to Griffin and Cole, is that really what happens, whoever gets into that kind of rhythm, and it seems like Marco's gotten into that rhythm and has been freed up under priority to get himself into that rhythm, has been paying off. And now, like I talked about the pressure cooker.
Jordy Smith in the yellow jersey leading the tour. Of course, he's surfing for glory, but he's also surfing for different reasons these days. He's a family man. We got some insights on Jordy about his motivation.
Yeah, as far as J-Bay goes, I mean, the feeling you get, everyone talks about it, but it really is. It's like a soulful feeling that you get when you arrive in this town. Obviously, the wave is the wonder of the world. And yeah, and then the community, the vibe, the energy, it's very natural, it's raw, the ocean's alive. There's nowhere else like Africa, there's nowhere else like J-Bay, and it's a place that I love to call home. I mean, this wave it's an A+ world-class wave. There's no wave in the world that gives you as much speed as this and allows you to do the maneuvers, and multiple maneuvers. Obviously, you've got the barrel rides, but the speed, the whole world connects with speed, and whether you're a competitive surfer or you're a free surfer, this is one wave you definitely want to come to, and that's one of the best reasons that it should be on the championship tour. I mean, if I could win this event at this stage, it would shut the town down, that's for sure.
Now we talk about the comfort that Jordy Smith feels coming here. Just in terms of that comfort, how irritated is he feeling at the moment by the fact that Marco's buzzing around? Jordy's the lion, Marco's been like the fly, just kind of getting in his face, buzzing. He's been a bit chirpy, he's making signals here. The crowd's gone awful quiet. Will this be getting inside Jordy's head?
Yeah, you see the crowd, they're so pensive, I think, for Jordy, that the heart rate his heart's probably hammering around his rib cage, and he's just waiting for that opportunity. He's probably got the clenched fist, he's just ready to unleash. Yeah, Marco, and talking about the situation for Jordy, he's ranked world #1. He has a chance to clinch his spot in the WSL Final 5 in front of his home crowd. So this is just, you know, that fairy tale moment that Jordy was 5.5 minutes remaining. It's slipping out of his fingers. Let's see if he can turn it around.
Yeah, speaking of that crowd, Jess Starling is out and about down there. Jess, what do you got?
5 minutes to go. It's feeling a bit tense right now. I've got Dave next to me. You've been watching this heat closely. What does Jordy need to do?
Well, oopsie. He needs to hope a really good wave comes through. He's been surfing well the whole contest. Nerves of steel. It's unbelievable to watch. But we've seen him pull this off time and time again over the years. So all he needs is a wave, and he's going to get the score.
He's got the hometown crowd behind him too. Everyone, let's hear it for Jordy Smith, guys.
Crowd here at J-Bay in full voice for the Big Brew, particularly at the start of this heat. Best way to quieten down a hometown crowd is do exactly what Marco Mignot has done, which has been pretty relentless out here. He's stuck to his task and his game plan, and he's added pressure, he's added points, and he's built up significantly to the tune of 7-9, the requirement for Jordy Smith. One wave ridden in over half an hour out here at Jeffreys Bay, which is an alarming stat with just 2 people in the water, and he will need a wave, and it's going to have to be close to excellent. We've already seen that. Time not on his side, though.
Yeah, this is stressful. I mean, incredibly stressful. You feel the kind of vibrations of nerves.
I mean, look at 10-1 on the wave count there, and yeah, this is highly unorthodox, I feel, for Jordy Smith to have a place like J-Bay not cooperate with him, because you talk about the soulfulness, there's got to be some type of energy also associated with it, and maybe right now the energy's coming.
Right now, what he really needs to do is go surfing. Let's see if he's tempted into this bit of energy. The crowd absolutely roaring for Jordy Smith in the yellow jersey. And he'll open up, hooking on his rail. And he'll claw at it with a different line. He'll tighten up the turn. Once again, he'll just wrap into a pocket, which goes soft real quick. Sharp intake of breath from Kaipo and the crowd as well there. Not sure they particularly like what they saw there.
Took the air out of the room. Took the air out of the seat that I'm sitting in. That was shock and awe how that wave just stopped giving.
My blood pressure. Like, this is so intense watching this go down. I mean, sweaty palms. Marco surfed a perfect heat. Like, I'm just so impressed with the way that Marco's handled himself in this encounter with Jordy. And, I mean, just Jordy, how long did he wait for that wave?
About 30 minutes, right? Because he got a wave right at the beginning, like, yeah, 28 minutes.
Yeah.
I'll go with that math, 28 minutes.
Jordy Smith making his way back to the takeoff here. His work still ahead of him. That requirement will remain unchanged. It will be a backup number for him. Priority will be with Marco Mignot, who has brought so much sass and attitude to this.
What an effort by a rookie to come up against #1 in the rankings at his home break, clearly the underdog in every single way, and come out. And he's 2 minutes away from the giant upset of the event so far.
Talk about that confidence coming from personality, just being in people's nature, but it also comes from ability as well. The make rate on the airs from Marco has been a hallmark of his career ever since junior days, really. And he backs himself. And he didn't mind at all taking on the yellow jersey of Jordy at home at J-Bay. Rookies, well, we tend to think this is particularly one of the venues on tour where experience is invaluable. And his first swing at it here, he's looked very much at home, even in the opening rounds. We saw him just have a really good read on the wave and just enjoy his surfing. And then come in here against Jordy for this crucial heat. And he's not shut it down exactly, but I'll tell you what, there's so much pressure on Jordy at the moment, and also not having the priority as well with Marco, will look to be relentless here, final minute. So he's sitting slightly wider than Jordy. You could just drop in on him at any moment to make a block. He might not need to.
Yeah, this is a nightmare for Jordy. Just the worst situation to be in with under a minute remaining with Marco with that priority and not giving him an inch.
Jordy Smith feels like an awful long time ago when he went through the gears, did a load of surfing, activated on multiple sections, got the reverse on an inside section, got bounced on the rocks. And since then, a period of quiet from him while Marco Mignot got super busy, industrious in his approach, built up major numbers, and this will be Marco using the priority. There might be a wave behind, which he'll just look at as well.
Jordy's going to have to get busy.
Marco just looking over his shoulder. All right, Jordy Smith looking for 7.9. The crowd will will him to it. He'll flick the tail out, and it will be a submission for him. And check the squad for Marco Mignot, Coach Jason, with his dad and younger brother, some of the local Groms as well. They are absolutely loving this. They're vociferous. They deliver the energy, but it's about the surfing done in the water by this guy. And an impressive win for the rookie. Good numbers as well, and a bit of a shock to see the yellow jersey of Jordy Smith eliminated.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take a moment, but definitely props to Marco. Insane. Just such heat management and knowing what to do to take this heat one down.
Francis Marco Mignot through to quarterfinals here at the expense of Jordy Smith. So significant in terms of where he is in these live rankings as well, and other surfers around him inside that top 5. They won't mind this one bit. Time to go to a break here. When we come back, Baron Mamiya will take on Felipe Toledo at J-Bay. Stay tuned.
Learning how to put fins in. Okay, let's try that again. St. Francis is actually a lot closer to J-Bay than people realize. It's about a 20-minute drive from J-Bay to St. Francis. Cape St. Francis is the place you go to when you need to surf a left. I remember getting to one of my first surf contests as a Grom and being so shocked that the wave was going left and I didn't know how to go left. So we came back from that event, had to put in some hours at the Cape St. Francis beach break and learn how to surf a left. One of my favorite places ever. I think some of my best memories growing up are here. Rich marine life, rich in lefts, really good rocks too, and such a beautiful little fishing town.
Corona Cero Open J-Bay continues here as we'll check out Baron Mamiya, number 8 in the world, coming in, taking on number 9, Felipe Toledo. 3 wins here for the Brazilian in the past. What's he got today? It'll be a toughie against Baron this season. Started great. He's had moments since then as well. He'd love to go deep into this event for the first time really in his career and get a significant statement before heading to the South Pacific, first to Tahiti, and then obviously surfers inside the final 5 to Fiji as well. Right now it's Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, and a bit of a moment, a major upset really. Yellow jersey out of competition, Jordy Smith, hometown hero, and the crowd just processing on that, as are we in the booth a little bit here. And we talk so much about experience, and ultimately didn't pay off for Jordy this time around. And he'll be a spectator for the rest of this event, still taking it on board out there. We'll just keep going with live action here as we'll look at a little probing paddle from Mamiya out on the peak with Toledo. We'll look to rekindle some of that magic, thinking about the weaponry of these two, particularly the speed of Toledo. And you see when it's smaller here, Rosie, a bit tighter on the rocks as well, and that speed will be an absolute weapon for him.
Oh, definitely. Such a positive attribute when it is this size and it is breaking at that lower tide.
So the inside is with Toledo, and he'll kick off the heat. And he'll start streaking down the line, and then he'll make room. He'll open up bottom turn. He'll climb up some foam, and actually does pretty well just to iron out a bit of a wobble. And then a wrapping figure 8, and once again, just turning down. Nice, aggressive carve with a load of spray, but just where that turn puts him afterwards, not quite the read he would have hoped for on that wave. More points available there than what he'll probably get from the panel.
Yeah, pretty aggressive at the start for the 3-time J-Bay champ, Felipe Toledo. Got the inside, but that wave had a bunch of different sections to it, so it didn't really allow him to probably do the kind of surfing that he wanted to do. He bogged a rail on that first turn, and I think that set him up just to be mistimed throughout that. Here's a replay. We can take a look at what went wrong for Felipe. I mean, he had to streak past this first section and then does a nice foam climb over here just to show control. But then that bog right there cost them. And then, you know, cutbacks, they're not going to score on the championship tour. And you can already see by the body language. He's going to try to get as much as he can out of this wave, but probably not the start he was hoping for.
So Toledo kicking things off here, and it'll be a subpar number really from what the wave had to offer. Even with the bobbers, you think at least something in mid-range available, just kind of build a platform. Bit of a misstep, 3-1-7 for him.
Well, this is interesting, Paul, because this is going to be opportunity to Baron Mamiya. We have to be honest, when it gets the skill set in this type of waves, Baron versus Felipe, Baron needs to be on the best waves, because if it's even to even, I don't know if you're going to be able to beat Felipe Toledo just off of the speed and the electricity that he has in his surfing, performance-wise. So Baron's strategy, what he needs to do is make sure that he's on the 2 best waves that come in this 28 minutes.
And that opportunity is already in Baron's favor with that priority and obviously that mistake from Felipe on his opening wave. But I've been so impressed with Baron's versatility this year and really just shining in all kinds of conditions. He won at Pipeline, we expect that, but he's also had some great results in kind of smaller beach break type kind of waves. And in the rankings at the moment, Barron just ahead of Toledo. So Barron's had a great season.
2 semifinals for Barron this season. So that is kind of a breakthrough for the young Hawaiian, in that all of his results, really big results, have always been in Hawaiian waters, right? So this year, him making it to finals day twice outside of Hawaii is a great progression for Barron, who's still very young in his overall surf career. He's got years, ahead of him. But you can see his best result so far, just the 9th year. So that's bowing out in this round.
And also yesterday, I mean, the conditions got a little bit dilapidated, and Barron, to me, in those conditions, was one of the highlight surfers. So I think Barron's just tapping into some really good form, and I think even that heat win when it was tricky yesterday, could see him find a bit of momentum today in this round of 16.
Let's see how he goes about taking on Philip Toledo here with all of his success. Someone else that's had plenty of success with back-to-back wins. This guy in the yellow jersey, Jordy Smith, and the crowd just figuring out their feelings at the moment. Disappointed mainly. Jordy Smith made a couple of decisions not to go on waves, or just where he was positioned. He was pretty close, but unable to take opportunities that did come through, that his opponent did maximize. He'll process on that. He'll take it all in his big stride. We'll have a look at Toledo. Just kind of cruising through an opening swoop, and then a tighter section. What's he got for us here? It's a big rotation, and it's stomped clean. So Toledo, after a little bit of a hiccupy opening wave, responds pretty well. Mamiya, he'll sting one, just hitting the lip really hard, and then trying to combo it, and a mistake from him, and he'll go incomplete, arriving late. And you can see a little bit of disappointment on his face, and he'll realize he's not going to get loads of chances against a surfer of the caliber of Philip Toledo here at J-Bay to make too many mistakes.
Yeah, you can't afford to be making those kinds of mistakes. And I will say, when you're going to draw comparisons in events, this has that kind of burly feeling, conditions that we saw Felipe excel in early this year, get his first event win.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Barron. So now the odds are not so much stacked in his favor, just because Felipe Toledo able to do this. This is pretty much a subpar wave. Not a lot to it, but leave it up to Felipe. Find a ramp and make it happen. Funny, in the context of that, Barron also, used his priority on the end part of that wave, where Felipe probably got a decent number just for that air reverse. And Felipe is going, after this, Felipe is also going to get priority. But talk about like making the most out of almost nothing. He knew he had to straighten out with Barron down the line, and he still got that full rotation in, actually.
Yeah, such a butter landing. Looks down the line, recognizing that Barron's up and riding. I was really enjoying this wave from Barron, but I think there was just that kind of millisecond when he was off time on that first maneuver, and then down the line that really disrupted his flow with the next two moves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if Barron had to take it back, he wouldn't have used priority on that wave.
Flying over the line up here, Jeffreys Bay, Jordy Smith back on the beach, making his way back up. Crowds, you can pick them up and their noise, their appreciation for him. But his run in this event over, it'll be a 9th that he picks up. Who's going to quarterfinals out of this pair? Waiting for numbers to come through. It'll be of a similar order for Barron's wave. Use the priority, block Toledo. Best way to straighten out ever. Go for the big punt and stomp it. And he'll have a bit of momentum as well with priority now.
I think Felipe got two things done. He got a score, and he baited Barron into that wave. So that was a twofer for Felipe Toledo, and Toledo scores in, Paul.
Yeah, decent 5-5 for him on a wave that he had to make way for Barron Mamiya. Talk about maximizing opportunities. That's why he's a 2-time world champ. That's why he's won 3 events out here, and he's put himself really alongside some of the eternals, the icons of the sport. Think about multiple wins at Jeffreys Bay. Well, you do that by sparking just an incredible read and relationship with this long wave that has a lot of moods and faces. Toledo managed a bit of pain through 2023 to get his 3rd win. Sort of looked after the body, minimizing the free surfing.
Yeah, 2023, he fought through that pain, right? He had that lower back pain that was just absolutely shocking him, and just pulled up true warrior status when he came through with that high impact surfing, you know, kind of under duress.
Mamiya, a softer wave for him. He'll just stand up. Why not? Stay in motion, see what the wave offers. Sansa was not a lot. You can see that as well. Just losing a bit of the energy. Super glassy and clean, and it's a little softer, which means potentially different ways to get big numbers. Open up, use your variety, and thinking of those numbers. So these are excellent heats, 18 points or more. Felipe Toledo leading that in the CT by the numbers. 7 heats of more than 18 points. And you just look at the other names on there. I mean, we're talking about icons, the all-time greats here, right there.
I mean, the numbers don't lie. And just the fact Felipe's got those 3 wins. He's also the surfer. I mean, we would ordinarily... you see the devil wind, the northwest wind on the forecast, and you know you're not going to run. We ran it that one year, and Felipe really rewrote the way that we see that wind. And yeah, he's just been impeccable.
And mind you, with those numbers, 18 points is a high excellent score, because anything over 16 points for Hito is considered excellent. So 18 points, that's high excellent. So I'd love to see the numbers actually like excellent heats, because that number probably doubles for Felipe Toledo here. There's a squad.
He does also have that lion tattoo on his chest, just in celebration of his first victory at J-Bay.
Little moment of pause for reflection here. Scoreline in the favor of Felipe with the 5-5 at the moment. Other than that, nothing significant. Around about 14.5 minutes of this heat. Who's heading to quarters here. Mamiya never able to get out of this round. As we were mentioning, in terms of his season, a couple of wins at Pipe have set him up with big momentum, and has kind of faded away a little bit as the season's progressed. This year it's been a different story for him to make a couple of finals day, just to get involved and to keep that rhythm of making heats. If he's going to do that here at J-Bay, he's going to have to get past someone that's been so dominant down the years. I mean, all sorts of stats, really, however you measure it.
Yeah. Gosh, Paul, yesterday towards the end of the day in the men's elimination round, we saw some grindy heats, right? And I look into the crystal ball right now, and it's a pretty obvious crystal ball. With this declining swell, receding tide, I think the last few heats of this round, the round of 16, are going to be very grindy. And that's when, Rosie, really your heat, the way you construct the heat is going to be more important maybe than at your actual surfing, or as important as your surfing.
Definitely, it's more like that chess match. You're going to be wanting to make intelligent choices when they come your way, but I think the tricky thing is those decisions have been hard to make. It's easy to be in 2 minds when the waves are like this, waiting for the sets, knowing that the swell is dissipating. Do you just kind of keep that momentum, keep surfing? That's kind of what we saw from Marco in that last heat, and just making the most out of what's coming your way. This heat's still wide open with the numbers.
Amazing moments down the years for Felipe Toledo here. Let's remind ourselves of some of those moments. He's been incredible, really. As we mentioned, just sort of rewriting the script about what's possible, what's conceivable here at J-Bay. He's done it with the stock staples, speed, tube time, and then he's done it with unbelievable progression, something we've never really seen before on this level.
And this is where he rewrites it, right? Much like John at Margaret River, I think Felipe would just recreated that next evolution of the surfing that you're going to see at Super Tubes.
Yeah, it's funny to see, well, not funny, it's interesting to see Felipe's the quickness that he has over the years here at J-Bay, but also the progression and how his body's actually changed. He's become more muscular. That's his second win. Now let's look back at 2023, and you have a kind of a stronger Felipe in this last win right here.
in the yellow jersey as well. At a time of the season when really starting to focus in on final 5, so doing it with extra pressure as well, and setting himself up for a strong finish to the season. So far this year, we talk about that win that he's had. Other than that, in terms of his performance overall, if we maybe expected, he's a 2-time world champ, maybe expected a little bit more from Philippe than what we've actually seen.
I mean, I think he's definitely expecting more from himself too when we look at his results this season, but also noting, you know, opting to take that year off in 2024 after winning that world title in 2023 and just trying to keep pace with the athletes, because I think surfing's always evolving and we're always seeing people just to continue to up the ante. You've got such an exciting class of rookie surfers, and I think Felipe just finding his feet again.
Yeah, I agree with you, Rosie. I think it's because he took that sabbatical. It took him a while to kind of get back into the groove of the championship tour. Of course, he's got all kinds of other priorities, right? He's got a growing family. He's got, you know, a ton of father responsibilities to him, and he comes from a super loving together family, right? And so getting back into kind of the warrior mindset, if you would, because this is an individual sport, and you know, it's just getting back into that kind of overall. Well, let's see what Baron's got.
Baron Mamiya, a soft touch. We'll just have a look at a wave. Speculatively, not a lot on offer for him. Toledo barely even turns his head to acknowledge that ride. He'll hold on to priority here. Just over 16 minutes to go in this, and a bit of a shock still going through the crowd here because Jordy Smith's out, and a bit of breaking news in terms of the yellow jersey. Jordy Smith won't be wearing it in Tahiti. We'll have either Iago Dora, Kanoa Igarashi or Italo Ferreira in yellow at the end of the road, and that'll obviously be decided by what plays out for the rest of this event. But tough moment for Jordy to surrender that here at J-Bay of all places.
Yeah, he wore that yellow so well. I think he definitely relished in that extra attention and just was absorbing all of that energy. But Iago, I mean, he's in the quarterfinals. He's been throwing down 9s every heat, but this final 5 is wide open. My interest is you know, the Griffin-Ethan exchange. I think they're going to have to match each other in this event to keep pace.
Yeah, that's going to be the real race. And watch out for Iago Dora. I mean, he gets a big result here. He gets a big result. If he goes into the finals as #1 at Cloudbreak, a world title is going to be at his feet.
And he's got an opportunity to clinch that spot here in Jeffreys Bay, so that rolling into Tahiti with all of that pressure relieved.
All sorts of storylines unfolding here at the Corona Cero Open J-Bay. The main one at the moment is Jordy Smith out of the yellow jersey. The reason for that is he lost a heat to Marco Mignot, who showed us a load of confidence and some brilliant surfing. Let's go and hear from him. He's with Jess Starling.
Marco with the upset of the event so far, taking down world #1 at his home break. I mean, what else can't you do in this event now?
Yeah, no, to be honest, it was an opportunity to like surf with the #1 and beat him, you know, and I always say, yes, you're taking #1, but if you beat him, it's a big reward, you know. So I'm always looking forward to surf against the best, because that's where I'm going to push myself, and it's to live these kind of moments, it's special. So yeah, just super happy to share a moment with Jordy Smith, with the king of J-Bay, and yeah, super happy to take the win.
If someone had told you at the start of your rookie year that you were going to beat Jordy at his home break, would you have scratched your head a little bit thinking, no way?
Well, you know, you always have that belief in you. You have to, but of course, you know, like I said, before even coming here, I was watching clips of Jordy, because he's like, for me, the best out here. And to beat him out at J-Bay was really special. It was, yeah, a special moment.
There's a lot of fans around the world living in this win as well. Feel free to say something back home.
Well, I just want to say, j'ai envie de dire à tout le monde, à toute ma famille, je vous aime. A todo México también, vamos para arriba, tú ya sabes. Y allez, vamos con todo. La bise.
Awesome, thank you, Marco.
Mignot through to quarters, and as we saw during that interview, wow, classic Toledo really with the flair.
That's it, man. That's a breakaway for Felipe in this heat. And that's going to put Barron in a really, really tough position.
We were waiting for this one to catch fire a little bit. We needed something, and we just saw exactly that there from Toledo. Double air from him. And just exuberant, creative. Let's get a look.
Pretty wild what he was able to do here, especially focusing on this air reverse that he's actually going to travel down the line as he's in the air and stomp it, continuing on, no problem, forward momentum in full effect, and then just a cheeky nose pick reverse at the end.
He manufactured that first air. There was no lip line really to speak of. I mean, that's a flat piece of water, and he's totally using all of his own strength and amplitude, and I think that's what makes it so difficult. You're not having that wave reverb you back to shore. You're in complete control in the air and creating that space for yourself.
Yeah, that was really impressive.
Mamiya here, decent sized wave for him. Nice committed gaff on the rail, and then he'll hit the lip, and it'll ping him down to a good position. He'll just grab the bottom turn, and he'll pull in tight. He'll straight through a section. Little head flick to come out and clear the vision, to go up into the lip. Little tail tap as well, the finger flick to finish. So that exchange has fired up this match.
Love the answer back from Barron. That's what he needed to do, and he just did it. So we got a game going.
Judging panel at the moment will have to decide and use that criteria. We saw the air, which was a projection, covered a lot of ground down the line for Felipe on a wave that was a little sluggish, and then by comparison, more classic power rail surfing and tube time for Barron.
And how are you going to beat Felipe? You need to put yourself on the best waves. This is the most quality wave that we've seen in this encounter. He almost loses it there. The barrel was so impressive, just to be reactive on that section and come out so clean, and also have the fortitude to hit that last section. You can tell there's a lot of sand conjured up right there, so tricky section to hit, but really impressed with all the variety.
This heat would have got away from Barron Mamiya if he did not catch this wave, and this wave is going to keep him right in the running. And to your point, Rosie, to be able to adapt so quickly from the carve straight into a quick barrel and the nice finish.
Yeah, really interesting. You saw it there on the drone illustrated, that carve all the way down. It went so far back, the bottom turn was actually in the white water, and that's why he slipped a bit, but it actually put him a little deeper and allowed him to get this cover.
Yeah, just slipstreaming on that little bit of a foam ball. You could watch him through the curtain all the way there, but I love the fact that he was able to reposition his body and hit that last section. Really good answer back to Felipe's wave, because you know this guy, he manufactures things. He can surf a wave up. Interested to see how this exchange plays in.
I agree, because I like the flair of Felipe's wave, but to me, there was much more to Barron Mamiya's wave than Felipe's wave.
Feels a bit more wholesome, doesn't it? You're hungry for some quality surfing. You see the rail gouges, you see the tubes as well. It's with the judges right now. Who they're going to favor in that exchange and ultimately in this heat? Well, we'll find out when we come back on the other side of the break. Toledo in the lead at the moment. Stay tuned.
Starting to drop. All right, similar scores coming through here, folks. Last of red, a 7.1. Once again, last of red, 7.1. And last of blue, a 7.4. So Silver and Blue, your last wave, 7.4. Getting the best on that exchange. So Blue, Felipe Toledo in the lead. Barron Mamiya in red in second. Your requirement, a 5.81. So very close here. First priority Blue, second priority red. Felipe Toledo just getting the better of that last exchange. Coming in 7.4. Aaron, yes, and close with that 7.1. 8 minutes remaining.
get caught up with the pulse here from a really fun day of competition, which kicked off with Dora. Guess what? He went above the lip on a scary section, stomped this for a big number, and his momentum right now in the live rankings, he's in the lead. Next up was an incredible matchup between two surfers who've had some amazing heats together.
Yeah, it was 6-0 in the favor of Jack Robinson in head-to-head matchups. Leo was feeling this one from the beginning, dropping in the 7.67 for his opening round. Wave backing it up. Just clinical surfing from Leo. He had a great heat against Griffin Colapinto yesterday. He was hungry for this victory against his good friend Jack Robinson, and he clinched it.
Yeah, he's feeling it there. Leo Fioravanti, and then Kanoa Igarashi coming through here. Kanoa wants to keep his name in the mix for a Final 5 position. He's into the quarterfinals here, beating Crosby Colapinto in this round of 16. 6.33, a 7.17 for Kanoa Igarashi. Did the job, Kanoa into the quarters and seeking a qualification for that Final 5. He is on his way. Great surfing by Kanoa Igarashi and beautiful rail game on this JS surfboard. Sticks the finish.
Igarashi kept it on a roll here. He's been ultra consistent. This was an important heat for Griff Colapinto against his mate Cole Houseman, and he was pretty relentless really in terms of just chipping away. Was going super progressive, and he just attacked, and he built up big numbers here. Revenge for Brazil.
Yeah, revenge from that Rio final against Cole Houseman, but it was all Griffin Colapinto in this one.
Such an important heat win for Griffin for the Final 5 picture. He sees himself into the quarterfinals.
Also worth noting as well, the major significant news, Jordy Smith out of the event, eliminated. He'll surrender the yellow jersey as well. Someone in contention to pick it up. This guy, Italo Ferreira. He is a little lower down than Kanoa, who we just saw, and Dora as well. But he'll be backing himself here. You talk about confidence, exuberance, and someone that will look to impose his brand of surfing on this wave. Can't really afford to look away when Italo Ferreira hits the water here. 5 minutes to go in this heat, numbers in, so judges deliberating on that exchange. We were kind of speculating where it might go. Good numbers for each of them. The better numbers with Felipe Toledo, 7.4 for him for the air. Covering a load of ground, being progressive and mixing it with the variety with some sharp turns. Baron Mamiya, meanwhile, also a good number, solid 7.1. Got the barrel, got the power turns in, but coming up a little under by comparison in that, and well, he's still chasing down a number. It's not a huge one, 5.81 the requirement.
Yeah, unfortunately for Baron, he's sitting under the priority of Felipe. So Felipe with heat control with that lead and priority is in a dominant position right now, just with 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch how he manages these last 5 minutes, because we have seen kind of little bits of flurries of sets towards the end. As we see maybe a couple lines up the back. We'll see if it gets here or if it hits this section of the bricks in a favorable way.
Inside that 4 minute mark here, Toledo with priority and the lead, and rekindling a bit of fire. We've seen his relationship through the highlights with this wave down the years, and he wanted to just keep that going here. Already with 1 win this season at Burley. He'd love to get involved in yet more podiums. Meanwhile, Mamiya will have a swing and a softer wave. He'll look to try and get busy and just quickly identifying down the line. Not a lot available for him. A lot more time will tick away. Seeing some lines coming through. Lost a little bit of height from the swell, but we are seeing pulses with sets, which sets us up with exchanges, which is always a nice dynamic to have. But you can see just a little softer in terms of the energy as the wave makes its way. Tide's turn now, Rose, so maybe that'll help the swell up a bit, but surfers having to be pretty light on their feet in terms of covering the ground here, making these sections.
Yeah, adaptability is always something you have to have in the back of your mind as a pro surfer, and I think watching just the positioning here, you almost felt like that wave was going to be a little gift for Baron, only needing, you know, but just a a medium range wave, the 5.81. That wave kind of dissipated. I thought he was going to play his positioning just on the outside of Felipe, but he opts to head right back out to the point.
Yeah, the efficiency right now for Felipe Toledo in this heat, pretty impressive. Just 2 waves ridden. Didn't waste any time.
Just physically, I mean, just energy-wise, just managing everything so well.
Actually, he had 3 waves because he had that 1 warm-up, but still very, very efficient. And the fact that Barron's had the best wave of this heat, but still Felipe was able to extract a higher score on a lesser wave.
Yeah, significant as well. He had to give way, didn't he? He had to actually get out of the way of Mamiya, but he did it in quite flamboyant style. Got the rotation. Got that 5-5.
A couple different looks at the different camps. It was Luke Egan and Brent Powers in Barron's camp, and then Felipe's brother, Mateus, on the rocks, along with Rafael Romano in Felipe's camp.
Getting towards the final 90 seconds here. A little reposition, just slightly back in from Toledo, just to stay close to Barron, and also at the same time just kind of scouring and looking around.
Oh, look, it's decision time now.
So it will be Toledo, and he will use priority. Let's see how he does that. Really clean, wrapping, opening turn. He's feeling this. The board just knifing, cutting water up into the lip. It's dynamic. He'll snap the tail straight back with speed. A foamy section. Super tricky. He's good enough to get that done on a dry, gargling, ugly-looking shelf when you see those sharp rocks coming at you. But his touch on the board, his control is so good. And that'll be a question asked to the panel as he just checks out the equipment.
How confident does he look, even on dry, sharp reef?
He's so sure-footed.
Yeah.
Inside the final 30 seconds, we're going to get score to come in for Toledo. Pretty sharp maneuvers performed. And then a finish as well, Mamiya.
Yeah, it's done.
Might not get another opportunity here, and he will need a score. Whatever happens with Toledo's number, Barron's chasing. He's not going to get a wave here, so just kind of run out of time, really, and energy. I mean, it'll be a couple of moments that he looks back on and thinks, how did I surf, but also how did I compete? Did I make the right decisions? This guy did. Felipe Toledo, his relationship with this wave, it's a pretty good one. There aren't many who've won more events here than him, and he'll keep his run alive here through to quarterfinals at J-Bay, and doing it in a heat where a couple of opportunities came through, but they were a little scant, and just maximizing those. And he'll get a really good number at the end as well. He'll actually get the high score, the 7.57.
Yeah, just the cherry on the cake there for Felipe as he walks up, knowing he's in the quarterfinal and one step closer to winning his 4th event here at J-Bay.
Look at those numbers for him. He's been so dominant down the years, and that's why finding real quality and matching that with his surfing. Toledo will take all of that in his stride. He's got loads more in the tank as well. Really feel like we haven't seen the best of him as yet in this event. And he'll look to try and bring that back when it really, really matters. A great looking matchup. A couple of goofies with different approaches. We'll see Italo Ferreira taking on Connor O'Leary. We'll bring in Joe and Jesse Mendez for the cool more live action from J-Bay real soon.
Heat number 7 in the water. We've got Italo Ferreira. In red is Connor O'Leary. In blue.
wonderful opening ceremony that kicked off a great event here at the Corona Cero Open J-Bay as we find our way to an all-goofy foot clash. 2019 world champion Italo Ferreira headlines the matchup with Connor O'Leary. Connor growing up in Cronulla in Australia, representing Japan, and has been surfing through some of his best years on tour recently, from last year to this year, getting some big performances, one of the most powerful backhanders on the planet. And it'll be a great point of difference between the two. Italo, high flying, fast, goes for big moves on small sections and can surf sections up, especially when it's small. You're thinking Italo might be looking for what Iago looked for early this morning. Speaking of goofy foots, one of the best, Jesse Mendez along my side here. Jesse, this is a great one when we get to break down guys going the same direction today.
I mean, and the good thing about it, they're very distinct surfers. They obviously step on the board completely different. They're probably going to be looking for different waves out there. Like you mentioned, Italo seen what Iago did this morning, and also Felipe just in the previous heat. He's probably going to try and identify those waves with a little bit more wall in front of him and maybe go for some Hail Mary. So it's going to be an exciting one to watch.
You're almost thinking Connor would need to be on the sets, and Italo wouldn't mind chasing little runners through the inside. You know, we talk about the pace of the wave and those backhand specials on bigger days at Jeffreys Bay. Well, we're pretty much on the low tide now in a fading swell. You'd think advantage Italo when you break all the down with the conditions, but Connor's been really happy throwing some surprises to the best in the world.
I mean, as much as it dropped, still this wave has a lot of juice, and it gives you enough speed for you to open up big turns. And he's one of the biggest surfers on tour, Connor O'Leary. And the way he pivots off the bottom turn and gets up in vertical, it's really impressive, very radical and very dynamic. So let's see how it's going. It's a game of mistakes, you know. Whoever commits less mistakes, sticks to their game and do well, it's going to make the heat.
Priority already established. Italo just stepping on a wave for a 0.5 and readjusting himself further down the line. Looks like he's still finding separation there. We'll see if he commits to a maneuver or if it's just a repositioning move, up again and out and creating some space.
Yeah, and Italo is one of those surfers that doesn't really like to battle on the beginning of the heat. He usually gives priority away to have the freedom of just surfing and putting himself in opportunities, because a lot of times he doesn't need the best wave to get good scores. So right there, it started off way up the point, but he recognizing that's not his part of the game and just creating a little bit of gap. But that gap's going to be closed in about 30 seconds because obviously Connor is not going to sit up at boneyards, knowing that the waves are much better here at the carve section, and he already is paddling down the point, and he's going to be close to Italo pretty soon.
Just a fun way how heats start when you haven't even had a wave really caught yet. Italo just using those waves to create space. The art of war begins, and now Connor trying to catch up to where Italo's sitting further down the line. Connor, one of the biggest guys on tour. When he connects with the lip, you can hear it. It's just so powerful, so big. And we saw him evolve this year. He had a kind of an awkward heat win in El Salvador where he said, man, I started off probably as bad as I could have, and then surfed his way into rhythm. And then kind of after that, he started controlling heats from the beginning. It was a real big difference about halfway through the year.
Yeah, and this is all strategy that you work outside as well with your coach, and what suits better for your style of surfing, who you're going up against as well. So in this situation, I personally think it's a smart decision of him starting. I feel like you mentioned, Joe, he needs to be on the best waves of the heat. He's most likely not going to be able to pull out a miracle on a closeout smaller wave like Italo Ferreira is capable of. But on the other hand, he's going to be much more solid, more powerful, and his turns are going to have more impact. So yeah, stick to your game, do your best job, and see how it plans out.
Fun battle here. Both these surfers had to go through the elimination round yesterday afternoon. For Italo, he got past the guy that fell out of the sky, literally, Matthew McGillivray, local boy here at J-Bay, skydove his way to check in for his heat. It was unbelievable. Italo ended up getting the win there. Connor O'Leary got past rookie from Mexico, Al Cleland Jr. in some tough afternoon conditions. And we've seen those conditions really change throughout the day. Kind of thinking back to what Iago did this morning, the impossible punt that just doesn't seem real. Got a 9. Then the wind changed, and Kanoa and Crosby couldn't land in air because the wind was so hard. Then it cleaned up, and Griffin threw full roats, big slob punts, and you really got to be really steady, ready to move on the fly, just according on what the waves are doing in your heat.
And that's the name of the game for surfing. You got to be able to adapt to the situation. That's why those surfers are so good. They're capable of doing that and identify it earlier than anyone. Here we go, Italo up and riding.
Italo doesn't have priority here. He'll swing into a carve. Connor's over it, so it's still Ferreira tracking some speed. It's amazing what he can do with one section. Nice, clean, powerful snap off the lip. There's a carve from the world champ. Belts it again, finding a nice pocket there. He is so fast, making this look easy. Typically a size where the backsider struggle, and Italo just finds a nice clean line from start to finish under priority of Connor O'Leary.
Yeah, and that's a good point of difference that Italo is going to have above anyone on the backhand on a day like today is how of a split-second transition contact he has on the bottom turn in between turns. So that just generates speed for him to get up and vertical very quickly, and looks like Connor up and riding.
O'Leary loading up. Nice backhand lip glide there under the lip with a backside snap. Third turn. Quick little twitch in the pocket and then belts it off the lip line. He's finding a great flow. Crazy re-entry, upside down. Connor tags it again. That's exactly how he wanted to answer back. The dog pound liking it. Leo's on the edge of his seat. Connor well prepared for this matchup. This heat is on.
I mean, you could see the expression of Leo Fioravanti right there, kind of that look on his face that it's like it hurts. You know what he just saw? It like he was trouble. He knows it's going to be a good score, and that's exactly what we predicted. Bigger wave, very good line to it, and he found one of those runners that were just fast enough for a backhander to do some damage to and not get caught behind. Right here, he loses a little bit of the timing, but then he starts to put on the 6th gear. Beautiful, up and vertical, and finish it off. Even more critical, upside down. The wave was bottoming out underneath him. So beginning of the wave, strong for Connor on the 2nd turn. On the pocket, 3rd turn right there, he loses a little bit of the foot, but then he regains composure, and right there he went to damage. 3 massive back-to-back turns. This is going to be a solid score for Connor O'Leary to start this heat.
Great composure there for Connor. Breaking down his technique in the pocket, Jesse.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Look at the front hand touching the deck right there. It just shows how much pressure he's putting on that back foot, and sorry, on the front foot, and how much he's leaning. Once again, leans on that front foot, and what that does is you're wiping off your speed by putting pressure on your back foot and your fins, and you want to regain that to be dynamic and generate speed out of that turn as well, and create acceleration. So he did that so well. Beautiful wave ridden for Connor O'Leary, and amazing technique for him on the last 3 turns.
And then Italo here earned a 5.33 for this effort.
I mean, this is what Italo's capable of. Look, the wave is half the size of Connor's wave, but just the acceleration he's able to create on the lip when the wave gives him the opportunity right there. And you can see the adjustments and how quick he is as he gets to the bottom turn on the transitions to make sure he's able to fit another turn in. Good surfing there for Italo. Made the most out of the opportunity he had in front of him.
And then right there, quickly, Italo trying to pull in after the 5.33. He gets stuck there, so that's an incomplete score. Now Connor O'Leary will have first priority, and hear the sound of an excellent number, an 8.5 on his opener. It really worked into his favor when Italo got some distance, started chasing those smaller waves. Connor's game plan was always going to be waiting for sets.
I mean, the dog pound's taking notes right there, and those are probably very good notes. Yeah. Like, I mean, if you think of about a dream scenario for you to start off a heat against someone like Italo on a wave like this, you couldn't ask for a better position that you sit on, mostly with first priority right now. Italo picking up that barrel ride that kind of ran away from him. So
what a big start for Connor O'Leary, who has grown with the success here on this right-hand racetrack known as Jeffreys Bay. Started off with a couple of 13ths, but he's coming off back-to-back quarterfinal finishes from 2022 to 2023. And looking like he wants to be in another one with a start like that of an 8.5.
And the scary thing too, like if you sitting in the Connor's position, knowing the level that you're going up against, and how much energy he's capable of producing inside a heat, you know that only the 8.5 is not enough. So right now he kind of got to reset, go to plan A, and stick to what he's been doing. Kind of got to wait for another good set to maybe try and match another excellent score that he previously had on the first wave of the heat, to really gain a lot of gap in front of Italo and doing his work much harder. Because probably like a 5-point ride, yeah, it might do the work because the waves are slower now, but it's kind of a sketch scenario. Like you don't want to have, you want to have a bigger gap in front of Italo on conditions like today.
Such a great battle. Hope you guys didn't sleep on a great pick for your fantasy team. And Connor O'Leary, a guy who's gotten a 9.57 at J-Bay in the past, and now current world number 15. Let's catch up with one of the best ever at Jeffreys Bay. Felipe Toledo's with Jesse Starling.
Felipe, we know J-Bay has so many different faces to it, so many different emotions. This one was quite slow. It was a little bit tricky, different to your last heat, but you navigated it beautifully.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that was kind of, you know, like what was programmed for today. We still had waves this morning. The wind was supposed to show up, and it did, and then it died down, so did the waves. It's a lot smaller right now, a lot slower. We knew that the swell was going to die. So I kind of had that in mind. You know, to start up the heat with two waves, and you know, make sure I had a good amount of scores, and you know, just kind of make him think and try to play with priority a little bit and strategy, and because it was not just a surfing strategy today, it was just like mental game priority strategy, and yeah, that's what I was able to do. Able to get the score on that set that came through, the 7. He got a score as well, and then at the end it was just kind of play with priority, make sure we were safe, and yeah, God bless me with that.
We know you have your eyes on the top 5, a 3rd world title as well. You're in the top 10. Coming into this event, though, you must have some confidence to try and crack that final 5, considering the incredible results you've had in the past.
For sure, yeah. Well, I mean, you know, since the year started, I was like, if the finals 5 happens, I'm really happy. If it doesn't, I'm really happy. It's my comeback year, you know, after a year off, and get the results that I had this year, and the heats that I've done, and I feel like I did a lot already. You know, taking in consideration the year off and coming back and everything that happened, you know. So I'm really proud of myself already. And my main focus is to win the event, and then finals 5 or whatever it is. It's just a plus on my goals, and yeah, just, you know, feeling happy. I feel like I couldn't quite connect yet to the wave. You know, like my board feels good, but I don't know if it's the magic one or not. And yeah, just figuring that out, and pretty sure next heat should be a little bit better.
Well, we look forward to seeing what unfolds for you, Felipe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jesse Starling. A happy Felipe Toledo, adjusting on the fly with the forecast. He broke down the forecast in his last heat victory as well yesterday afternoon, as he realized he was expecting more on the day yesterday, had to adapt on the fly. Today he knew the swell was going to be fading. The wind's cleaned up, but approaching that low tide, you know, he's talking like an experienced competitor that he is, and one of the best at J-Bay, where he actually leans into knowing the forecast really well, knowing what his options will be like, and he played the game perfectly against Baron Mamiya.
And I remember he also mentioned about being furious watching guys like Tej, Mick, Joe surfing this wave and making it look so much better than he did. But I recall it, I think it was 2014, we had a QS here and the waves were firing for a week. His first ever wave on a jersey here. And everyone had so much expectation because he was amazing at beach breaks, but we were all thinking like, oh, he's gonna have trouble, you know? First wave just kind of smashes, doesn't do anything special, but gets to the inside, crazy good barrel. It's 5 to 6 foot waves, and like, oh my gosh, this guy is very talented. He just adapts to the moment, you know?
One of the best QSs I think ever, wave-wise. It pumped for that one. That was like what we called a 6-star back then, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It pumped 3 days before, during the whole 5 days of the event, and like 3 days after. It was like non-stop. Like, it was incredible how many waves, how many good waves were ridden. And shout out to Heath Joski, probably had the best wave I've ever seen out here.
If you guys missed that moment in time, Heath Joski, one of my favorite surfers, did just a high line in the middle of competition and got a 10-point ride. Watching Connor O'Leary crushing sections, smaller wave, but still absolutely shredding. Big carve there, nice inside corner to land that backhand carve, pushing hard off the tail there and steps off. So already putting together a nice series of turns to force Italo to need 2 waves to come back now.
Yeah, he definitely a solid combination of maneuvers right there. That wave just kind of dissipating, couldn't get as aggressive and as vertical in the coping as the previous one, but good surfing nonetheless for Connor O'Leary. I expected him to probably get one of those waves just to build his score and not be, you know, left with 5 minutes needing a 4-point ride or so. So smart of him to do that, and now he's probably going to set anchor and trying to get a very substantial backup. But right here, nice first crack, gets down the line, tight carve. The wave, that's when it starts to dissipate. Has to kind of go up in vertical, but carves it around because the wave's not steep enough. And here, it's just trying to add a few points to get something probably on a smaller range than what Italo previously had with the 5.33. Not as dynamic as Italo's wave, but a good backup nonetheless for what the conditions we have on offer right now, being that slow.
So Connor kicks out, misses out on the opportunity to put Italo in combo. This score will stand at 4-3-3.
I mean, he did as much as he could. Great surfing for him, just the wave lacked the scoring potential.
So you see how compressed that Connor O'Leary can be on his board there, and a small wave on the inside. Tried to surf it up for points. Italo needs a 7.51 now on the improvement of Connor's low score. 8.5 out of the gates. Italo holding down priority, a past finalist at this event. But Italo's kind of seen everything here, even had an injury that took him out of the season in 2023 and also cost him a spot in the Olympics, falling out of the season early. Came back, recovered, and put himself in a place to win a world title the following year, finishing runner-up in the world to John Florence last year. As we go to the head-to-head with these two goofy foots, 2-1 in favor of Italo. The first meeting was back at G-Land. Connor won that going left. Then Italo got him going right in El Salvador. And that extra win for Italo also when he was at home in Brazil in a quarterfinal matchup where he got past O'Leary. So Connor looking to settle the score in this heat. So far so good as he's sitting out in front.
I mean, this is crazy, like pretty low average heat score for both of the surfers. 10 point, a little bit above 10 and a little bit above 9. But a tight match nonetheless.
Priority with Italo. We'll paddle over that little wave on the inside. The wind just laid down, starting off with some cross-shore devil wind throughout the morning. The trend from Surfline said the wind would improve into the afternoon and go offshore while this swell fades. Next couple of days look small as well, as everyone's anticipating the big swell to come this Friday, the 18th. Moving into position is Ferreira. 2019 world champ. Has a nice glassy wall at Jeffreys Bay. Blows out the whole section on the first opportunity, but can't hang on.
Maybe going a little bit too, powering too much more than he needed, because that wave was one of the best waves we've seen it probably in the last hour or so. You see that coping, how bowly it was, and mostly for a backhand, he didn't have too much section ahead of him. So he was just gonna go back to back to back major maneuvers right there, just pushing that tail a little bit too much on top of the lip. And as the wave doubled up underneath with that low tide right now, just wasn't able to re-engage. As you see right here, this wave starts to up. This is a dream scenario for a goofy footer. Like, you don't want anything more than that, but he just goes a little bit too high for how much he pushed, and that wave starts to bottom out in front of him or underneath him. See on the tippy toes right there, that's because he's trying to engage that inside rail, but the wave is supporting him and not letting him actually do that. And then it disengage, air drops it, and there's no way to come back out of it. Unfortunately for Italo, because that was probably the best wave I've seen in the last hour.
Wow, that was supposed to be the turning point in the heat for Italo Ferreira. A very rare mistake from a world champion. Going for a big backhand blow, going down on the first section. And when Connor chased that smaller score, ending up with a 4, I mean, the door was open for Ferreira to take the lead on that wave.
I mean, I could be wrong with the situation, but in his perspective, it's very easy for you to feel like you need to do much more than you should, because obviously you have an opponent with an 8.5 already, which is such a substantial score for the conditions on offer. So, yeah, he maybe overpushed it and paid.
Connor's got priority and an 8.5, trying to create an upset by taking out the high seed of Italo Ferreira. Find out what happens right after this. The WSL is proud to have participated in a special community-led dune restoration project with the JBSA, Kuha Municipality, and the WESA under the Green Coast Initiative. The activation featured surfers planting seed tags made from recycled growing paper. The planting symbolizes the community and the WSL's commitment to the J-Bay coastal environment. A lot of the world's best on hand for that, making this zone a much better place. Thanks so much, team, and all of our great partners with WSL One Ocean. Speaking of making things a better place and plants and everything, Connor O'Leary's dad is a botanist. And so there were times when Connor was a kid where he'd be forced to help out, do some chores and pot some plants. But one time his dad Finn said, "I'll pay you 10 cents for every plant you pot." He made about $2.50 that day. He worked, hustled.
He did hustle.
Worked really hard. Connor O'Leary happy to represent Cronulla in Japan. His mom, a professional surfer, Kemi, always so excited to watch him compete, but she's also thrilled to go to these world-class venues. She was just laughing all day long looking at
Always
lowers.
laughing.
She was like, "This is my first time here. I can't wait." And I was like, "Have you gotten any waves?" She's like, "I'm surfing all day long." And, you know, everyone loves
actually bummed the
Connor's
contest
moms. So like competitors like Jack Robinson, everyone's going, "Go, go, go," like calling her into waves. It was a dream trip for Connor's mom.
Yeah, I surfed with her plenty of times at Rocky Lefts and Rocky Rights, and she's a ripper.
Absolutely shreds. Italo, coming from Bahia Formosa, his dad, his trade was selling fish to the restaurants. His mom, a seamstress. And the famous story of Italo, his first surfboard wasn't a surfboard. It was the lid of his dad's ice chest that he'd ride on this little running right. Started doing 360s, started doing airs on a board that, well, is not a surfboard. He was talented out of the gates in the ocean. Jatson Andre always told us about Italo coming. But Italo's kind of rise to the junior series kept pretty quiet because he didn't have those major wins or world junior titles or QS titles before he qualified. He just had steady results to make the tour, and then an unbelievable rookie season, and that first breakthrough win we'll never forget at Bells Beach over McFanning.
Yeah, that was impressive. It was so emotional as well. You saw how much it meant for him, and like you said, Joe, like his pass through the QS was as quick as a blink. It was less than half of a year, and he was already qualified. Like, kind of got in as a wild card in Mexico. Not a wild card. He went through the trials, if I'm not mistaken, and got 3rd place, and from that on, back-to-back results, qualified just like this.
There's all these different roads to become a pro surfer, and it's fascinating to me when you've got a guy like Italo. I remember at Cloudbreak, he made the quarters first try. He'd never been there before. He doesn't have those childhood stories of having big sponsors, getting set on airplanes, posting up a pipeline at 12, 13, 14, learning the ropes. It was like, when he made the tour, that was his chance to go to those places. And then he got results right away.
That's what I like to mention when talented meets just adapting to the opportunity in front of you and the drive that you have to do well. Like, it really got to come from your guts. It's a lot of work and all in the past that you just got to put all in that moment and adapt to what's in front of you. And some of them do it better than others.
Jesse, pretty easy to find the keyhole at this low tide.
Yeah, it really is, mostly with the size of the waves we have today on 3 to 4 foot faces. But it's not always like that, Joe.
Yeah, when the tide's really high, you're trying to guess where it starts, but low tide, it's really obvious. You're like walking through a valley up there. You still got to make sure you're stepping on the right things and not landing on a muscle. But for these guys, they're just taking their time, preparing for a big clash. It's a huge one for the regular footers. Australia versus USA. A past champion, Ethan Ewing, taking on California's Jake Marshall. Coiling up, throwing the big whip in the flats. Italo Ferreira somehow is still trying to breakdance the finish. Looking at Reynos's reaction, doesn't look like he was able to pop back up. But that's that signature helicopter move that Italo's done time and time again over the years. It's strong, it's powerful, pretty reliable. That one, though, got away from him this time.
Yeah, it did. Sometimes he actually lands those backside full rotations when he lays back and regroups. It kind of uses his body and his backhand to get back up pretty often, but not this time. Projects it down the line, but not enough to get the rotation and get the board under his foot. So you can see he's kind of lateral as he's landing, not on top and composed, balance it out. So the back foot comes out. He tries to do the magic that he usually pulls it, using the backhand to get back up. But the wave and the whitewash just too sticky right there and bouncy, doesn't let him do it.
So Italo is still playing catch up in this matchup against Connor. Needs a 7.51 to get into the quarterfinals now without priority. And it wasn't right away with the connection of this event for Italo. Like most, it took some time to figure it out. For his first 4 starts, he was getting either a 25th or a 13th. But then his world title year, 2019, that's when he made the final. All goofy foot, all Brazilian final. That was with Gabriel Medina, and it was like 8 to 10 foot that day.
Yeah, it's so exciting. Every time he gets on the water, it's just a show that he puts onto us. And right here, you notice Connor is just, obviously, he gave him some gap up to the 5 minutes left, because that last wave that Italo grabbed, that it took off, was right above the lineup where he usually sit when priority set. He was almost at boneyards. But now Connor knows how fierce and how dangerous of a surfer Italo is, and he doesn't need much. He just needs a big closeout to get that 7.5. So he's not going to give him an inch.
Another update in the final 5. If you missed it, Jordy Smith lost to Marco Mignot earlier today. Iago making his heat and moving to the quarters, has taken the #1 seed. Jordy will lose the yellow jersey heading into Tahiti. And just looking at Italo, world #4 in this one, up against the ropes with Connor O'Leary. So big impact in the title race. Italo did win in Tahiti last year. Down to 3 minutes on the clock. Connor wearing the blue jersey, sitting below Italo. Ferreira with priority, starting to move up the point.
Trying to find some gap, but I doubt it. Connor's going to give him any gap. He's probably paddling up the point with him right now as we speak.
Italo starting off the year so strong. Great results in the first few events of the season. Winning in Abu Dhabi, runner-up to Iago Dora in the final in Portugal. Starting to feel a slide through the Australian leg of the tour, but still in the top 5 picture.
And there you go. You see Italo. Oh, sorry. You see Italo in the front, and then you see Connor in the back just chasing. And it's just defense. You want to minimize with priority with 2 minutes and 14 seconds left. You just want to minimize the opportunity that your opponent's going to have. Minimize the chances of him standing up on a board. Makes things a little bit more difficult for him.
So hitting the 2-minute mark, Connor O'Leary has priority. Italo, member, fell on the full rotation attempt on wave number 8. So Connor controlling the lead and priority. Italo trying to find some space. A great positioning for Connor, just sitting right below. If Italo does make a move, he can play quick defense and take the wave off him. And decision time with 1:35 to go. Italo trying to find some space. Let's see if Connor's going to let him go. Still small, but this guy's a magician and creating something for himself. He goes for a lofty full road. Will go into the layback to soften the landing and picks himself back up.
I mean, if you're Connor O'Leary right now, you're looking at that air and you're thinking, what did I just do? But with the 1:30 seconds left, look like there's nothing much coming behind. Kind of had to pull the trigger on that wave. Might have been a mistake for him. Mostly if you're going against someone else, but with Italo, with the approach that he has to the waves and how radical he can get with those airs. This is a question asked to the judges now.
It's an interesting one too with the layback recovery. We'll see how they react to that.
As you can see it, a lot of offshore winds right now. So he looks it out the back, sees that there's no waves. That wave's kind of gutless, but it gives him a pocket, and the speed that he generates, just beautiful rotation. Once again, under rotates, so he falls in that awkward position of the layback, but regroups it pretty quickly, so there wasn't much downtime. The risk of the maneuver was incredible. Regrouped it very well, very critical. And he's asking the questions to the judges. Look how low and compressed he gets on that board. Aims the bottom of the board towards the wind to get the support. Leans it back and comes back up.
And now with 10 seconds to go, Connor trying to pick up the pace here on his last wave in the round of 16 here. Tiny wave. We caught up with him down the stretch. We'll see what happened out the back in just a moment. Connor had priority. Italo created some space, went for one of his signature moves. Sky high, full road, lane back and recovered, was chasing a 7.51. Scores coming in for the panel. It comes up short, a 7.0. Connor O'Leary survives a close one and moves on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I kind of expected to go a little bit below as well. That one turn and the cleanest wasn't a smooth landing. But this would have been it.
Just a little bit too late.
And one more.
This wave after the horn. And Italo still asking, did I get the score? He's going to hear that he didn't get it. And he's out of the round of 16. So world number 4 still trying to get the message here. And by his reaction, you probably could tell he felt like that punt was enough. And we've seen a few today. We saw that huge section from Iago this morning. He got a 9 out of it. And then that section for Italo, sky high, lean back, recovered to a 7.0, but a big name out of the event. Former runner-up in this event, and now Connor O'Leary keeps his streak alive here at J-Bay, his 3rd straight appearance in the quarterfinals. And taken out a big name with some big power hacks. It all started with that opener of an 8.5.
Yeah, the wave selection there was clutch for him. Actually, Italo had the opportunity with that wave that he fell on the first turn. That was probably the best wave of the heat.
Things getting interesting in the title race. The focus on yellow will be between Iago and Kanoa here for the rest of Jeffreys Bay. Back for more with Ethan Ewing taking on Jake Marshall right after this.
Ferreira. we go. Surfing blue on the first wave. Jake Marshall. Loads up. Lots of speed, lots of control. Blue seven back! Somebody who hasn't hold on to that. Now with that grip time, he's been Ewing behind. Short to wall, just gets a couple of rapid contacts
The Corona Cero Open J-Bay is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Kuha Municipality, good governance through service. And by Yeti, built for the wild. Hi everybody, thanks for watching Pro Surfing. It's the round of 16, heat number 8. Ethan Ewing taking on Jake Marshall for a shot in the quarterfinals. Whoever wins will take on Connor O'Leary, probably on finals day. Ethan Ewing, world number 5. Jake Marshall, just outside the top 10, is looking to not just get to the quarters, but get to his first semifinal, as we see a very happy Connor O'Leary coming in. Deserves all those pats on the backs. One of the best power surfers that we have on tour, Jesse.
I mean, he stick to the game that he needed to do. Maybe a little mistake there was the 4-point ride where Italo got the chance to probably get the best score of the heat, but failed, so it worked his way, and that's what you want.
Moving into the position is a J-Bay champion. Ethan Ewing, current world number 5, sees the opportunity ahead of him with Italo out. Slices through that first section. Nice momentum through that big power car. Floats the next section. Great variety and control. Ewing attacking the pocket. Gets the wrap underway, finding natural speed off the bottom, but doesn't control the finishing move. Next opportunity will be for Jake with priority here. On the Sharp Eye Surfboards program, Marcio Zuvi, head shaper, here on hand for this event. Carving his way through a full roundhouse cut back, but he'll get stuck.
A little bit of a missed opportunity there for him. That wave looked like had maybe a little bit more on offer, but nothing crazy. Didn't miss much. But Ethan, great start. Felt like he was on second or third gear so far. Finish it off with a little bit more of an impact, but sometimes you get a bit more release than you expect, and you're not really paying attention to the nose of the board, and you catch it. Because that would have made it, you know, probably another 0.5 difference, 0.7 difference on the scoring. Could be the change for the start, but let's see what's going to happen.
So interesting couple of falls there. Jake Marshall came off just a gorgeous roundhouse wrap, full rebound off the whitewater, but got stuck in transition. His goal is to break 3 of the quarters, wants to win his first event this year. Let's see what happened to Jake first.
That was a nice bowly start for him. Gets up in vertical, does that cut back, and this is the best section off the wave, no doubt about it, but he came a little bit from behind. Probably was expecting that wave to hold itself a little bit longer. Fortunately, didn't work for him, and this is Ethan. Takes the rail a little bit on that first one with a lot of that chatter from the wind that just picked up again. You can notice by the texture of the water and the lip of the wave. Then get some good turns in the in-between, and right here finish it off strong, but unfortunately for him, gets unglued.
So tough fall there. Then also seeing Ethan Ewing from the sky here. You can see how much of the wave he uses.
Yeah, and just the body torque, the upper body torque is really second to none. Great work there for Ethan.
They both have this type of tempo in their style, don't they?
It's very similar approaches, both very smooth. Got to give the edge to Jake Marshall for being more progressive, but obviously for Ethan Ewing, cuts the water maybe sharper than he does, but both of the surfers are just incredible on right-hand point breaks.
Just such a difference on where you do your turns. Here's Ethan Ewing down the racetrack. Boom, big connection there. Nice tempo and beat, belts it off the lip line. Plenty of time. Oh, he's gonna slam on the brakes, getting drained. Heading towards impossibles. Off the top on the float. Can he stick this one in flat water? And that finish has been tough for Ethan today. But what a good feeling.
We've been talking about of the pace, matching the pace of the wave, and you don't want to look rushed for the judges. And on the first round we've seen some people doing that, but look at the difference here and how calm he is. Look at the second turn, aggressive turn. The wave just starts to run away from him. He takes his time. He doesn't get rushed ahead of himself. Goes back around, gets a little cover up, and unfortunately, once again, when he was going to finish, just gets sticky right there on the landing. Right here, beautiful turn. That wave is spilling down the line. He takes his time. He makes sure he's not digging any rails, looks down to his board, takes a split of a second to start pumping back on again, knows exactly what the wave's going to do, and slow himself down for a nice little pit. Dreamy wave. Not going to be a massive score, but pretty solid score. Definitely going to better that 5.17 that he has as the best score of the heat, and going to throw that out the window to a backup now. If he would have finished, that would have been a pretty big score for him.
And that tough landing, running out of water, passing the dead low tide. Jake also getting involved on this last exchange, both going for tubes. Jake getting the best one.
I mean, that was hollow. Oh, unfortunately for Jake right here, catching that inside rail. Beautiful technique. Look at both of the foot way above the board in front of the deck pad, the back foot right there, and he's going to regroup that foot and put it back as he's going to come out of this barrel. He's going to put it back to the pad to get that traction on top of the fins, but the wave's kind of bowly still. So he tries to fit the rail of the board inside that coping, and it just kind of goes a little bit too lateral. Had to be a little bit more tight, like Ethan's first turn on that 6.83. Exact same turn, he would be looking at probably a 7-point ride and above.
It's crazy how the energy changes when you're in a heat. You'll watch Jake surf all day. He'll not fall once. He just has perfect laps, nice warm-ups, pick and turn selection well. Kind of like the flow we saw at Bells Beach when he got his best combined heat total of his career. But now a couple falls back-to-back, especially on an opportunity of having a really well-read tube ride. A missed opportunity when you're compared to a rail savant in this heat, a guy that's meant to win all the time. He's always going to be a favorite out here in Ethan Ewing. These are the mistakes you can't afford.
Yeah, and definitely with the price of a wave, he got a 4-point ride just on that barrel itself. So if you combo it up with that big layback, like a tighter, instead of a more drawn out turn that he tried to fit on the pocket, he would have been looking already at the combination of probably a 6-point ride, and that wave was still had some to offer. So a missed opportunity there for Jake Marshall. And you can't really have many of those, if you can have any, against someone like Ethan on the conditions today.
Ethan Ewing looking for a third event title. He has two. J-Bay was his first in a final over Jack Robinson. And it always made sense that he would take over this event. The next one, maybe a bit more emotional, as wow, Jake wants to join the party. Carving right into screen. Blows the tail. And another fall from Jake Marshall, but going crazy with that big fin throw off the top. That would have been insane.
That is such an important wave for him to bounce back. That first turn was massive, tight layback, more likely what he should have done on a 4-point ride coming out of that barrel. Second turn, kind of a transitional turn. As you can see here, he takes off straight off the bottom, gets up and tight. Draws it out, but doesn't try to extend too much. The wave didn't offer that. Transitional turn here, getting speed down the line, and goes for broke. This tail blow was massive. Kicks that foot, regains control, airdrop off the sky, but as he's airdropping, starts to look forward. You see how he's paying attention and the movement down the line, and that board kind of stayed in position where it's supposed to. And that front foot just kind of goes in front of him. He was on landing that turn. That was close to an excellent range.
What do you do if you're Jake right now? And you've now fallen 3 times in a row on opportunities on a day where you haven't had much in the lineup on a fading swell. How do you shake this off and stay in the heat?
I mean, I guess the best way to do it is breathing. Take your time, reset. Know that you're capable of, and most likely for the level of surfing that he has, he doesn't fall so much. Any of those surfers, they don't fall that much. So you know that all the falls are probably in the past, and what's to come is probably going to be more positive. But at the situation that we sit right now, most likely Ethan Ewing with priority is probably going to apply even more pressure on him and have a little bit more freedom. So it's a tough task for him right now to regroup, but that's what you got to do.
Jake Marshall, such a smart competitor, probably thinking his way through this moment, trying to recover from some falls. He's going to take this wave without priority to try to find the rhythm out here. Stretching this one out now, thinking about pulling in, and another wave that's just going to drop him off on the inside. He's had moments, man. He got barreled in this seat, went for a big fin throw, would have been one of the biggest turns of the day. Fell in transition off the top, but he's still in there, just chasing an 8. Ethan's got a 5 and a 6.83.
But just me personally, looking back, like at the 2 waves that he gets, the 2 best waves he got, both of the waves is 1 turn away from being in first position right now. So it's just little details. Obviously, unforced error on the 4-point ride, because that turn he should have been doing on his sleep. The 3.67, it's a very committed turn. That happens a lot, because you want to keep your momentum moving forward in this run in pace wave, and then you forget a little bit of the nose and keeping your patient to regroup that turn. So those 2 turns are basically what's differentiating him from being in second place to first right now.
Kind of felt like a similar situation from the heat before, where, you know, got to keep Italo off the best waves. Connor looking to be on the sets. Kind of same thing for Jake. You don't want Ethan anywhere near set wave at Jeffreys Bay. Things were really going to plan as far as wave selection was concerned.
No doubt. He's just needs to clean up a little bit, and that's all. But it sounds so much easier than it is. Mostly sitting here watching from a chair that is very comfortable. Nothing, I have no feelings going through my heart right now, and those guys are thinking about so many opportunities that are ahead of them, and the fact that you're surfing the best wave in the world, most high performance wave in the world, with one of the best surfers ever out here. So
some great moments with both these guys here in 2025. Ethan Ewing trying to put himself in a title hunt this year once again. He's finished runner-up in the world in the past, and there's certain events you always expect him to do some damage in. It's obviously J-Bay, where he's won before. It's also at Bells Beach, where he's won before. This year, Ethan laid down some of the best modern-day Bells Bowl surfing in history of the longest running event on the calendar. Going to CT by the numbers, you can see that performance on screen. 18.76 total at Bells. Jake right behind him. We're talking about best heat totals of the season. Jake's performance also on the Bells Bowl, where that 18.33 total is his personal best of his career. Now in his 4th season on the championship tour. And this matchup was always going to be a classic. Guys that really care about style, really care about form, love just laying into big rail hooks on the open face. But this one starting with a series of mistakes. Ethan also having trouble with his finishing move, which you can't blame him for on a low tide like this, on how tough it is to even land a float sometimes. Ewing missing out on opportunities to win events for his success on tour, and how celebrated his modern day rail work is.
I think the problem for Jake right now is just keeping himself patient enough, or manufacture something out of the blue, because he already sits probably 2 steps behind Ethan Ewing. And Ethan Ewing with priority most likely is going to capitalize on the 517, so it's probably going to put that gap even bigger on this next exchange that we have. So for him, it's just not trying, for his perspective, not trying to force things that he shouldn't, and hopefully that there's enough waves on the lineup in the last 18 minutes left so he can catch 2 waves.
Waiting for waves in this matchup. Let's catch up to the big goofy foot, Connor O'Leary's with Jesse Starling.
Connor, the magician run continues, because you found excellence out there when we haven't seen an excellent score since the first heat this morning.
Got the good juju, I guess. You know, last heat of yesterday, managed to find one. You were freezing cold today, managed to find one, and now you're boiling. So yeah, it's been a good run of, you know, confidence, which is good. It's nice to be able to score, you know, good points at a place like this, and yeah, it's also gives me good confidence I'm doing the right thing. So yeah, it's cool.
When you see Italo flying through the air at the dying stages of the heat, does the heart rate go up a little bit there?
It was more just me being bummed that I gave him the opportunity to even like be in that position to be able to do an air and get, you know, potentially get a score. I got the 8.5, and then I kind of went away from the game plan, was like, saw a wave and went, oh, it could be a backup, and kind of went. And if I didn't go that, I would have got his wave that he fell on. That would have, you know, put the heat away, and I would have probably made him need, you know, 2 scores to then let him be able to get that wave and do the air, and it would have not mattered. So, yeah, it was more just being bummed on my own behalf. You know, you give him an inch, he takes a mile. So, yeah, it was a lucky one on my behalf, and, yeah, hopefully tighten it up for finals day.
And thinking about goofy wins here before, we've only had 2 goofy footers that have won of this break before. It'd be nice to add it to 3 this year, wouldn't it?
It would be nice. I was saying to Dog at the start of this event, he's like, you know, what are you going to see from me? And I was kind of thinking, you know, I'd love to showcase the best backside surfing anyone's ever seen here. And yeah, slow and steady. Hopefully we get good conditions on finals day to be able to showcase that. And yeah, there's moments where what I'm doing is cool, so keep that up. And yeah, all gas, no brakes. Let's go.
Mate, what you're doing is cool, and we love it. We'll see you in the next one.
Well done, Jesse Starling. How fun was that? You can tell the joy that Connor's feeling right now, finding excellent scores when it's been tough for the field to do so. Yesterday's challenging conditions, today against a former finalist and a world champ. But real honest in his breakdown of what he did wrong in that heat as well.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing about talking about those surfers in this caliber. They know exactly what they do wrong. So he probably didn't even talk to Dog yet, and he already broke it down exactly the mistake of the heat, which ended up, you know, playing in his favor no matter what. But that could have been a completely different story, like he said, if he would have just been a little more patient and went for that second big wave that came in the set. Didn't matter what Italo did in that last wave. So leaving the door open, actually got a little bit lucky to the fact that Italo fouled on that wave, because that was probably an excellent scoring wave.
I love that he also said he wants to perform as the best goofy foot ever on this wave. You know, you want to show, yeah, wins are important, but to be backed by some of the performances you're proud of, you know, that's the true surfer. And Connor O'Leary coming out, 3rd straight appearance in the quarters, and probably dismantling some fantasy surf teams along the way. Italo and Ethan Ewing are the most consistent picks throughout the year in 2025 on your fantasy teams as the falls continue for Marshall.
Yeah, I don't think that wave had much on offer afterwards, so he kind of had to go big. He's going to be right back out, regroup. The interest point about it, he's way up the top, and Ethan Ewing kind of sitting on the car park section a little bit down the line more. Looks like had a look at a wave, didn't go. Ethan just stick to his guns, knows he needs to make the most of the next opportunity he has and apply more pressure into Jake Marshall, that most likely is going to be looking for something in a very high scoring range, which he already needs an 8-point ride if Italo capitalize on his opportunity next.
Sets on the way as we see what happened to Jake Marshall on this one, Jesse.
Just a nice finner right there for him. It's kind of the same similar mistake as the previous wave, which is very easy to do when you have such a fast pace down the line. You want to do the blow tail and regroup it very quickly. Just going overboard right there. And it looks like he's going to stand up on this wave here.
Wrapping cutback for Jake, just trying to find the flow. Nice connection there, smaller face. He'll just pull in for a quick pocket ride and step off. Just seems like these are just thoughtful waves to try to feel his board and equipment, trying to find the right lines, because he knows he's got time. Very consistent amateur competitor over the years, winning big NSSA titles. As we see the work from the sky here.
Yeah, that looked like he was lining up to be a great wave, but he get bowly, maybe a little too much, and then dissipates all the energy. Thought he was might have been on his way of finding a little nug underneath Ethan Ewing's priority, but didn't work for him.
Ethan Ewing now just drop an anchor out the back. That's what he's known to do, being so efficient with wave selection. He's just calming down a bit as Jake's just trying to rack up the wave count to surf his way into rhythm, to try to create an upset on seeding. It's always an upset when you beat a past champ. Let's see if Jake can put his head down and find the flow in the back end of heat number 8 of the round of 16. Ethan Ewing still out front with a 6.83 and a 5.17. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Jeffreys Bay. Endless lines, long barrels, smooth carves, and the perfect section for an epic air. Real waves, true physics. The closest feeling to real-world surfing. Download for free now.
You can download True Surf right now and actually surf live conditions that we have for Ethan Ewing and Jake Marshall at the best right-hand point break on the planet here on the Eastern Cape of South Africa. Ethan Ewing taking on Jake Marshall. These two have been providing some big rail hooks all season. And now both hunting down a spot into the quarterfinals. An important one for Ethan for the title race, as we've already had Italo Ferreira knocked out just in the heat previous to Connor O'Leary. He's world number 4. So Ethan's got some space to move if he can continue into finals day. Also lost Jordy Smith earlier today. He'll lose the yellow jersey. We'll focus in on either Yago Dora or Kanoe Igarashi. Those are the two surfers that could potentially take yellow into the last stop of the season. So Yago on the top of the draw. Connor O'Leary at the bottom of the draw. Chance for maybe an all goofy foot final. We've had that once before. That was Medina over Italo a few years back, 2019. Gabriel just the second goofy to win this event. The first, 1984. From the same town as Connor O'Leary, Cronulla, the great Mark Akalupo. Ethan, though, hoping that he picks up a win this season, starts building a legacy at J-Bay to become a multiple-time champ. We'll see how this one goes. It's just been about Jake going up and down, stepping off his 9th wave ridden in this heat. And the story for Jake has just been having good moments, but falls where he's fallen on combination of turns. The judges do send out little notes, you know, at every event on the calendar, and they look at everything. It's like disruption of flow. If you bobble a bottom turn, that could just mess up your entire wave. It's, you know, obviously a perfect wave that you dream of riding, but to score points on it, you can't. There's no room for errors on this wave.
It makes it completely difficult for you to put all of that perspective of the judges and apply to the wave to try and get the best out of it. But he's actually ticking all the boxes. If you look about progression, he's being aggressive. He had the flow, just coming unglued. Looks like some sets approaching.
Yeah, big crowd. I think the biggest crowd I've seen down here at Jeffreys Bay for this event. Car park was packed this morning, just like it was yesterday. Today is still the weekend, Sunday here locally, here in the Eastern Cape. So everyone coming down here to watch the best in the world compete. Seeing those waves go through. No takers. Ethan sitting below Jake with priority. And it's been lopsided in their head-to-head history. All in favor of Ethan Ewing. Undefeated over Jake Marshall in 3 previous meetings, but putting up some numbers against each other. Best score for Ethan has been an 8-point ride. Jake's lifted up his game to a 7-5 against the Australian. But Jake's hoping to break this streak today.
Yeah, but all the other there's a big gap in between the two surfers. Besides, like you said, the best score of the heat, pretty close, but the rest, obviously, very dominant from Ethan Ewing.
Ethan starting off with a big World Junior title, qualified for the tour, had a big reputation for being one of the best surfers in the world, and then fell off the tour. Had heats where he had an 8 and a 1 and would lose. He just hadn't figured out the complete formula of winning heats. But people were kind to him, saying, hey, don't worry. Andy Irons did the same thing and came back and became a 3-time world champ. So he stayed positive, re-qualified, and kind of figured out the system to put together top 2 scores and play the game. And, you know, John had a similar role. John didn't fall off, but he was often having the highlight reel in round 2 or 3, but not winning the event. Sometimes these phenoms take a little time to work out the system and being consistent winning heats.
Yeah, just finding a rhythm and the path that you got to find it yourself. No one really can teach you.
Tapping that section. Let's see if Jake can unload here under priority. Getting a little stuck off the top as you see the frustration as he kicks out of wave number 10. He hasn't added a keeper score since his 4th ride in the matchup.
But Joe, Jake, he's doing what he can. Like, obviously, he had the opportunities that he missed on the beginning of the heat, but so far, since Ethan has gotten priority, he just didn't sit there waiting for the priority to change. He tried to find gap. He tried to find room in between the two surfers, put himself in opportunities, but just nothing of substance actually came towards both of the surfers. So very slow second half of the heat. And now it's 6 minutes. It starts to get very tricky for the surfer in blue. But he still, look, you can still see that he's not just sitting out there hoping for destiny to send him a wave. He's trying to manufacture something and come back to this heat. On the other hand, Ethan is just playing to his game like he usually does. Very calm, didn't move on the board or didn't battle for anything for the last 10 minutes pretty much.
Just sitting there with the lead, dropping anchor. Important event for Ethan Ewing in the world title race. Thinking about how strong he is here at J-Bay. He's had tough moments in Tahiti, so he'd really be leaning into a huge performance here and not trying to leave it to what's going to happen at the end of the road in the South Pacific for his destiny on the tour for a world title. Remember Ethan breaking his back in a warm-up session at Chopes in the past. With a brilliant recovery, though, that saw some of the best rail work we've ever seen at lowers. That took him to a runner-up finish. Jake starting to move up the point, trying to find some space against Ethan. And like you're saying, Jesse, keeping his head in the game, just looking for any type of wave that can get him back in the matchup, chasing an 8-point ride.
It really seems like Ethan is going to play one of those games that he's just going to stick to what he thinks it's right. Obviously sitting the right spot off the point, but letting lose Jake Marshall, which could be deadly. You'll never know when those sets comes up the boneyards that have a low road, like you mentioned a little bit earlier. Sometimes you can't really get to it and gives you a few good opportunities, and he could get right back in the heat. With 4 minutes left, he still has time for 2 waves.
Yeah, we have had a few sets today that have had a split in it as well. So Jake could sort of identify a wave with more of a pop-up peak type scenario to try to accomplish at least a better high score with the time on the clock. Jake's longtime coach, Chris Gallagher, was a genius at J-Bay. Another goofy that made finals day out here. And would often be flown out to J-Bay by guys like Taylor Knox or the Hobgood brothers to have specific coaching on this right-hand point break. So Jake well prepared as far as understanding the lineup. Here he goes. He's got to be mistake-free here. Quick wipe in the pocket there. Smooth rails as this wave is just hoping to bowl up, but he's going to surf it up with another climb. But yeah, wave staying gutless, bit small, now into a lot of foam, and Jake trying to work with anything that's coming his way. Just pretty tough with these smaller conditions at the moment.
Yeah, mostly with the low tide, that wave hugs the bank very close to the rocks, so not giving him much opportunity down the line. It dissipates the energy very quickly. Beautiful surfing for him, very smooth, nice cutty, linking the turns very well. And you can see how deep he was. He surfed that wave for about 15 seconds, 20 seconds, and as he kicks out, he's right in front of Ethan Ewing.
2:25 to go. A shorter day from what we had yesterday, where we had 20 heats completed on a big Saturday with the overlapping format, and set up the women's quarterfinals. Women's quarterfinals were on standby, but now this will be the last couple of minutes of competition today. Ethan still with the lead, holding prio. Coming up next, it'll be the Corona Cero post show, hosted by Kaipo Guerrero. Breaking down all the action with Rosie Hodge and Jesse Mendez. We'll start predicting when we might see the finals day showdown. Look into the Surfline maps to see what it's looking like for, well, even before Friday, but Friday seems like the day that everyone's talking about so far. Minute 45, Jake locks in, has to step off. Ethan will use priority on this one. Laying down a clean frontside hook. Lower road on that last wrap, and he's over it. 2 great turns, but a defensive strategy for Ewing. Now Jake has a decent looking wall setting up for him. A minute 25 will pull up and under. Quick vision on the takeoff. Off the bottom, quick jam there to get down the line. Looking to open up here, just tags it under the lip. Placing that float, staying above his board and pushing hard on a big whipping carve. Now crushing the end section, but he goes down.
Oh my gosh, Joe.
On a very important ride.
Wow, he was on his way. That last turn before he fell was so aggressive. Man, so many mistakes. You cannot do that. Obviously, Ethan pulling the trigger a little bit too early, but this wave starts off with a nice little drainer. Comes out. You notice how much energy there is on that wave kind of running down the line, so he makes sure he's in front of it. Keeps the rails very smooth. Floats in right here. Jams on that second section. And then finish it off on his way to probably for sure, the best wave of the heat. That was a beautiful turn. Redirect that board. Stomps on that back foot. Regain composure. A lot of amplitude on that turn. Dynamic. Aggressive. But with the fall, I don't see it coming in an excellent score.
What a heat. Ethan Ewing catching a couple of rides. Took a defensive strategy. Just 2 turns. That was a throwaway. So left Jake out the back with one of the better looking waves from the entire matchup. Marshall chasing an 8-point ride and just flowed down the line. Start off with a barrel. Was incredibly committed to that big tail release carve in a heat where he just was suffering a lot of falls. Went down on the finish, so certainly a frustrating heat for Jake. And spent a lot of time without priority, just fishing around the lineup where the wave stayed about 1 to 2 foot and didn't give him much. Judges will take a moment to check out replays, and they'll put in the final score of the matchup and of the day. Jake Marshall turns in a 6.0 with the fall.
Expected, Joe. Like, there's more opportunity, more meat left on that bone. Unfortunately for Jake, strategy-wise on this heat was clutch. Put himself in the best waves of the heat, but just that one turn always. On the last wave, on the 4-point ride, and the 3.6 that he had previously in the beginning of the heat.
And for Ethan, I mean, he hasn't just been running away with heat wins. He's had some very close ones, you know, especially with that one with Marco Mignot in the opening round that could have gone either way. And Jake almost upset him on the last wave. Ewing into the quarterfinals to take on Connor O'Leary. We'll break down all the highlights of everything that happened on Sunday today at J-Bay on the Corona Cero Post Show. We'll see you then.
Of the day. However, stick around because we've got lots of action. We'll see the Red Bull aerobatics display. That's going to be Pat Davidson at 12:30. All right, so quick update on the Red Bull aerobatics display. Pat Davidson, you do not want to miss it. And it's also been pulled forward. We're expecting him to fly out of the skies in about 2 minutes from now. So just be prepared. It's quite a show. It can be quite surprising, so be ready for it. Have a look up into the skies. We're also going to see at around 3 o'clock this afternoon, the Sealand Airs for Good, giving SA's best talent the opportunity to show the best critical surfing above the lip to the world. So that will be 3 o'clock this afternoon. We will be showing the Wimbledon Finals from 2 o'clock here on our big screen. Remember, we're not going to close Casa Corona. It's too good. Casa Corona will be open all afternoon into the evening. We have a bucket of Corona. Corona Cero on offer. Folks, keep your eyes on the sky. Pat Davidson coming for you. So it's a red ball aerobatics display. Where is he? Can anyone see him? Do we have a sighting? Tell you what, hold on to your beers tight. When he comes rolling down here, got something. He comes directly away. Huge thank you as well to our water safety team. We had a special day.
That's right, it's the Corona Cero post-show, day number 3 of the Corona Cero Open J-Bay. Got the men's round of 16 done today. It was a beautiful day at J-Bay. As you can see, the sun's out, the crowds are out. Got a lot to catch up on this Corona Cero post-show. Remember, Corona Cero, 0% ABV, all natural ingredients. Enjoy it with a lime. Ethan Ewing, we're going to see him in the quarterfinals. And welcome to the set. I'm Kuiper Guerrero. That's Rosie Hodge. That's Jesse Mendez. Jesse, great day today. Some surprises as well.
Yeah, I actually expected we were going to show up and it was going to look as small as we did just now. So we did have some swell and offer in the beginning and still pretty contestable and pretty fun on the all the way through the last heat.
Yeah, I love the performances. And really, as it got lower tide, Rosie, strategy came really into play for all of our surfers out here.
Yeah, it was interesting to watch, you know, the different dynamics that we saw come into play this morning. I mean, it was super consistent, but we had that devil wind, then that lower tide and a little bit of inconsistency happened, and then those last few heats had some really nice waves as that tide started to push.
Yeah, well, we got some heats to review, and one of the biggest heats of the day to review. Oh, man, I'm sorry to report, but Jordy Smith's out of competition. Heat number 5, round of 16, Marco Mignot, the rookie, took down a giant here at J-Bay. Let's see how it went down, Jesse.
Yeah, that was smart of him, actually getting the best wave of the score, the best score of the heat under priority. Jordy started off the gates very strong, as expected. Very solid surfing from him. Massive layback right there. Regroups it. And combos it up with a nice finish of a reverse. So very good surfing for the Big Brew, but it wasn't his day today.
Yeah, Big Brew sat with priority after this for, count it, just about 30 minutes, and that allowed Marco Mignot to attack.
Well, Jordy opening up with a 6.67. This is the answer back from Marco Mignot. He beat him on the first exchange with the 7.07, so already advantage to Marco. And the way that he really controlled this heat and played under priority, just such impressive surfing. The best that we've seen from Marco at J-Bay.
Yeah, Marco Mignot, dynamic right there, and tells the crowd, shh, don't make so much noise.
And I love this wave here. Like, I actually thought that was going to go into the excellent range. That was excellent surfing in my eyes. Beautiful rotation there to start. Combo it up with the carve and a full rotation to finish it up. Like, what else can you ask from the kid? Like, that was impressive surfing from Marco Mignot.
Yeah, 7.5 right there, and Dad is excited. Marco Mignot on to the quarterfinals. Shock and awe on the beach with Jordy getting back in. Still had a lot of time for the fans. And let's look at the numbers from this affair. And it was really Marco Mignot with that 7-point ride to start off with, and that 7.5 dominating and into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, you know what? Jordy, he had a bad day. It's one heat in what has been an absolutely amazing season. So, you know, he's going to regather himself for Tahiti.
Unfortunately, he's going to have a color change. He's going to lose the yellow jersey as we go to Tahiti. We're going to find out later in the competition who will be wearing that yellow jersey. Few surfers up for grabs there. So that was the shock of the day. But we started off today with some action, and I'm talking action in the way of Iago Dora, heat 1 of the round of 16. Dora was looking impressive as he was in his opening round. He came back into round of 16, and he, again, impressive surfing from Iago Dora, Jesse.
And he kind of had to muscle through it because he started off with kind of out of rhythm, you know, but then all of a sudden he find this wave halfway through the heat that it starts to double up and has so much energy, generates so much speed, and just launches into the flats. Beautiful rotation. The impact was all absorbed by him, and incredible surfing. What can you tell about this? João Chombinho was also ripping that heat. It felt like that board was on tune. He was finding good groove with turns like this, very aggressive, very sharp, but just wasn't enough to take down the current world #1.
Yeah, and alluding to that, Jesse, on the live rankings, Iago Dora has gone into the lead, but this was the game changer right here.
I mean, no doubt about it, mostly because obviously he's an amazing surfer out here, but you expect him to do even better, probably at Chopu, a wave that suits his surfing even more. And here, some of the names that we expected to do better, like Jordy Smith, falling off early, so a huge opportunity for himself to gain some ground and solidify his position on the top.
Here's the numbers. Look at that 9-point ride for Iago Dora en route to the quarterfinals. Iago Dora, Kanoa Igarashi will be in battle in the rest of this event as we look towards finals day for who will be wearing that yellow leaders jersey in Tahiti. Pretty exciting stuff. Well, we had some upsets, we had some excellent scores, but we're all set now for both the women's and the men's quarterfinals. So we're getting down to a finals day, gang.
Yeah, it's, I mean, you know, we think about yesterday, we surfed those 20 heats, the day before, the 4 heats. Today we got through 8, and we really have gotten to pick. We've got a couple of days lining up on the forecast where we can really pick the eyes out of it.
Yeah, let's take a look at our quarterfinal bracket for the men. Top side, bottom side of the draw. We just go straight through right here. Iago Dora, Leo Fioravanti, your thoughts? Jesse?
I mean, I really like quarterfinal number 2 right there, Kanoa against Griffin. I think that's going to be a good match that comes out to be a 20-year rivalry. So it brings a little bit of extra fire, and both surfers are on point here at this event.
Marco Mignot, Rosie's going to have a chance to yet have another big upset as he's going up against a 3-time champion the way of Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here, but I really want to highlight the fact that, you know, Itzlo's out of the event, Jordy Smith is out of the event, Griffin Colapinto really has opportunity to climb up those rankings and find himself in the WSL Final 5. So can he overcome Kanoa?
Yeah, and it's going to be a grudge match, right? You see Ethan Ewing, who is in that 5 position, Griffin Colapinto, who's in that 6th position, all of them in the quarterfinals. So we're going to see some shuffling potentially on finals day. Well, now it's time for our Sealand Wave of the Day. Who could it be for the Sealand Wave of the Day? Started this morning. He already sewed it up first thing this morning, Jesse, Iago Dora.
I mean, that's such an impressive surfing, and you can't get over watching this. Kept the pace throughout this wave pretty well. He needed a score at that moment. He knew he needed to go very big in here. Looked like the wave was going to slow down, but it should start running away from him, and it doubled up, so he had to go for broke in this massive rotation into the flats. Incredible surfing and getting rewarded for Wave of the Day. Well deserved, because yesterday was very close as well for him to pull that.
That's right.
And so unflappable. I mean, the scenario leading up to that wave, he had to have the equipment change with that broken fin, needed the score, and really put on such a clutch performance.
Good point there, Rosie, because everything kind of seems like he was going against the guy. And all of a sudden, he pulls it off.
Well, Iago gave us an air show, but Red Bull is giving us an air show as well. That's going on right now for the fans on the beach, the Red Bull Air Show. How's your equilibrium?
Not as good as that.
Pulling throwing some G's right there, the Red Bull Air Show, and what is capping off an extremely entertaining day. Even if it's a half a day, the action continues.
Okay, the thing about South Africa that we're noticing is we just love to fly planes over the ocean really fast or jump out of them, because we had Maddie McGilvray skydiving yesterday, and now the Red Bull Air Show over Super Tubes.
I mean, did you see the photos of Matt McGilvray that he posted? You got to go and jump on his Instagram if you haven't yet, because it looks amazing. Him like looking at the camera with the J-Bay lines behind him, jumping off the sky. It's chaotic.
This has been a wonderful event, I'm telling you, and I hope you're entertained, because this has been just one for the books, you know. And what are we going to do? Where are we going to go from here? Well, for that, we got to take a look at Surfline to find out what is in our forecast. We got lots of days left in the event window, Rosie, and so we put ourselves in a really, really good position.
Yeah, this is just such a prime time for Jeffreys Bay. You know, you slap bang in the middle of winter. It really brings those cold fronts up the coast, and a lot of energy comes into this part of the coastline.
Yeah, looking at the forecast, a little bit of a bump, but I feel, Jesse, that further out, we're eyeing up another swell.
Yeah, I think right after that Thursday right there, when things really start to add up for us and we get some bigger numbers. But we do have we're going to pay attention on Wednesday right there, because we do have a bump on the swell and kind of good, decent winds. But then forward in the forecast looks like we have some pristine conditions.
Yeah, and you know what, though? I'm not mad at that, because that gives us, Rosie, a chance to enjoy your homeland. There's so much stuff to do here, and the waves are still going to be really fun.
I love it. And please go stimulate our economy. Like, go enjoy what we have to offer, you know, just make sure that you really tipping your waiters and waitresses well, the car guards, everyone. Love to have you guys here, but enjoy the scenery.
I'm spending Rand like crazy right now. I'm telling you right now, I'm just titching it off. Hey, let's hear in our interview with Ethan Ewing. He's in the quarterfinals, and he's with Jess Starling.
We're distracted by planes right now. Ethan, stressful into that heat. I mean, Jake getting a wave right at the dying stages. Where did your mind go?
Yeah, it wasn't there. I don't know, I just thought there was one wave, and just went the first one just to kind of, I don't know, break his kind of rhythm. He was catching a lot of waves, so... but yeah, and the next one was a bomb, and that's what I was waiting the whole heat for, was a wave like that. And yeah, used my priority on a bad one, but yeah, I don't know. Looking to, you know, get better in the next one.
You had your maiden CT victory here. You've also had a second here before. You're now into quarters. You're one step closer to getting back to that final, potentially getting another win. What is it going to be, these little 1%ers, to get you on top again?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things. I've been falling a lot. I really need to clean that up. And but yeah, I love this place, and just kind of look at the positives. But yeah, there's definitely some things I really want to clean up for the next one. And yeah, I haven't had a final this year, so I'm looking to change at this event, hopefully.
Couple days off now. We'll see you in the quarterfinals.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Ethan.
Yeah, double E, one to watch. And that's what was distracting them right there. Red Bull Air Show. Now it's time. If that wasn't exciting enough, we still got more stuff for you. We got our top 5 moments of the day. Let's see what made the cut for the top 5 moments of the day here on the Corona Cero Post Show. Number 5, Kanoa Igarashi cruises Rosie into the quarters.
Yeah, I was really surprised to hear from Kanoa saying that that's some of the toughest J-Bay he's surfed, because he was absolutely ripping and really took control of this heat.
They really did have an increase of the wind blowing up at the face of the wave in that specifically heat, so that's why he was probably mentioning that. But like you mentioned, he was navigating that pretty well. It felt like there's nothing in front of him to slow himself down. Beautiful surfing. Beautiful rail surfing from Kanoa.
Yeah, he likened it to Shipstone's Bluff with all the steps through the face of the wave.
Straight up.
Number 4, Leo Fioravanti beats Jack Robinson for the first time in head-to-head competition, Rosie.
Yeah, this must have just been that glass ceiling that Leo's been coming up this roadblock of Jack Robinson. 6 times he has beaten him in head-to-head matchups, so this victory was so sweet for Leo.
And great surfing for him, like started off with the right foot. Made sure every time he stepped on the board, he was capitalizing on the opportunity and created a big gap in between him and Jack. So when Jack kind of came back, it was too late.
And number 3, remember Rio? Well, Griffin got Cole back in the round of 16. Griffin Colapinto up against Cole Houseman, and it was Griffin Colapinto with the win.
Cole saying to Griffin, you always beat me when it counts. And obviously the heat that they had at Margaret River was really crucial for Griffin's qualification right on that cut line. Now, Griffin in the picture for the WSL Final 5. So complete flip of the script for Griffin, but an important heat win.
And Cole congratulating his good friend. That's great sportsmanship. Number 2, Jesse, Iago flies high again.
I mean, we're going to talk about this one more time, and we're going to see this probably 10 more times on Instagram because that was massive. Just the projection, how he approached the air in the section that was in front of him. There's only one way out of it, and he found that.
Number 1, the upset of the day, the rookie Marco Mignot, Rosie, takes down Jordy Smith.
Yeah, this upset was just amazing because Marco, rookie on tour, first time competing at J-Bay, first trip to Super Tubes, figured it out so quickly. I feel like he had a couple struggles yesterday in his few heats, and today he just clicked in, and I'm sure he's going to be highlighting J-Bay as one of his favorite waves. He said he'd been watching a lot of clips of Jordy surfing out here to try and emulate, and yeah, just such an amazing win for the rookie.
Yeah, well, he took some notes from Jordy, and he applied those notes all the way into the quarterfinals for Marco Mignot. Wow. So that's what we got for you. But we do have more news for you also. Competition has been called off for the next couple days. Next call will be Wednesday at 7:45 a.m. local time. Check out worldsurfleague.com for all of the updates. Thank you, Rosie. Thank you, Jesse. Let's grab these Corona Ceros and have a cheers. Got to pop the lime, too.
Can't forget that.
Cheers.
Ladies.
Here's to ladies.
I know, we deserve that.
We'll see you Wednesday the 16th at worldsurfleague.com, 7:45 again a.m. local South African time for the call. Cheers.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.